At the Sun, bold station, among the everyday fuss and human stream, the story unnoticed, leading the young man to the city where the will of the evil king reigns. In the waiting room, with a form of calm and detachment, the young man in a white sweater peers into the distance, finding a forgotten sense of freedom in the new mission to protect the lady. He sits in the middle of the crowd, as if fenced off by an invisible line from the noise and fuss, watching the world with slight alertness, while the rest are busy with their affairs. On the news screen, the host with a serious look reports about the caught robber who was found related to the site, and people are wondering who secretly performs justice. While the TV continues to lead the chronicle of the day, the crowd is slowly going to the turnstiles, not knowing that today an ordinary school will become great thanks to an invisible benefactor. With a soft smile and warm look, the hero, as if turning to himself, says goodbye to the past, deciding to preserve only bright memories that left a mark in his heart. In a dense line for landing, among the noise of the voices and creaking of suitcases, the young man with blue hair calmly moves forward, without losing balance even in the chaos of human fuss. Clutching the handles of the bag and lifting it above his head, he, with a tense face, makes his way through the car, full of bodies and a deaf Homon, feeling the pressure of the crowd and trying to stay on his feet. In another part of the train, a young man with glasses looking at a sweet girl in a spellbound is trying to awkwardly attract her attention, dreaming of a meeting, not knowing that his dreams will soon end. Returning to his place and noticing the stranger who occupied his seat, the hero calmly but firmly addresses him, causing surprise to a couple who did not expect intervention. With a frowning face and arrogant gaze, the stranger in glasses rudely answers, throwing a sharp remark, not realizing that the guy's modest appearance hides real power. Smiling easily and gazing intently at the daring stranger, the hero with irony notes that this self-confident personality is clearly not familiar with a feeling of shame, and this amusages a little. Standing right in front of the imposter who took his place, the hero restrained, but confidently asks to leave, showing that he was used to protecting justice to the end. Having frowned and contemptuously taking out the wallet, the guy with glasses demonstratively pulls out the bill, as if trying to resolve the dispute for the place with a banal purchase. Perceiving everything as a petty deal, with a form of superiority and a contemptuous tone, he holds out money, clearly considering herself above the rest, while the girl nearby looks at what is happening with open indignation. In thoughts, the main character is unexpectedly illuminated by enthusiasm, not hiding a bright gleam in his eyes, as if a new, unusually profitable turn of events suddenly opened before him. Throwing the bill with a careless gesture, he for a moment thinks about whether this amount of a place that causes a meaningless dispute is worth it, and with a grin admits that, in fact, there are completely few money. The bill slowly sinks to the floor, laying down at the foot in the slumber, as a symbol of an offensive gesture and a reminder that respect cannot be bought where it should be deserved. Sitting with the phone in his hand and an arrogant expression on his face, a guy in glasses with ostentatious wisdom discusses the real world, trying to look higher than the interlocutor, although his words remain an empty self-praise. With unexpected swiftness, the hero abruptly repels the opponent's hand with the phone, instantly breaking the arrogant rhythm of the conversation and causing sincere confusion on his face. Grinning boldly and playing the phone in the palm of his hand, the hero easily declares his position, showing that he is much closer to act according to his rules than to obey someone else's impudence. Having sharply waved his hand, he throws the phone into the air without a shadow of regret, sending him deep into the car, as if symbolically renouncing the arrogance that he had just encountered. The phone, just torn from the guy's hands with glasses, is swiftly flying along the arc, dissecting the air over the heads of passengers. With his eyes wide open and skewed with shock, the guy in glasses turns back, not believing what really happened. Roaring with rage, he poked a finger at the young man, calling him a village thief, to which he calmly replied that the insolence would never see his phone again. The guy gritted his teeth with angrily. His face was awake, and the veins on his neck swelled with tension when he realized that his own weapon turned against him. Evil. He pushed people with his elbows, making his way through the crowd and demanding a loud way, unable to reconcile with a humiliating defeat. The main character, with a slight mockery, settled in his rightful place, crossing his arms and looking from the sulfil to the side, while the girl was watching him with a quiet smile. He relaxed in the seat, resting his hands on his knees, and the guy, opposite with an approving smile and his thumb, raised by his thumb, silently expressed his admiration. A smiling girl with a spark of gratitude in her eyes introduced herself as a SU Words, a second-year student of a medical university, sincerely thanking the hero for salvation from an awkward situation. The main character, with a slight surprise, turns his head when someone's hand reaches for him, as if foreshadowing a new, unexpected conversation. The hero, turning slightly towards the girl, confidently holds out his hand and seems to Vanzen him, filling the moment of acquaintance with a warm and calm atmosphere. The guy with glasses, not frightened, jumps to his feet with aggression and shouts insults, calling Vanzen village and reproaching for ignorance. With the cold gaze, Vanzen leans to the opponent and says menacingly that another word and he will fly out of the train. He calmly adds that it is not necessary to wait for arrival in the city, because you can throw it right now. Losing patience, Vanzen has enough slippers and warns with gloomy rage that the next word will turn into a blow right into the head. Blinded by anger, the guy calls him a migrant with contempt and hints that Van came to look for work at a construction site. Confident in his rightness, he goes forward, but a sudden sound behind him makes him abruptly stop and turn into confusion. While the guy is cockroach, as if the wound, the main character stands behind him with a predatory smile and suddenly asks if he understood everything, causing his interlocutor fear and confusion. With icy calm, crossing his arms over his chest, Vanzen grins and sarcastically remarks that the guy was about to wet his pants, finally destroying his self-confidence. Covering in indignation, he frantically tries to collect the remnants of dignity and object, but his cries are drowning in the air as soon as a familiar sound of a blow is heard again. The guy in glasses angrily lowers his gaze, trying his best to restrain his emotions raging in him. A sudden sensation makes him sharply come to his senses, and bursting with a bright blush, he hastily covers his pants, amazed at the unexpected and incomprehensible shame for him. Clutching his nose from the fetid smell, Vanzen watches with disgust how his opponent stands wet, seized with shame and despair. Passengers with disgust and ridicule drive a disgraced man, showering him with reproaches, malicious comments, and phones directed at him, eager to shoot humiliation for fun. Harmed and disgraced, he rushes away through the crowd, which parted with the go-god, savoring the sight of someone else's fall. The young man with a smug smile threw his leg on his knee and asked with curiosity that it was not so with the city. And the girl, next to his enthusiasm, asked how he managed to humiliate the impudent. Vanzen, mischievously smiling, asked if she really wanted to know his secret, as if going to share special knowledge only with the initiates. Looking away, he quietly admitted that he simply stuck the needle into the desired point. And this was enough to bring down the arrogance from a self-confident type. The SU of the Words, shining with delight, asked in surprise if he was a doctor of Chinese medicine, admiring how he knows the meridians of the body for sure. With a crafty grin, the young man shook his head negatively, but suggested discussing some parts of the body for scientific purposes. The train arrived at the station, and in the rays of the sun the windows of the station flashed, meeting the arrivals of light and urban bustle. The girl shyly held out the phone, thanking the conversation and asking to leave the number. Hiding the hope of continuation in her eyes, Vanzen politely refused, saying that since they were in the same city, fate would surely give them a chance to meet again. He raised his hand in farewell and slowly disappeared into the crowd, leaving behind a feeling of strength, lightness, and understatement. The girl looked thoughtfully after him, pressing her palm to her cheek as if trying to remember his silhouette and restrain the light sadness that gripped her heart. Two strong men in dark glasses came out to meet the young man and dryly said that the master ordered them to take him with him. The young man thought for a moment. Was it really the same bodyguards on which the master spent a fortune? Because in appearance they did not look particularly strong at all. One of the men opened the door of a tinted car, and the young man confidently stepped forward, resolutely sitting inside. Throwing his hand behind his head and leaning back on the back of the seat, he plunged into thought, thinking about what was waiting for him further. Meanwhile, the insolence from the train furtively spying on how the hero got into the car, hiding around the corner of the building and clenching his fists with anger. With his face skewed with resentment, he dialed his uncle's number, complaining about humiliation and begging for help in the hope of restoring the shaken pride. The car smoothly drove up to the majestic mansion on the top of Mount Tianpin, sparkling in the rays of the sun with tinted windows and strict facade lines. The door opened, and the young man's leg in simple shoes stepped silently to the ground, marked his arrival in a new reality full of unknown events. Vanzen looked at the building with admiration, not hiding surprise in his voice, and with a sincere smile, he noticed that this was really an incredibly luxurious place, which, without a doubt, is a fortune. One of the guards turned over his shoulder and, with a slight grin on his face, said that "1 million is not so much," after which, without stopping, he continued to show the way forward. They entered a spacious, bright room with high ceilings, in the very center of which stood a comfortable sofa, and a fragile girl comfortably settled on it, as if from another world. The young man glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, squinted, looked appraisingly down from above, and mentally set her 75 points, remaining outwardly calm. The man in dark glasses stepped forward, bowed slightly, and solemnly turned to the girl, saying that, by order of the master, he brought the master, who will now become her personal bodyguard. From surprise, the thin remote control slipped out of her fingers and with a loud knock fell to the floor, breaking the silence that hung in the air, as if a string was stretched. The young lady rose from the couch with irritation, sharply raised her head and said with discontent that she completely did not like this decision, that she was tired of constant supervision and finally wants freedom. A fair-haired girl in a short jean skirt and with an elegant necklace on her neck looked amazingly sweet and charming, despite the obvious indignation that appeared in her voice. The young man's eyes widened with admiration, and at that very moment he mentally reviewed his assessment, raising it to 90 points, slightly grinning himself. The blonde with a decisive gaze stands with crossed hands and indignantly declares that he can no longer live under the constant guard, which she is imposed against her will. The main character enters the room, accompanied by 2 guards, and the girl turns into bewilderment, not understanding who appeared in front of her. The blonde with a cold look with obvious irritation asks who is standing in front of her, completely not recognizing the unfamiliar young man. Glancing at his dirty legs and well-worn sandals, she recoils with disgust and loudly pulls the contemptuous BE, as if something disgusting touched her. Seeing him, she flashes with rage and with indignation demands to throw a bombjevi boy out of the house, accusing him of staining her floor. The bodyguard in dark glasses gloomily looks in front of him, recalling how furiously his mistress reacts to the slightest violation of order and purity. The hero with a cold expression on his face reflects on how much this spoiled girl exaggerates and decides to remove the slopes so as not to aggravate the conflict. He calmly leans and begins to take off his shoes, showing that even after gross words he is ready to give in to maintain silence and peace. Without rushing, he drops the slopes and with a light mockery throws them to the side, as if answering with this gesture to an absurd accusation of unscrupulousness. The girl's eyes are widely revealed from shock when she finally realizes who is standing in front of her, and understands that she almost drove out the wrong way. Standing opposite the bodyguard and the indignant girl, he, with a light smile, calmly looks into her eyes. At that moment she, having recognized him, shouts his name in amazement. Having strongly clenching his fist, the girl loudly declares that she does not care about her father's will. She demands to immediately drive the guy out of the house and threatens to dismiss the guard if she disobeysant. With an expression of surprise and doubt on his face, the guard is perplexed how the owner could generally hire such a strange young man as a personal bodyguard for Miss Shai. With a calm look, the guy tells the girl that the cause of her irritation is a delay in menstruation, causing a real shock and dumb amazement in her eyes. Shocked by his words, the girl flares up with embarrassment and in a fit of emotions accuses him of perversion. Pointing his finger with rage on his face, unable to withstand the tension, she is angrily unfolded and takes upstairs, leaving behind a bewildered young man and a guard, who seems to be indifferent. While one of the guards silently looks after her, the second approaches the guy, with a good smile, raises his thumb up and calls him a good small one. With calm confidence on his face, the guy smiles slightly and mentally challenges his opponent, promising to defeat him to the beat of his own inner rhythm. The guard is friendly, hugging the guy by the shoulders and with a wide smile offers to wait a bit, because he believes that Miss Shai will cool and will surely return. With enthusiasm in his voice, the guard is interested in solving the problem, and the guy, without losing a friendly tone, promises to help later, and together they go forward in a warm and friendly atmosphere. Seeing Jang Yon, 3 girls appear in front of him. Strict Shen Pi, director of design, dear Kan Sin in a pink outfit, and Shangwan Min himself, calling him anxiously in his voice. Among the pink hearts soaring in the air, the hero with a loving expression and heart-to-heart evaluates each of the beauties at 90 points, barely restraining himself. A girl with pink hair, brought to the limit, requires an explanation from the guard, indignantly pointing to the guy, whom she considers the culprit of the tears of her friend. The guard, sighing a little in an official tone, reports that Mr. Vanzen is a personal bodyguard Miss Shai, invited by the host's direct order, The main character calmly steps forward with a confident smile on his face and declares that he will explain everything himself, while the surprised girl looks at him in confusion. The young man, in an even voice, tells that the girl has a protracted delay in menstruation, causing irritability and threatening complications, if not taking measures. The pink-haired girl exclaims with admiration that the guy is incredibly insightful because he immediately noticed the problems of Shai, and she heshes she on the background, clenching his fists with shame and anger. The humiliated and angry, Shai flashes with inner indignation. Her eyes sparkle with rage, and her cheeks pour the fiery blush. She no longer able to endure the audacity of this guy. With a look full of prayer and rage, Shusha grabbed the hand of Shenpei's sister, asking for help to get rid of the guy. Despite the fact that he was sent by her father as a guard, the woman in a business suit calmly agrees, thoughtfully raising her finger to her lips, as if she had already decided on further actions. The main character, with a naive expression on his face, looks to the side, trying to understand why he is called dirty-haired, without realizing what the essence of the situation is. In embarrassed head, he feels how they chuckle over him from behind a hole in his clothes, pointing to his poverty and an old, worn t-shirt. Shangpei calmly orders the young man to take the guest room so that he can wash and change, adding that he was later going to talk with him personally. Walking behind the guard, the guy looks over his shoulder and notices the wary, almost hostile gaze of the blonde, who carefully monitors his every step. The pink-haired girl smiles cheerfully and jokes that the guy is still looking at Shenpei, calling her the goddess, to which she restrainedly answers not to be stupid. A girl with pink hair, sitting on the couch, confidently turns to Shenpei, demanding to help the guy to drive out. But she restrainedly notices that it may be he who is able to heal her. The heroine, in despair, says that she has already addressed many doctors, but no one helped, so he does not believe in the next. But Shenpei recalls that Uncle Shangguan personally invited him, and he can be useful as a bodyguard. The hero, in a dark dressing gown, confidently straightens his hair, radiating a calm charisma and involuntarily attracting the delighted glances of others. All three girls simultaneously freeze in surprise when an updated hero comes out around the corner with an unexpected grace, as if he had come off the cover of the magazine. The pink-haired girl, not hiding delight, with a wide smile recognizes his beauty, noting the radiant skin and amazing transformation. Seeing how the girl admires his appearance, the guy with a slight smile shares the secret of beauty, telling that the whole thing was in the mask, which he did with his own hands. The pink-haired girl enthusiastically claps her hands, anticipating something desired, but a strict voice on the side sharply returns her to the serious tone of the conversation. Shenpei, sitting next to the girls, calmly remarks that since Vanzen, a bodyguard, personally invited by Uncle Shangguan, he is probably not so simple, and asks him to prove it. Vanzen leans forward with light distrust and asks for a barely noticeable surprise, as, in the opinion of others, his unusualness is. Ending his hand confidently, Vanzen asks Miss Shenpei her coat, causing sincere bewilderment and confusion of all three women sitting in front of him. The blonde, with a sharp movement, rushes forward, obscuring her friend, and with anger in her eyes screams at Vanzen, suspecting him of something obscene and unacceptable. A woman in an orange suit restrainedly smiles, smoothly rises to her feet, and gestures a coat with a gesture, maintaining calmness and showing confidence in the young man. Vanzen stands in front of the girls in a simple dressing gown, and Shenpei, slowly approaching, passes his coat to him, carefully looking into his eyes, as if walking against doubts. After his words, he slowly brings his coat to his face, inhaling the subtle aroma of fabric, as if trying to catch something invisible, accessible only to his perception. Wang Zhen, with a serious expression on her face, addresses Shenpei, indicating that recently she has felt dizziness and fatigue, which immediately causes surprise in both women. Holding a coat in his hand, he calmly explains that the perfumes used are actually a medicine that imperceptibly soothing nerves, but with prolonged use, weakening the body and subordinating will. Shangpei is shocked and confused. She tries to understand how this is generally possible because she acquired perfumes personally in the store and did not doubt their safety for a moment. The guy confidently assures that if you stop using these perfumes, all the symptoms will disappear, and says it calmly, with a solid look that radiates control and knowledge. Standing in front of the girls in a dressing gown, the hero solemnly declares that he will now be near, and everyone who dares to harm them will fully know suffering. A woman with a confident smile invites Vanzen to join them for purchases, adding that the Widen Shu bodyguard should look worthy and representative. The blonde exclaims with surprise and anxiety, stunned by the words about what her sister Shen Pei conceived and what decision is going to make. The bright sun sparkles on a glass skyscraper in the city center, as if hinting at a new meeting or adventure, which is already inexorably approaching. The main character slowly walks next to three spectacular girls, and around the surprised whisper of the crowd is heard around. Who is who he is to be in such a company? Among the human stream in a shopping center, a guy with a cold expression on his face goes ahead, attracting the eyes of passers. By considering him an arrogant and rich upstart, an irritated hero clenches his fist and angrily responds to the guesses of passers-by, emphasizing that he is just a bodyguard and nothing more. In the clothing store, the girls hand the guy on the hanger a white shirt, insisting on the fitting, and he only sighs heavily, anticipating the inevitable. The bright window of the store shines with warm light, beckoning buyers in the world of fashion, style, and new reincarnations. The hero, dressed in a classic white shirt and dark trousers, leaves the fitting room with a confident gait, and the radiance around emphasizes his restrained but impressive appearance. A girl with pink hair looks at him with sincere surprise and admiration, admitting that she did not even suspect how much he could be attractive. Smiling to himself, the guy shrugs tiredly and with light irony thinks that he was not so because he was always beautiful. The girl in an elegant outfit decisively tells the saleswoman that they take everything without hesitation to spend a decent amount on the new satellite. It is fun discussing where to have dinner. The girls carefully leave the store, waving their hands and offering to go to where they serve the best steak, leaving behind a confused guy. Watching cheerful friends, the guy with light fatigue sighs, realizing that life is next to women. This is an eternal whirlpool of surprises. In another corner of the restaurant, evening harmony reigns. The guests are slowly talking, and the waitress with a bottle of wine goes to the next table with a slight smile. The hero and three girls are sitting at a table in an exquisite restaurant, enjoying a soft light from a large window and a cozy atmosphere of evening. Caught in the moment, the guy with sincere surprise realizes that he had a chance to be in such a luxurious place, as if from someone else's life. The indignant blonde with fire in her eyes screams at the protagonist, ordering him to shut up and not disgrace them in a crowded restaurant. The pink-haired girl scaredly points to someone outside the window, informing Shen Pei that this is exactly the guy who molested her, causing a companion to be a perplexity. The hero with a puzzled expression on the face turns in the direction from where the accusation is heard. Not understanding who we are talking about, the heir to the Blue Ocean faction in an expensive suit with a smug smile enters a restaurant, as if everything around is already belonging to him. At this moment, girls observe his appearance in disgust, calling his appearance disgusting and openly expressing irritation. Having stopped at the table, he turns to Shen Pei, theatrically calling them a random meeting with fate, while the girl silently ignores his pathos. There is an awkward pause when everyone at the table turns to an uninvited guest, not hiding either surprise or frank indifference. The guy in a suit with a smug grin points a finger at the protagonist, who calmly drinks from a glass, trying to demonstrate his superiority before the girls. Hearing that he was called the guy Shen Pei, the hero does not restrain his surprise, and with a confused expression flows a drink stunned by such an unexpected remark. The young man in a suit with excitement leans towards Shen Pei, asking with disbelief, is the one who is sitting next to her really her boyfriend? As if does not believe his eyes. Calmly and confidently, with a barely noticeable smile, Shen Pei replies that yes, they meet, as if he puts the final point in an annoying conversation. The hero, while maintaining an indifferent expression on his face, sighs to himself, thinking that although he is a bodyguard, he is not obliged to get involved in all these confusing scenes. The self-confident young man impudently asks the question of the origin and work of the hero, to which he answers with ironic calm that he is just a good guy, and therefore helps. With a cold look, the hero resolutely puts the impudent in place, and the tension, like electricity, permeates everyone who watches the scene. And irritated by his impudence, the opponent breaks off, clenches his fist, and with a cry of rage splashes anger, unable to withstand the enemy's icy calm. Jang Mini, indignant pointing to the guy, accuses Shen Pei of sympathy for freaks, not hiding contempt in every word. Shen Pei, maintaining icy calm, coldly notes that he would follow his tongue and not allow himself insults in her presence. The girl gently puts her hand on his wrist, as if trying to stop or support without saying a word, only with a touch. The hero freezes with a cup of lips, surprised by an unexpected touch, and slowly looks at the girl who silently holds his hand. Another guy with a mockery puts his palm on his head, calling a coward, not even suspecting that this humiliation can turn out in a completely different way. A self-confident enemy defiantly provokes the hero, brazenly demanding a blow, and in his thoughts threatens to kill him for approaching a woman who considers his own. The next second, his insolence breaks off with a swift and accurate blow to the lower abdomen, which instantly knocks all the arrogance from it. The faces of three girls simultaneously cover a wave of surprise and anxiety when they react with horror to a sharp change in the course of events. The guy in a panic knelt down in front of the main character, unable to hide fear after the blow received. The hero calmly and confidently puts his foot on the opponent's face, humiliating him with a gesture alone, without making any effort. Keeping a cold expression on his face, he says that he did not want to do this at all. He only fulfilled his own desire. Standing in the doorway with icy confidence, the hero warns two men that any attempt to arrange trouble will end for them as painfully as for their friend. Two men hastily pick up the third, which barely holds on their feet after shame, while the pink-haired girl is amazed at what is happening. And the hero is already calmly returning to its place. Flowering with rage and humiliation, a beaten man hisses through his teeth an oath of revenge. Although he is leading under his arms, he no longer has the strength to resist. A girl with a serious face warns the hero that Jang Mini, a stubborn who will not retreat so simply, but he confidently declares that now, as a bodyguard of the Su Han Juan family, he will take care of her. The blonde with a tired sigh reproaches the guy for the fact that he again turned everything upside down, broke peace and destroyed the image that she managed to draw up about him. With a slight smile, the hero throws a daring answer that he is not worried about the destroyed impression. He is a man. And he at least has no problem with the delay, which the girl jumps up, outraged by his cynicism, shouting his name. The pink-haired girl, covering her face with her palm, laughs with pleasure, rejoicing that Shai finally met her worst enemy, as if anticipating a fun confrontation. A quiet night sank into the city, and the moonlight spills on the tops of skyscrapers, enveloping the world with calm after a stormy day. Behind a leisurely dinner, the main characters are sitting at the table, but a cozy silence violates the announcement of the complaint. One of those present violates public order. A group of police officers enters the restaurant, leading three young people, among whom a familiar face stands out, and everyone at the table is surprised to observe their appearance. The pink-haired girl, in horror, shouts the name Jang Mini, not understanding why he appeared again, and her friend warns anxiously the deputy chief of the police came with him. The main character, sitting with his head down and wiping his mouth with a napkin, calmly reproaches the enemy for not having the courage to fight himself, brought the police with him, and this is only a reason for shame. A guy with an angry face aggressively pokes a finger at the protagonist, accusing him of an attack, while a pink-haired girl is amazed at the scene from below. The hero stands calmly, with a slight smile spreading his hands, emphasizing that some words are not enough. Witnesses are needed to prove the truth. The policeman puts his hand on his shoulder and with a serious expression on his face asks if he has evidence of innocence, trying to seize the initiative. A furious girl jumps up from the table, demanding an explanation why they do not believe her words, while the unfounded enemy accusations are immediately accepted for the truth. A policeman with a cold face accuses the girl of a possible conspiracy and refuses to trust her words, not wanting to listen to her arguments. Having flashed with indignation, the girl with determination claims that all those present became witnesses to the slander of Jang Mini, calling his words a poisonous lie. The hero with a confident smile calmly explains the reason for the prejudice of the police. The enemy has a rich father, and this is enough to circumvent justice. The impudent, with an arrogant expression on his face, mockingly calls the hero a dirty fish, emphasizing that he was not an equal, and behind him the ally smiles gloatingly. The main character sharply takes a step forward, changing the situation in an instant, and both opponents freeze in bewilderment, stunned by his sudden movement. A shocked guy with glasses holds onto the cheek, with his eyes, unable to believe that the slap was real. The hero looks away with contempt, while the opponent continues to hold onto his face and coldly throws down, which despises such discharges more than the arrest itself. Resolutely raising his finger up, the hero solemnly declares that from now on will beat this guy every time he sees. But was just the first? A pink-haired girl in a bright dress with delight claps her hands and laughs, admiringly admitting that everything turned out perfectly, while a guy with bruises on his face silently watches her, squeezing his cheek. In the frame, the hand grabs the weapon in the holster with lightning speed, emphasizing the instant reaction to the threat that has just arisen. With a fierce face skewed with rage, a guy in a suit leads a pistol and shouts a threat of a coffin cover. While a policeman nearby watches his madness in shock, the policeman looks around in horror when he notices that the guy in a suit has already aimed at him his own weapon, forcing everyone around to freeze in a dumb shock. The face of the guy who has lost control is distorted by anger, and, not hesitating for a second, he shouts deadly threats. Pressing the trigger, the hero intercepts the enemy, tightly squeezing his neck with one hand and holding the gun into the other, forcing everyone around it freezes with tension. Frightened and panting, the hostage in the hands of the hero shouting imploringly to be released. But he only squeezes his grip more, not intending to show weakness. With a cold smile, the hero looks around and admits that his long absence changed everything. Deciding not to restrain his strength anymore, the police direct their weapons to the hero, accusing him of violating order and demanding to release a hostage in order to avoid serious consequences. The hero squeezes the enemy's neck even stronger, warning him against unnecessary movements and showing who is now fully monitors the situation. In fear, almost on the verge of tears, a guy with glasses clamped in hostages imploringly addresses Uncle Van, asking him to save and pull him out of this trap. The hero looks with confidence at the policeman, holding the enemy by the neck, and says that any attempts to interfere with him in vain, he does not see real opponents in them. He addresses all those present, claiming that he is able to stand up for himself and will no longer allow anyone to intimidate his people, demonstrating determination even under the sight of the weapon. Meanwhile, three girls, among whom is especially distinguished by a pink-haired heroine, observe the scene with anxiety and surprise when the hero declares that no one has the right to humiliate his woman. With icy calm, he warns that although he is restrained by character, he will not tolerate provocations, promising to remember the offender for the rest of his life. Police with weapons ready in surprise listen to his third rule. He lives simply, does not touch those who do not touch him, and therefore considers himself not wise, but fair. With a calm smile, holding the enemy in capture, the main character amazes everyone with his confidence, forcing even the guard captain to reconsider his attitude to what is happening. Closed by sudden insight, the guard is amazed to realize that the young man in front of him is not an ordinary person at all, but one who is able to change the entire course of events. And irritated and confusing, one of the guards reflects on the constant problems that this guy from the Jang family brings him, but feels that he is to retreat, means to lose his face. The guard with a serious look declares his fidelity to the law, emphasizing that both sides had violated the order and must proceed to the police station. A confident young man with gray hair appears in the doorway, accompanied by security, resolutely asking who dared to detain the young lady, introducing himself as the chief student of the first combat family of Beijing, Li Jiang. Everyone in the hall freezes in surprise when the eyes rush to the newly arrivals, and one of the guards is stunned to recognize Li Jiang, not understanding why he is here. Li Jin gratefully addresses Miss Shen for her message, explaining that his teacher immediately sent him as soon as he heard about a possible threat to the young lady, a pink-haired girl, grabbing a gray-haired young man by the hand, with hope in her voice begs him to punish the guilty, considering his appearance as more timely possible. Indignantly pointing her finger, she accuses the police of an unfair invasion, while the guy in a gray suit silently holds her hand, trying to calm her. A girl with pink hair, full of determination and rage, sharply indicates a guy with glasses trembling with fear, while her angry words expose his low intentions. An embarrassed girl with pink tails, touching her fingers to her lips, uncertainly tries to say something, and a mixture of anxiety and doubt splashes in her eyes. Suddenly, she breaks down on a desperate accusation, exalting herself as clean and innocent, and shouts indignantly that the guy was shamelessly staring at her, while he was freezing in a panic with horror. The silver-haired young man rushes the gaze in the suit, and the wall of fire rises behind him. Determination and increasing rage are read in his eyes, ready to break out. Furious and offended, the guy in glasses breaks into a scream, justifying with the last forces and throwing sharp words into the girl, as if trying to save the remnants of dignity in the midst of chaos. Behind her, the guy in a panic again appeals to Uncle Van with a demand for arrest. And he, standing ahead with a cold face, does not show a shadow of emotions, as if he had already made a final decision inside. A girl with pink hair in despair turns to Uncle Van, not understanding why he froze and is silent, demanding that they immediately catch the guilty for her alone. A girl with a sly smile mockingly asks, did he still not understand what situation he got into and with whom he contacted? Confidently standing next to a man in a suit, she reveals that he is the eldest daughter of the Han family, and her companion, an instructor of the first school of martial arts, emphasizing their status and influence. Hearing this, the guy in glasses turns pale with fear, realizing who he dared to speak with, and in a panic, repeats aloud the title of a stranger. The guy in glasses frantically brings herself up, justifying himself in front of a formidable man in a suit that he did not look at Han Xin at all, but he only silently drilled him with an icy gaze. The decisive hand abruptly pushes him in the back, preventing him from avoiding the consequences of his own actions, and pray mercy. The next second, he loses his balance and falls forward with despair in his eyes, while the guy is behind him calmly watching what is happening with a barely noticeable grin. The young man leans forward in despair, and with a prayer addresses a stern man in a suit, not understanding why he is so cruelly punished. The next second, a strong slap in the face throws him to the side. The glasses fly off his face, and the features were distorted from pain and humiliation. The pink-haired girl clappers her hands with enthusiasm, enjoying the scene, which seems to her incredibly pleasant and long, awaited. The blonde with a cold smile watches what is happening and calmly remarks that this will serve him a good lesson for the future. The battered guy lies on the floor and through tears begs Uncle Van to save him. While 3 police officers look at him with cold sympathy, Uncle Van with a tense face realizes that he cannot intervene because his nephew insulted the Han family, and he himself is afraid for his safety. A dark-haired guy with an ironic smile advises the policeman not to intervene, hinting that the influence of Miss Han's father is much stronger than the Jang family. The girl with relief reports that her anger has already passed, and with a radiant smile offers to go, as if nothing had happened. Smiling, the guy repeats his advice, gently putting his hand on the policeman's shoulder, who, in silent confusion, looks away. From the height, it is clear how the participants in the incident parted around the hall. The police, winners, and silent observers, the voltage in the air did not yet disperse. The policeman exhales with relief, lowering his shoulders, and his inner voice reproaches him for interfering in the dirty deeds of a relative who brought only a shame. The car, dissecting the night road among the trees, is carried away from the place of conflict, taking with them those who came out the winner. The car is rapidly rushing along the night track, and the pink-haired girl exclaims with enthusiasm that this day has become the brightest for her in recent years. She recalls with a smile how Vanzen crushed the enemy's heirs with a blow of her leg, and this scene even more uplifting her mood. The hero with a serious expression on her face turns to the girl behind the wheel, anxiously asking how well she knows how to drive a car. The blonde driving with a challenge in her eyes replies that this does not bother her, because he is her bodyguard and should turn to her as a mistress. The hero, turning back, gloomily indicates the persecution and orders to try to break away from the car that has been following the trail too long. The driver, in shock with wide eyes, screams in surprise, only now realizing that they were really monitoring. A girl with a decisive expression tightly squeezes the steering wheel, and, casting a glance in the rearview mirror, mentally admits that without the intervention of the insolent would not even notice surveillance. Her friend, holding the phone, clearly orders to break away from the pursuers while he is gaining Uncle Su Han Juan, and the driver focuses on the road. Smiling with confidence, the girl mentally exclaims that she will cope, not to catch up with her, and the flame of excitement and call flashes in her eyes. The machine abruptly turns off the highway, leaving the swing of smoke and the screech of the brakes, desperately trying to get away from the mysterious pursuer. Looking over her shoulder, the girl in a panic cries that she has no signal and squeezes the phone, realizing that they were left without communication at the most dangerous moment. While the pink-haired girl voices the assumption of an attempt to abduct, her friend in glasses regrets admitted that she would know in advance if she would ask whether Jiang would accompany them. The girl behind the wheel in desperation clings to the steering wheel, admitting that she cannot tear herself away from the chase and has no idea what to do next. The blonde with anxiety reproaches Vanzen, demanding to finally stop admiring the landscapes and find a way out of a dangerous situation. Keeping calm and a slight smile, Vanzen recalls that, being a bodyguard, he is obliged to protect and not inventing the escape plans. Having flashed with emotions, the girl shouts with irritation, demanding from the companion to finally show courage at a critical moment. The guy answers calmly and with irony, showing complete indifference to what is happening, even more heating the atmosphere in the car. The car with a frantic speed flies into a steep turn, leaving behind the tires and a cloud of smoke, cutting the silence of the night. With a light smile, Vanzen leans to the girl and suddenly gives a clear team, not to go towards the mountain villa Tianpin, as if something was already foreseen in him. His eyes are squinting with a cunning brilliance when he adds that it is better to direct the car to deserted places, where the enemy will be more difficult to realize his plans. In the silence of the night route, the pursuit enters the new phase, and the scarlet car, sparkling with headlights, persistently approaches the target, like a shadow, not knowing a retreat. The girl, furiously squeezing the steering wheel, screams at the guy for inaction, deftly leading the car while he calmly looks into the distance, noting to himself how well she controls. In a panic, she realizes that the rapid riding can cost her the last drops of fuel, and exclaims with horror about the impending inevitability. The guy, maintaining equanimity, with a slight irony summarizes the situation, offering to drive until the gasoline really ends. Outraged by the sarcastic advice, with an explosion of emotions, exclaims that it is just brilliant, and her face is immediately filled with the paint of anger and powerlessness. The girl with irritation covers her face with her hand, thinking why her father praises this guy so much and requires respect for him when she herself doubts his virtues. Three girls in tense silence are in the cabin of cars, and one of them thinks whether the only one who knows how to fight is so good as they say about it. The red car rushes along the night highway, when a voice from the radio reports that the goal is approaching the Dushan Bridge, giving the pursuit of an ominous determination. A man with a tattoo on his shoulder, sitting behind the wheel and holding the phone, with icy confidence orders to prepare for slamming the trap, anticipating the moment of attack. The car with the heroes rushes along the night road towards the Dushan Bridge. The headlights grab a sign, like a warning about the upcoming west. The girl with anxiety on her face realizes that the bridge is Dushan ahead, and gasoline in the tank is only 15 minutes, and the stress of the situation reaches the limit. A girl with pink hair, looking at the window bewildered, finds out the name of the bridge and recalls that this is a narrow and dark road where drivers always slow down because of poor visibility, warning about a possible danger. Shai, with anxiety and determination in his voice, says that they have no other way, as if accepting the inevitability of risk. In an atmosphere of increasing tension, the main character whispering carelessly, and the girls in the cabin froze with dilated eyes, covered by anxious silence. Having gritted her teeth from tension, the girl concentratedly announces the acceleration and orders everyone to hold on, as if she was preparing for a desperate jerk through danger. The car with a whistle of tires rushes through a thick fog to a narrow turn in front of the bridge, leaving traces of determination and crazy speed. The car quickly flies over the abyss along the foggy, suspended bridge, like a daring challenge to fate hidden in the haze of the night. A frightened pink-haired girl clings in the seat and begs Wid to go slower. Admitting that she is not at all ready to die, Shusha with sudden horror turns his head, noticing something anxious on the road, and her body strains in anticipation of trouble. The hero's eyes are expanding in surprise, and Shai, wrinkling from the light in front, sharply contracts, as if from a blow or a sharp maneuver which threatens everyone in the car. The guy in alarm clings to the wheel, blocking the girl nearby as if trying to protect her from the impending, still invisible danger. The car brakes sharply, leaving behind the black stripes of tires and puffs of smoke, breaking out from under the wheels in a frantic whirlwind. The car at crazy speed rushes right on the barricade from blue trucks that blocked the road, and the bright light of the headlight cuts out the outlines of danger through the darkness. The bright light of the headlights of the oncoming truck illuminates the convertible with the heroes, and the tense silence violates the words that everything carried everything onto the hair from the tragedy. The girl, clenching her teeth in pain, presses her palm to her face, sitting in a passenger seat. The railing of the bridge flashes outside the window, and irritated fatigue is red in her eyes. The blonde's surprised and slightly reddened gaze clings to something ahead. Her face freezes at the moment of sudden awareness. In tense silence, his leg accidentally touches her hip, causing an instant wave of awkwardness and inner fuss. The young man with a serious look is justified by the fact that this is how he managed to save everyone, trying not to give out his own embarrassment. But in spite of everything, in his thoughts the image of her legs pops up again and again, causing a blush and a naive consumption reaction on her face. The guy suddenly hit his knee on the open part of her leg, and embarrassment instantly replaces the inner surprised exclamation. The girl breaks into a cry, indignantly calling him a villain, and a friend nearby tries to calm them down, recalling that now is not a time for quarrels. Another girl with a serious look suggests that their trip is not an accident, but a carefully planned abduction with a red machine as a bait. The bright light of the headlights of trucks, holding the car on both sides, creates an atmosphere of a deadly trap, into which the heroes flew at full speed. The light of three trucks mercilessly breaks the darkness, while a black car with passengers gets into a trap without a chance of salvation. A woman with glasses anxiously realizes the terrible truth. Everything that was happening was a cleverly planned ambush, which they had just only fell into. The blonde with an alarming look casts a question, trying to understand what the hero intends to do, while he retains calm, and a woman with glasses is silently silent behind. With anger and despair in her voice, the girl threatens dismissal and reprisal after returning, but the guy's answer is cold and calm. Returning is still in question. A woman with glasses seriously looks at the hero, admitting that the situation is too dangerous for jokes, and only on him can they lay the last hope. A girl with pink hair with naive anxiety asks Vanzen to protect them, afraid to even imagine what can happen to her if she is caught. Smiling with a light mockery, Vanzen takes the task of security, calmly emphasizing that he does not care about work, unlike Shai. Without turning around, he opens the door of the car and goes into the night, leaving the girls behind, in confusion and tense expectation. A guy with a serious expression on his face carefully takes out a cigarette and orders the girl to stay in place, hiding the alarm behind a mask of confident calm. One of the bandits is surprised to look at an unexpected man in the car. According to their information, only 3 girls should have been inside. The oppressed expression on the bandit's face is replaced by mocking. At first glance, the guy in a white shirt seems to him a weakness, not worthy of attention. With an impudent gait, a guy in a white shirt approaches a group of bandits, ironically listening to their threat about 9 trunks, as if it were just a joke. Despite the hostility, the main character calmly folds his hands in a polite gesture and asks with sarcasm what brought them here, as if sincerely surprised at a warm reception. The bandit, confident in his strength, directs the gun directly in the face of the hero, saying that he had come for a girl from the family of Su Han Juan, not guessing how fattened his audacity would be. The hero, with a laid-back smile, extends his arms forward, without fear, allowing the enemy to do anything. Only he confuses him more. Screaming with rage, the blonde casts an angry look at the hero, demanding from him to show courage and determination in the face of a threat. 2 girls, one of whom tremble with fear, hide in each other's arms, desperately trying to believe that Vanzen is not joking and really capable of protecting them. The young lady thinks, with anxiously, whether they can really avoid trouble and get out of this trap. Vanzen, pretending to be nervous, turns to the enemy with a request to light a cigarette, pressing his hands to his chest and playing the role of weak and harmless. A bandit with a tattoo, deceived by his appearance, smiles good-naturedly and holds out a lighter, praising for politeness and humility. A man with a cigarette in his teeth slowly removes the belt, menacingly promising to arrange the show immediately after he limits to the end. Girls in fright cry out no, realizing that a real and frightening threat hung over them. Vanzen calmly brings the lighter to the cigarette, drags on, as if there is no fear, no danger around, only smoke and silence. The hero stands in the center of a circle formed by men resembling bandits, and thick smoke rises from his cigarette, spreading through the air like a hypnotic fog. The blonde is surprised to catch an unusually rich aroma, and her eyes open from an unexpected sensation. The affected pink-haired girl points forward, calling her friend to see, as if something alarming and inexplicable would be about to begin before them. A thick, fragrant haze envelops Vanzen, while he calmly stands in the center of a circle of defeated enemies, like the owner of the stage after the completed performance. Among the fallen bodies, Vanzen carefully walks next to the shocked girl, surprising how they managed to remain unharmed in the midst of this strange chaos. With a sly smile, he explains that the secret of his strength, a special potion, affecting only men, and of course, he is not so stupid as to suffer from his own weapons. Having mixed the guilt and curiosity in herself, she asks how long the effect will last, to which the hero, drawing in a cigarette, calmly replies that the action is about to end. A girl with pink hair stunnedly looks at men, crumbling with pain, not believing her eyes. As one after another they lose consciousness. Smiling with the impudent determination, she requires a poison sheet to punish the perverts who are staring at her daily. And the guy is next to him with a dumb amazement. Excessively reaching for a man, the pink-haired man insists on his own, while Vanzen, remaining calm, asks to stop inappropriate jokes. The hero, with a serious expression on his face, ponders the pursuit of Shai and a signal blocking. Realizing how serious the threat hiding behind this is, throwing forward a cold, decisive look, Vanzen decides to take one of the attackers with him to find out who is behind this whole game. The hero calmly sits on a chair in a semi-dormitory room for interrogations, holding a cigarette in his hand. while a bound man with a tattoo begins to come to his senses in front of him on the floor. His gaze becomes focused and cold when he clicks with a lighter and clearly asks the question of who hired him to abduct Miss Su Han Juan. Seeing how the hero is going to smoke, the enemy screams in a panic, begging not to set fire. Horror from the recent battle is still alive in his memory. With a trembling face and embraced by fear, he internally realizes even 9 trunks did not stop this guy with a cigarette. But, having discarded panic, decides to focus on the main thing and survive. In a desperate attempt to save his life, the prisoner offers a deal. But the hero, without losing calm, abruptly breaks off. He has neither rights nor a choice. A frightened criminal raises his hands up, assuring that he will tell everything, just to save his life. The hero, with cold restraint, interrogates the wounded, learning that behind the abduction of Miss Su Han Juan, there is a group of Lee Min Hao, who for some reason needed one girl. With a contemptuous mockery, assessing his humility, the hero admits that he was unexpectedly accommodating and decides to leave him alive so far, a beaten man, lying on the floor with a sincere smile. Thanks for the mercy and swells to fight on the side of the hero, even if he has to give his life. The smile on his face is instantly replaced by confusion when the hero mysteriously agrees to accept this proposal. With a barely noticeable grin, the protagonist calmly says that he has a business in which he may come in handy. The frightened Shen Liang, with despair, prays so that no one would hear his words, begging just to pretend that nothing happened, but then hastily agrees to help, if only to avoid trouble. Not having time to finish, he swallows something suspicious in a panic. His eyes are open with horror, and his face is distorted by the awareness of a fatal mistake. Cracking the throat and writhes in pain, he accuses the interlocutor of deceit, shouting that he promised not to kill him, and sobs like a frightened child. The hero, with a slight smile, reassures the enemy, assuring that he is not going to kill him, which causes sincere amazement on his interlocutor's face. Calmly holding a small yellow ball in his fingers, he explains that this is his own poison, capable of holding a sacrifice depending for 3 months. He warns that any attempts to recover independently or take other drugs will only speed up the effect of the poison, and even God will not save. With a cold expression on his face, the hero tells Lee Min Hao that Vanzen is returning. And from this minute, the rules of the game are changing. A confident smile illuminates the hero's face when he proudly pronounces his name, making it clear, his return, this is the beginning of a new era. Against the backdrop of the night sky strewn with flickering stars, majestic silhouettes of skyscrapers hang over the city, as if in anticipation of a fateful turn. From a height, a view of the guard office opens, where Shen Lian, with a humiliated look, reports what happened, and those around him silently listen to his every word. Shen Liang stands on the knees in front of the table, bowing his head, with repenting, pleading guilty, and begging for punishment for a failure. A man in a gray suit silently sits at the table, calmly smoking a cigarette. His face remains calmly cold, like marble. 3 men carefully listen to the angry fighter who defended Shane, emphasizing that without his defeat, the rest would have no chance to show themselves. A man in a suit stands by the table in a brightly lit office with a panoramic view of the city, guarding the details of the report wary, as if looking for what could slip away from attention. The guy with a tattoo on his shoulder, crouching on the side, grimaces under the weight of an attentive look and with tension tries to remember what was said, hiding fear behind an uncertain shadow. Having raised his voice, the man looks down strictly, demanding explanations and hoping to squeeze out the last crumbs of information from this trembling youth that can change the course of the game. The guy with a trembling voice conveys the news of the return of Vanzen, without restraining a nervous chuckle, which seems to be absorbed into the air and enhances the tension. A man in a suit with a sly grin throws a phrase in an undertone, mockingly playing the situation and ridiculing the mentioned name. Surprised by the way other people's words were repeated, he raises his head and peers in confusion, as if a ghost of the past suddenly stood before him. The smile of satisfaction appears on the man's face when he realizes Vanzen really returned, and his long expectation finally came to an end. Pouring wine into a glass, he calmly says about a change of plans, hinting that with the return of Vanzen, the conflict with the family of Su Han Juan is losing all meaning. Bringing the glass to his lips, he takes a sip with the appearance of a man enjoying victory who matured slowly but inevitably. Standing by the window with a glass in his hand, he thoughtfully admits that he did not touch Vanzen only because he had been waiting for this meeting for too long. Looking at his own reflection, he silently peers into the night city, as if through glass, turning to a distant opponent, whose return became the long-awaited challenge. At the height of the day when sunlight spills along the floor, an angry blonde accuses the guy on the couch that he without resistance released the one who was supposed to be under control. Parging with anger, Su Han Juan with sparks in his eyes menacingly declares that everyone who dares to touch her will receive her merciless retaliation. The hero, calmly sipping tea in a chair, with a light grin replies that sometimes it is worth letting a small target for the sake of a more important one, like a fisherman waiting for a trophy. In silence, after an outbreak of anger, a woman appears, who says with a confident voice that she trusts Vanzen's decisions, instantly cooling the atmosphere. With a serious expression on Su Han Juan's face, Shenpai should no longer communicate with Vanzen because he has a bad effect on her, although Uncle Shangguan himself trusts him with their protection. Without hesitation for a second, a young girl with a spark in her eyes resolutely raises her hand, expressing the full support of Vanzen, causing surprise to everyone in the room. A girl with pink hair, shining with delight, admits that Vanzen will trust even more if he gives her a medicine, and the hero with a tired look pretends to have not heard. Tired and depressed, the girl sits on the sofa, lowering her shoulders, and with pain in her voice admits that she no longer wants to say anything, as if reconciled with what was happening. Having grimaced with sudden pain, Su Han Juan closes his eyes, and a mixture of resentment and irritation appears on her face, breaking into a piercing scream. Seeing how Shushu lowering his head on the shoulder of a pink-haired girl, Vanzen anxiously asks what happened, catching a sudden change in her state. After the explanation that Shushu suffers from a strong dysmenorrhea monthly, the girl with heat adds that, if not for this, her form would have long been more, causing an embarrassed and irritated look in the width. A woman with glasses with anxiety turns to Vanzen, admitting that only he can cure Shi and put an end to her torment. Bending off in pain, Shushu with a groan admits that the sensations are unbearable, and Vanzen calmly offers to do massage to alleviate suffering. Lying on the couch, Shushu seriously warns that if he touches something superfluous, she will kill him without hesitation. Vanzen leans towards her, confidently putting her hands on her stomach, exactly and gently, like a real healer. Seeing his movement, Shushu scaredly shouts his name, but the guy calmly declares that he likes sophisticated girls. But she does not apply to this. With extended eyes and confused expression, she is perplexed as the touch of Vanzen relieved the pain at the point where he did the massage, and cannot hide sincere surprise. Vanzen anxiously leans to Shi to make sure that everything is in order with her, and she admits with a slight smile that the pain has gone and now she is unexpectedly good. Checking the result, he gently touches the area near the waist, and she, surprised by the disappearance of pain, silently tries to realize how quickly relief came. Puzzled and confused, she rises from the couch, looking with wide eyes, not believing that he may not want to continue treatment. The young man, maintaining calm, reports that he will repeat the massage tomorrow, and confidently adds, with daily procedures with drugs and acupuncture of dysmenorrhea, it will completely disappear. The girl smiles anxiously and begins to thank. But the young man suddenly realizes in horror that he touched something unclean, and in a panic declares that he should urgently wash her hands. Shushi, covered by anger and shame, sharply jumps up from the couch and screams at Vanzen, accusing him of arrogance and bringing down a flurry of resentment against him. A woman with glasses silently looks at the hero with an expression of complex emotions, not daring to voice thoughts that flashed in her head. When the hero is already leaving the room, the same woman restrainedly thanks him for his help, seeing his eyes seriously and possibly a light shadow of recognition. The hero confidently says that he should treat dysmenorrhea, a trifle, and should thank him, but the woman clarifies, gratitude, for salvation from the abductors. The camera is transferred to the top of the skyscraper, where the figure of an elderly man stands by the window, while the female voice tells how Uncle Shangguan, the genius of Chinese business, in 10 years he erected his family to an unprecedented height. Shushu, the only daughter of a powerful entrepreneur, from his youth became a target for competitors, and even relatives who dreamed of her fall in order to take his uncle's wealth in the chaos. A woman with a serious look thanks the hero for saving Shai and supported his family Shangguan, admitting, even if he seemed a simpleton, at the decisive moment he could rely on him. The guy, stepping closer, calmly says that it doesn't matter to know more about him. It is enough to understand that he is good. And these words make the woman freeze in surprise. Upon impression of his words, she with a soft smile asks for permission to ask only one question. In a calm voice, she explains that after the divorce of his parents Shai, The uncle tried to compensate for the lack of attention, fulfilling all her desires, so her character sometimes seems sharp, although in reality she is simply sincere. Leaving a leisurely step, Vanzen calmly says that he only teases Shai and has no hidden intentions, leaving the woman in thoughtful silence. Looking carefully after him, she reflects on the contradictory nature of Vanzen, who, despite the open resistance of Shai, managed to earn the trust of Uncle Shang Juan himself. In a spacious office where sunlight streams through panoramic windows, the younger brother with a nervous face is inclined above the table and rage and question the decision of the elder. He does not believe that the shield Shangguan can be cancelled. Confidently clutching the tablet in his hands, he leads an internal monologue, a tough, analytical, devoid of emotions. Shangguan, the company threatens the incomes of their group, which means that now this is a real war. Behind the calm but icy expression on the face of a man sitting in an armchair by the window, a tense expectation of the next step of Vanzen is hidden, the return of which throws a gloomy shadow to all future plans. Filled by anxiety and humility, the younger brother stands at the desk and asks about the poison, and the elder, covering his chin with his hand, answers dryly and coldly, hiding the condemnation behind the mask of indifference. His gaze, concentrated and sharp like a blade, ready to cut the silence, is accompanied by a threat from which breathing caught. Another mistake, and their paths will forever disperse in the darkness of oblivion. Slowing down later and squeezing out the words through the trembling, he begs to fulfill the task, led by fear of the older brother, whose merciless aura leaves no doubt about the price of failure. A man in a business suit freezes at the door, watching the frightened thug jumps away, not suspecting that his flight, only a miserable gesture in the eyes of the one who had already sentenced him. His eyes are narrowed, and a cold, contemptuous face remains motionless while the inner voice sounds like a blade. If you have not come to me, then I will come for you myself. In the soft lights of the evening sun playing with glare on the hoods of cars, pedestrians slowly cross the road while the city stream flows calmly and measuredly. Inside the car, the girl carelessly shares plans for a fried duck, not suspecting how the scream about the theft bursts into their conversation and instantly changes the expression on her face. The guy's face flashes in surprise and tension when an unexpected cry makes him be alert, as if instincts instantly wake up combat readiness. A woman with a scream of help rushes through the road, between passers-by, breaking everyday routine with a sharp despair. The girl in the car is sharply supplied forward and points with her hand, pushing the young man to action, without hiding anxiety for someone else's misfortune. And now, like a black whirlwind, the car with a roar of tires flies into a turn, accelerating passers-by around and leaving the frightened faces and cries of indignation. At that moment, when the crowd had not yet had time to come to her senses from a sudden threat, Vanzen, like lightning, breaks from the place and with one jump, as if a storm of breaking through the air, beating the robber with his foot in the face, stopping chaos with one exact movement. His body, like a stretched spring, cut off the space with a dazzling arc, and a powerful blow threw the enemy away like a rag doll, leaving behind an energy trace, like a flash of lightning. Not having time to lower his leg, Vanzen unfolds in place like a dancer of death, and with a second blow with the same honed accuracy, knocks out a bag from the hands of the second thief, soaring it into the air like a doll that has lost its thread. Without even turning around, Vanzen silently holds out his hand with a handbag like a heroic act, only a everyday gesture that does not require either words or approval. In the crowd, gradually scattering after the attack, a woman with a warm gleam in her eyes and relieves her pursuit, without hiding sincere gratitude to her savior. Presenting Ailian and extending a business card, she promises to repay with dignity and open heart for help, capturing this meeting in her soul as something more than accidental salvation. With a slight smile and sincere simplicity, Vanzen assures that the act was not worth effort, and next to the shining Shangguan Shu shines with pride, while the woman marks a rare combination of politeness, strength, and kindness. The blonde is surprised to turn to the girl who turned to her, and, not having time to understand the essence, apologizes in confusion, while a feeling of sudden secret is hovering over them. A crowd of girls, like a wave, falls on Vanzen with shouts and requests for an autograph. One after another break to him, while he, slightly bewildered, looks at Shangguan Shu with a prayer in the hope of salvation from sudden glory. The blonde with lowered eyelashes sarcastically remarks that even catching thieves, her companion looks like from the cover, and throws with a cold smile, let her enjoy the roll of a flower, which beckons fat flies. Surrounded by a crowd of fans, the hero tries to remain calm, politely asks to approach in turn, but mentally sighs, catching thieves easier than distributing autographs and listening to children. The policeman with a serious look tells the hero that he is suspected of attacking, and asks to go to testify while a crowd of curious is gathering around. The girl resolutely defends the guy, proving that he acted correctly and only defended himself, and he was calmly standing nearby, allowing her to speak for him. The young man abruptly and coldly asks if he is from the office of the Pinjang district. A mixture of contempt and suspicion sparkles in his gaze, like a string stretched before a blow. An excited policeman, wiping sweat from his forehead, admits that the girl is right, but in a hurry to fulfill the duty, demands everyone to immediately go with him for design. His voice trembles between severity and internal stress. The blonde, pulling the guy by the hand, leads him in the opposite direction, throwing him on the go that they are in a hurry and are waiting for dinner. The policeman puts the young man on his shoulder and strictly warns not to resist and immediately proceed with him. With a light mockery on the lips of Vanzen, he repeats the name of the office of the district, as if playing his party, where even power only pawns on his chessboard. Having gathered all the strength into one accurate jerk, a dark-haired guy with icy determination shakes the policeman, tearing him out of the air and throwing the ground, forcing the crowd to hold his breath. Under the scorching sun, in the eyes of the amazed passers-by, in the very center of the scene lies a defeated officer, an imposter. And now a bewildered crowd is trying to understand what to do, because evil has just lost the appearance of power. In panic and rage, a woman with a telephone rushes to expose a lie, indicating loudly to a stunned man, and anxiety is growing around, though it is already breaking through a mask of deception. Sitting on a cold tile, with a sweaty temple and panic in his eyes, an imposter in form realizes that his game is over. Truth hit a hard reality. Emphasizing his superiority and final victory, the guy ruthlessly puts his leg on the shirt of the stubborn liar, as if sealing the shame of the one who played his role. From the top of confidence, the dark-haired young man looks mockingly at the defeated imposter, exposing him as a fake cop and at the same time praised impudence, contemptuously ridiculing his acting abilities. Rusty walking, accompanied by 3 bodyguards, a woman angrily points to the scene where the scam had just opened, leaving no doubt about who should immediately be arrested. At the service car, an officer with gray hair in her hair calmly reassures her, promising fair retribution to the criminals, simultaneously respecting her as an important person and calling for cooperation. Hearing an unexpected appeal to a woman as a madam of the head, a dark-haired young man freezes with a slight surprise in his eyes, realizing that he faces a person much more influential than he expected. Filled with gratitude, the woman asks Vanzen to leave her contacts, but he replies with a smile that he is just a guard without a business card, but with a page on social networks. When a blonde appears and reminds of a meeting, Vanzen silently accepts a conveyed thing and is calmly going to leave, leaving a scene with new acquaintances. In parting, a woman in a pearl necklace promises that if he ever needs help, she will always be ready to respond. Watching how Vanzen leaves dignity, the woman smiles thoughtfully, suddenly realizing that this, it would seem, a simple guy is not at all like an ordinary guard. He could well become part of her family. A plate with large hieroglyphs, flooded with soft evening light, indicates a new location. A restaurant with a traditional atmosphere where the center of history is gradually shifting. Another portion of absurd is played out in a spacious hall with a measured environment. One girl seriously declares pregnancy, others noisily celebrate an unknown victory, and someone calmly eats, as if nothing strange was happening. Focused and unperturbed, Vanzen masterfully Western knives, cutting the chicken with such accuracy and speed, as if behind his shoulders for 9 seasons of culinary show. On the table, flooded with golden light, perfectly decomposed plates with crispy pieces of chicken, each like a symphony of taste, created with jewelry accuracy. In admiration of the culinary talent of Vanzen, a pink-haired girl dreams of learning to cook as well, imagining how she will open her own restaurant and become like the legendary Chinese beauty. Calmly holding the back of the chair, Vanzen, with light irritation and mocking sarcasm, looks at a familiar scene, as if not for the first time he hears something similar from this unpredictable person. With an expression of delight and hunger on her face, the pink-haired girl looks impatiently at her plate, not hiding the desire to try the dish from Vanzen, which seems almost magical to her. Having discarded excess politeness, A woman with glasses with restraints smiles and calmly says that she had already eaten, offering him to pick up her portion and thereby gently discharging the situation. He tries food and modestly thanks for the treat. A woman with blonde hair and an insightful look stares at Vanzen in the eye and says that he cut and ate duck, too reminiscent of her father's style, Shan Zai Chow, and asks if he knows him. Slightly smiling tightly and covering his eyes, Vanzen, holding a glass of water, calmly replies that he is from the province and not familiar with anyone from the capital. A surprised girl with pink hair looks thoughtfully into the distance, suspecting something strange of the words of Shen Pei about his father, who, as it seemed, had died a long time ago. The blonde with a penetrating gaze presses a finger to her lips, as if breaking the conversation at a glance and calling for silence in the presence of others. A woman with glasses with restraint smiles, as if hiding excitement, and, having dismissed from what has been said, assures herself that all this is just an accidental coincidence. A guy with a frozen expression on his face and sticks in his hand carefully peers into the void, not saying a word that doubts, memories, and ringing silence merged in his head. A sudden indignant exclamation violates calmness at the table, while the girl in white, holding back irritation, stubbornly puts his food for herself, and the guy closely watches her flash, sitting nearby and casting a glance at the group of youths, one of which leaning forward, and the rest only grinned with neglect. She mentally condemns a generation that confuses money with dignity. Vanzen, looking with crafty calm and a light grin, silently throws an ironic replica, which a well-aimed injection of indignation at the table fires a well. One of the guys, noticing a familiar scene in the depths of the hall, freezes in amazement, while the girls are cheerfully moving behind, and Vanzen himself slowly turns, feeling the approach of a thunderstorm. The blonde rushes through the table to Vanzen, sharply raising his hand to take revenge on the offense, while the rest only manage to react in surprise to the explosion of passions in the midst of a peaceful meal. In the eyes of a young man with blue hair, genuine delight flashes, he looks at the girls at the table as if at the goddesses, and with an open mouth almost forgets about everything around. Two guys stand at the carved doors of the restaurant in the rays of the warm sunset sun. One with surprise and light anxiety looks forward. The other smiles, anticipating a funny scene. One of them leans toward the waiter and whispers boldly something defiant, from which he lowers his gaze, bewildered and tense. Hearing the request of the staff, the man and woman at the table freeze in silence, and the air between them is filled with awkwardness from the idea of dividing lunch with strangers. Exploding with cold contempt, the blonde, not looking up, but confidently in every movement, says that she is not obliged to sit next to those whom he considers unworthy, and the waiter fades confusedly with his eyes lowered. Behind the waiter, who again carefully tries to convince, strangers with stretched smiles appear, and a girl with blue eyes coldly and insightfully looks straight forward, piercing each look at each. The blonde suddenly shudders, catching something important in someone's words. An anxious foreboding of an approaching surprise flashes in her eyes. One of the guys with a smug smile represents himself as the owner of a large casino, exposing his significance for show, while his companion stands silently nearby, no less claiming to influence. When the girl suddenly mentions that she is not making the decision, but her boss and part-time son-in-law, Vanzen freezes with sticks in her hand, stunned by such an unexpected turn. Realizing that Shangguan Shishoi will inevitably draw him into the next troubles, Vanzen sighs internally and decides not to resist. He still does not like the spoiled girl. Preserving external calm, the young man with cold confidence lowers his gaze, clearly denoting the border, which should not be followed by this dinner. A palm with anger and strength falls on a wooden countertop, spreading cracks along it, like a thunderous blow among the dead silence. The man brazenly threatens, not understanding that he was not a weakness at all, but the one who is able to repulse without hesitation. Vanzen silently looks at the enemy, calm, confident that everything has long been decided in his head. He asks the girls to turn away, knowing that there is something tough in front, which is better not to see. Girls in fright and bewilderment look at Vanzen when he comes up with an expression that does not bode light. Vanzen Klosmrovno grabs the opponent by the hand and firmly leads forward, not paying attention to the surprised exclamation and resistance. The attacker shudders with fear when the blade suddenly finds himself at his hand, and panic pulls out control of himself. A sharp, like thunder in the midst of silence, a knife with an icy sheen ruthlessly dissects the flesh, and the blood breaks out. As if liberated rage, to drown out a scream that is already tearing from the throat, the hero sharply presses the napkin to his mouth, forcing him to shut up with his gritted teeth. Standing with an unshakable look in which a calm challenge froze, he coldly states that he does not recognize empty threats, is used to acting when his heart is glowing with hatred. With icy determination in the eyes and the threatening evenness of Vanzen's voice, the rest warns that any attempt to call for help will turn into the same pain for them. Holding the wounded, he shazes him with his gaze, clearly makes it clear. Only mercy kept him from pulling his tongue for daring threats. Meanwhile, a girl with pink hair enthusiastically exclaims, as far as she likes to spend time with Vanzen, causing sincere surprise and confusion among the waiter. The waiter nervously turns to the manager, trying to say something, but freezes, faced with his silent, icy look. Another waiter approaches Vanzen and in a calm voice reports that they were invited by a gentleman from the Imperial Hall and even paid for the bill. Even Shangwan Shishi confesses, grabbing his hand and in surprise admitting that only world leaders are allowed to that room. Even her father does not have access. So who is this mysterious patron? The blonde looks slightly bewildered, with surprise repeating aloud the name of the mysterious place, the Imperial Hall, trying to realize the importance of what has been said. The woman in glasses silently looks at the interlocutor, restrainedly while keeping calm and commenting on nothing. But with a shade of internal thought in her eyes, funny pushing Vanzenya, the girl in a bright dress eagerly calls him to go faster, rejoicing at the opportunity to see the legendary Imperial Hall, while he restrainedly asks her not to push her. When the girl pulls Vanzeni by the hand to go together, the waiter politely but firmly stops her, emphasizing that only he received the invitation, and it was impossible to accompany. Pale surprise slipped over the face of a pink-haired girl when she timidly admitted to the desire to see the Imperial Hall, but the woman's strict voice immediately stopped her, recalling that they were not entered simply out of curiosity. Smiling calmly and restrained, Vanzen asks her to wait, because it is not known who is inside and promises to return with answers if necessary. She nods silently, albeit with a noticeable disappointment. The waiter, tightly squeezing his shoulders, sharply turns his head to the side, realizing that he should convey something important. He calmly conveys a formidable warning from the guest of the Imperial Hall, and the Qian, in a dickening freezes, seized with fear, exhausted and humiliated. Qian with his eyes lowered nods silently, without resistance accepting his unconditional defeat. The blade with a disgusting crunch leaves the hand of the young man, leaving behind a bloody trail and frightening silence. Having gritted his teeth from pain and humiliation, the wounded slowly rises, clutching the knife and looking at the enemy with a cold look, and three of his friends silently fasten this oath of revenge. Turning away with the accompaniment, Vanzen casts the last look over his shoulder, mentally noting that it is better to eliminate them immediately until they poisoned everything around. The waiter leads the young man to high luxurious doors and says restrainedly that they are here. A soft light pours out of the open door, and the guy with a bewildered look looks inside, not knowing what awaits him there. A man in a gray suit, standing facing Vanzen, calmly pronounces how long he waited for their meeting. In a cozy wooden hall with intricate patterns on the windows, two men meet with glances. The dark-haired stands calmly with his back, and the blonde in a business suit confidently smiles, as if he had been waiting for this meeting for a long time. Standing directly and solemnly, a fair-haired man with a serious face raises his hand to his temple, confirming fidelity and revealing the real essence of his role. The dark-haired man with a slight smile looks at the interlocutor and with a gesture of his hands relieves tension, recalling that the times of drill discipline have passed. And now between them, just a conversation. The fair-haired, sitting at the table and covering his eyes with his palm, recalls those difficult years with pain and relief when, standing on the edge of the defeat, he only thought about his captain. Leaning forward, he pronounces the words that he kept in himself for years, admitting that only friendship with him and the bitter hatred of a common enemy did not allow him to break. Staring at the battlefield, a dark-haired man sees how a fighter in black among the rhythm of light and shadow shoots forward, desperately trying to win at least a moment for escape. That dramatic moment comes to life when a comrade, risking his life, restrained the enemy and begged the captain to have time to escape, because only thanks to him he could survive. With bitterness and anger in his eyes, the blonde in a suit squeezes his fist, recalling how they vilely set them up, and how the Shen, without hesitation, remained covering them with the cost of his own life. Starting at the ceiling, the interlocutor recalls how, after that fatal night, he plunged into the criminal world of the capital, while the captain left the country and the fate of their common friend remained unknown. At the round table, in the comfort of the room, an officer with a warm look puts his hand on his shoulder to the captain and tells how, after his disappearance, the world was seized by anxiety because of the mysterious killer who became famous for the terrible nickname. Against the backdrop of the dead bodies and chaos, the figure in a black coat rises above the defeated, embodying the legend of the killer, which performed the 7 most dangerous missions and became the best in the world. Smiling with sincere admiration, the blonde respectfully speaks of the skill of his captain, rejoicing in his unexpected return after a long silence and, as he believed, a deadly task abroad. The concentrated gaze of the dark-haired speaks for himself when he calmly explains that this time he returned not by chance. Behind this was the personal request of his longtime mentor. Struck by what he heard, the blonde leans forward with interest, and the captain in a white shirt calmly reports that his task is now to protect the mysterious girl from Su Han Juan, with whom everything is just beginning. The dark-haired hero with cold determination in his eyes states that the hour of reckoning is inevitably approaching. The mentor did not forget the meanness that destroyed the detachment of the Dragon of the Scales 4 years ago, and now justice will come out of the shadows. The blonde with a serious face confirms, with the decision of the old boss, their long-awaited revenge is already on the horizon, but asks to maintain composure because the time has not yet come. And for each his own moment, the dark-haired man carefully listens and agrees with the plan, realizing that now everyone has to play his role in a complex party leading to the final of a long-standing betrayal. At a round table with neatly laid out Vanzen dishes, he reports an unexpected find of another relative, causing the surprise of the interlocutor, because we are talking about the daughter of the deceased comrade Shai. Against the background of the night sky, where the moon hangs above the dark tile, the light from the windows of the villa on Mount Tianpin hints. In this cozy but mysterious place, something that can change the course of events happens. In a bright room with a wooden floor, Vanzen silently comes after 3 girls, and one, smiling, complains about his silence, joking that he must work in reconnaissance since he can't pull out anything from him. Offended, but without losing coquetry, the girl complains that she will not be able to fall asleep unanswered, that this will even affect her beauty, and deliberately presses him to him, trying to knock out a word out of him. Vanzen, gently touching her hand, stops the flow of words and with easy seriousness recalls that the truth about the Hall of the Empire is not so simple and is not given without a price. Bending his head and grinning at the edge of his lips, he jokingly hints that he will tell everything if she fulfills his unexpected request, remaining a mystery. The indignant blonde cries and abruptly rushes forward, accusing him of obscenity. While a pink-haired girlfriend is in amazement watching a flashed scene, the guy, intercepting the girl's hand in response to her free gesture, embarrassedly explains that he had in mind just a bath, and then, with a sarcastic grin, reproaches some in excessive curiosity, and others that they pulled him into a showdown with rich heirs. The next second, a girl with blue eyes freezes with a severe and unexpectedly serious expression on her face, as if she was preparing to say something important, and in her gaze, indignation and bewilderment glows. Keeping the equanimity, Vanzen calmly declares that he goes to the shower without unnecessary explanations, and Shai, looking after him with annoyance, understands. This is just an occasion to get away from the conversation. The blonde is surprised to ask why Shu still does not know a single friend Vanzen, and she replies with light embarrassment that he was always with her, only with her. And before she thought that he had no friends at all, a woman with glasses gently turns to Sin and, recalling that it's too late and it is time for them to return home and widen with a clear reluctance, the woman in glasses calmly says that she asked Uncle Su Han Juan and found out he himself did not fully understand the situation, but admitted that the meeting with the shadows of the past left a deep mark in him. The blonde, carefully listening in amazement, repeats about the ghost from the past and whispers thoughtfully at what secret Vanzen hides, because her curiosity grows every minute. Standing at the door of the young man's room, she whispers resolutely that she would take advantage of the moment until Vanzen returned, and a daring desire to find out the truth sparkles in her gaze. The girl, irritably pulling something out of the bed, grins that the suitcase is hidden too deep, and the other asks with surprise what she does. Charged by surprise, she turns sharply, stuttering and trying to explain something, but does not have time to finish. Returning from the shower only with a towel on his hips, Vanzen suddenly finds her on the floor in her room, and she, stunned, floods with a blush. The girl exclaims why he is without clothes, to which the guy calmly notices that this is his room, and he has the right to do anything here, at the same time recalling who the uninvited guest is here. Approaching with a light mockery, he says that she burst into him in the middle of the night, and even reads notations, and then suddenly offers her the work of the bodyguard, finally confusing her. Embarrassed and flooding with paint, she hastily justifies that she mixed up the rooms, but immediately cries indignantly, saying that she was too lazy to take care of him at all. Exploring her out the door, he reminds her with a reproach that she burst without demand, and she, running away, threatens to ask her father to dismiss him tomorrow. Seeing the suitcase hidden under the bed, he freezes and stares at him, as if he had felt something important. Left alone, he thoughtfully looks away and whispers that she seemed to be carried away too much. Standing on the open suitcase, Vanzen carefully sorting his things until his hand freezes over a small photo. The picture, which he carefully holds with his fingers, depicts 4 guys in black form, standing shoulder to the shoulder against the background of trees. They are united by memory and brotherhood. Having brought the photo to the eyes, he reads the inscription of the DMB 2018 and Forever Brother, peering thoughtfully at the silhouettes of the past that come to life in the depths of his memory. Lonely and immersed in thought, Vanzen sits at the cafe table against the backdrop of a modern building with the sign of the blue ocean, silently watching the world, which stubbornly keeping its secrets. In the memoirs of Van Zheng, in a dark dressing gown with a straight face, solemnly states that the used aroma, not just perfumes, but an insidious drug that slowly destroys the nervous system and dooming the body into weakness. In response, a scene pops up in the memory where a bewildered woman with glasses, covered by anxiety, justifies that she bought perfumes in the store, not understanding how she could fall into such a trap. A new message appears on the screen of the phone lying on the yellow carpet, and in this seemingly trifle, the harbinger of something important is felt. Vanzen takes a smartphone, looks at the screen concentratedly, and freezes in thought that every word leads him to a new mystery. His gaze becomes more serious when he reads that there are no traces in the store and all the notes are in order, and concludes, the enemy hiding in the shadow is far from a simple person. A woman in a business suit with a friendly smile approaches Van Zheng and politely asks for permission to sit down, as if anticipating a serious conversation. Van Zheng restrains her, mentally evaluating her appearance at 85 points, and formally invites to sit on the contrary, remaining coldly polite. The woman, introducing himself as Jang Mini and stretching out his business card, is interested in his name, and Van Zhen calmly calls himself, as if not giving this formal acquaintance of any weight. With a light smile, Van Zhen clarifies in surprise whether she really was the eldest daughter of the Jang family and came to take revenge for her brother. But she calmly replies that he deserved her own, and she came to ask for a favor. Sitting on the contrary, Van Zheng carefully listens to a woman in a pink suit who, admiring the honesty in mind, Shen Pai, asks him to convince her not to leave the company due to the conflict with Min Kan. Handing out a thin hand to the blue folder, the woman calmly says that inside, documents for the transfer of 3% of the shares of the Blue Ocean, if the seam is the drink remains, and promises that Min Kan will not touch her anymore. Slowly sipping tea, Van Zhen with a caustic grin notes that he knows about the victory of Shen Pei at the show, and does not understand why she would endure humiliation for the sake of a couple of interest, especially if Jang Mini is unpleasant for him. In response, the woman restrainedly explains that 10% of the shares will make Shen Pei one of the main shareholders of the Blue Ocean, and the annual income of 300 million, a significant argument for anyone. Leaning in a chair, Van Zhen admits that the amount sounds tempting, but he is not entitled to decide for it and still does not understand why they were searched at all. By putting a platinum card on the table, the woman seriously offers Van Zheng access to an elite club with full service, in exchange for a promise, no longer mention the misconduct of her brother. With a friendly smile, but without losing his alertness, Van Zheng sums up the conversation and delicately reminds of the second question, inviting the guest to reveal the true purpose of her visit. The woman, smiling slightly, tells about the face of his brother, who was swollen without pain and itching, as if covered with an invisible curse, without reacting even to touch. While the doctor only shifted his hands in confusion, Van Zhen, taking a thoughtful pose, silently looks in front of him, while the woman continues to insist, explaining that Min Kan realized her guilt and sincerely asks for help. Calmly raising a platinum card and looking at the interlocutor with a half smile, Van Zhen says that he will forgive her brother only if he really has an antidote, but wants to make sure of the sincerity of her intentions. With a smile, but with a thin reproach, The lady is interested in whether he thought over compensation on the day when he hit her brother, hinting that his ideas could be much deeper than they seem. Bending her head with a friendly smile, a woman in a business suit with a subtle hope invites him to dinner, delicately leaving the choice of a place behind him, as if opening a new chapter of their acquaintance. With a slight smile, behind which a sharp mind is hiding, the young man recognizes her confidence but still accepts the invitation, as if playing chess, where each move is thought out to the smallest detail. He agrees to choose a place for dinner, but immediately puts forward a condition: fulfill one modest, so far not named wish, hidden behind a polite smile and a promise of decency. Standing with a slight smile, Vanzen calmly and confidently says that after this dinner between him and Jang Mini will no longer be disputes, hinting at the end of the conflict and the beginning of a new chapter. It's warmly shaking his hand. Jang Mini thanks for the settlement of business with his brother, and Vanzen with a slight irony admits that he is impressed by her business style and expresses hope for a new meeting. Watching how she leaves, Vanzen thinks in surprise about the striking difference between her brother and sister, doubting whether they are really children of the same parents. Taking a black VIP card to the eyes, he notes to himself that if there is a free minute, it will be interesting to look at the Tiangun International Club and see what it is. Seeing Vanzen by the building, Mini freezes in surprise, not understanding why he is still here, while he was calmly standing with the phone in his hands, as if he was waiting for someone. With a slight smile, Vanzen explains that today Shai with his father and his guard are not required, and therefore he decided to look into the blue ocean to choose a couple of things from the mail collection. Having slammed the door of the car, the girl shares the news about signing a contract 10% of the shares from Jang Mini and immediately asks with interest whether he is behind this proposal. Vanzen with a slight smile admits that Jang Mini, not only a brilliant leader, but also a beautiful woman, but does not restrain her curiosity and asks why she decided to help him. Answering confidently, he calmly claims that her talent and efforts could not go unnoticed, and therefore all the proposed conditions, just a fair reward for his merits. Sitting behind the wheel, Mini with a light smile turns his head to Vanzen and offers to have dinner together in gratitude for the help provided. Vanzen, leaning back in an armchair and covering her eyes, notes to herself that this woman is too insightful, and the next time he will have to act more carefully so as not to give out in touch with the old neck. In the rearview mirror, her gaze sparkles with a concentrated acuteness. She clearly suspected something, although she remains silent, but tension in her eyes speaks for itself. At the open-air tables, the noisy company of men argues or boasts by cars, and someone naively falls on a fraudulent message from the bank, creating a chaotic atmosphere, full of gossip, battle, and careless conversations. At the other table, Vanzen, not paying attention to the vanity, eagerly signs the soup, while Jang Mini alarms that he eats too quickly and can harm the stomach. While one of the men at the next table is perplexed with envy, how such a guy dinner with such a beauty, but at the same time he eats like a savage, Jang Mini with anxiety thinks that if he does not stop, he may choke right now. When the guy serves and with a serene smile notes that he only feels himself truly alive in fullness, someone boils at the next table, taking his words at his own expense, and explodes with a rough abuse. He notices how one of the tables flashes a dispute between a guy and a girl. He insists that she drank in gratitude for dinner, and she is clamped between two men and clearly does not know how to get out of an awkward situation. Finally, with a daring gaze and an open challenge in her voice, the girl straightens up in front of him and loudly declares that she is not going to sell herself for someone's dinners. Clutching a mug in her hand tightly, she coldly says that his brother does not give her anything, and if other women dream of this, then she certainly does not. Pouring a guy with water from a mug with rage in her eyes, the girl does not hold back indignation and screams loudly so that he does not dream of more, forcing others to freeze in surprise. A humiliated and furious guy with a glowing look and anger, raging around, breaks into a scream, ready to cross the line. A moment of rage turns into a blow. A man with anger-distorted face waves and beats the girl on her cheek with all his strength. Her hair takes off to the sides, and her eyes click in pain. A shocked crowd in a numbness observes the scene. Someone from afar shouts a protest against violence, but they immediately plug it, scaring with arrest. And one of the witnesses in a panic decides to pretend that he had not seen anything. Vanzen is wary of his companion, who abruptly gets up from the table, and by her straightened posture, she no longer intends to endure. Smiling confidently, the main character with soft determination tells the woman that he himself will deal with the situation. as if everything had been decided in his head for a long time. The girl in a yellow dress, crowded with pain and rage, rushes at the offender with a scream but gets a hard kick in the stomach. Flying back, slowly rising from the ground, she struggles with pain with his fists and clenched her teeth. But a flame burns in her eyes, which did not fade away after the blow. Barely hiding her surprise, sitting on the ground, looks up at the guy who came up and with a slight smile simply asked her name. Having calmed down a little, she calls herself Liu, a second-year student at the capital's university. And with careful interest, he asks the young man who he is. The girl in the yellow, recovering from the blow and restraining the tears of rage, feels the approach of support when the young man gently takes her hand and asks if she is scary. Standing next to him, with a daring expression, she confidently replies that she is not afraid at all, and he continues to keep her near him, as if protecting him from the whole world. A girl with a tense gaze squeezes a bottle in her hand, and the young man's indifferent look calmly holds her wrist, offering to give the weapon to him. While the guy points forward and the girl stands nearby, a stunned enemy opposite is lost in conjecture, watching their decisive offensive. While they are moving past the stunned visitors of the restaurant, an alarming whisper rises behind them. They say, the guy does not understand who he was contacting because there is only one call, and a crowd of fighters with pipes will come in an instant. The girl, still trembling with surging feelings, sincerely thanks the young man for support, and he, calm and confident, smiles softly, standing next to him. Radiating reliability, a girl with a bottle in her hand resolutely steps forward, not paying attention to warnings and shocked glances, while the guy calmly followed, watching her impulsiveness. Without a shadow of fear and with anger in her eyes, she approaches her offender, ignoring his contemptuous words, determined to bring everything to the end. In an instant, two thin needles burst from the guy's hand, rushing to the goal in the whirlwind of determination and lightning accuracy. Lee, covered by increasing fear, squeezes his fist and looks around in confusion, not understanding why the body no longer obeys. The next moment, a girl with a furious scream breaks the bottle on his head, and green fragments scatter with a dull ringing. His friends cry out in horror, accusing the black-haired guy of what happened, because they do not believe that a fragile girl could do this herself. One of the friends of the attacker with an evil cry rushes forward with a knife, while the second, standing behind, silently watches what is happening. Vanzen concentratedly rushes forward, swiftly flying at the enemy, who, out of surprise, does not even have time to raise his hands. His hand sharply squeezes the pants between the man's legs, turning acute pain into a merciless weapon that deprives the will to resist. As if raising a bag of sand, Van easily soars the enemy above his head, preparing to throw him away with a stone expression on his face. With a powerful movement, he sends his body to flight, changing the alignment of forces right in front of the amazed witnesses. The blade with a crunch pierces into the side, breaking the fabric and flesh, and the fountain of bright red blood instantly stains the scene in the colors of danger. A guy with blue hair in a panic has enough bloodied boss, realizing that he was mistakenly wounded by him, and now he was desperately babbling excuses. A huge puddle of blood spreads along the stones, while the boss, lying without movement, loses consciousness, and his companion, with a cry of horror, repeats that he did not want this. Around the panic rises, visitors to the restaurant in despair rush in desperation. There are screams about the police and ambulance, and in the middle of the whole chaos, Vanzen remains calm. Standing next to the body, with calm confidence, he takes the girl by the hand, and while she exclaims in surprise, gently but persistently leads her away from the place of events. The wounded and humiliated enemy, with difficulty rising from the ground, violently orders his people to write down the number of the car where Vanzen sits with the girl, swearing to take revenge despite the pain. A woman with a cold face behind the wheel strictly resembles Vanzen, that the shedding of blood in a public place is not toys and can lead to serious consequences. The girl embarrassedly admits her guilt, realizing that because of her impulsiveness, Vanzen made an enemy in the person of a dangerous leader, and now she sincerely does not know how to thank him for unexpected support. With a slight smile, Vanzen assures that he did almost nothing, and soon, most likely, they would want to deal with him seriously, and then advises the girl to leave this part-time job and focus on study. A woman behind the wheel with suspiciously squints in the rearview mirror, noticing something alarming and unusual in the passenger's behavior. A woman with soft, wary glasses asks if family misfortune or need lies behind such work, observing her face sympathetically. Having a slightly looking, the girl with a strained smile assures that everything is in order and says that she simply replaced her friend a couple of shifts, as if hiding something more behind this. Not wanting to go into details, she calmly asks to drop her at the gates of the capital's university, hoping to complete the conversation and hide in the routine of school days. The girl in a yellow dress, leaving the car, raises her hand in a farewell gesture and, turning to the SUV, whose headlights cut out the night, promises that she will certainly thank for help. Vanzen, comfortably settling in the backseat next to a woman with glasses, with a smile listens to her joke about how easily he conquers the girls, and with light iron admits that you can't do anything with charisma. She, with a squabble and a cunning grin, turns to him and notices that he simply flatters himself. The woman behind the wheel gloomily looks forward and calmly says that it is worth looking at what is happening. A full young man with self-propelled confidence declares that he is used to getting everything he wants, and even now does not understand why the girl refuses his love. Without waiting for an answer, he grabs her hand and pulls his hand to the car, saying that he is no longer going to restrain himself because he always gets what he wants. The girl, breaking out of his hands in desperation, shouts. The fan screams that his wealth does not give the right to do evil, and at the same moment her voice breaks into a piercing release of me, tearing the evening silence. Turning her head, she, with surprise and relief, notices the approaching Vanzen, and the spark of hope flashes on her face. Handing out to him, she with despair begs to save her, while the enemy still squeezes her wrist, not realizing that the real threat is already nearby. Enraged, the guy swings and reaches for the girl with rage, and she does not even have time to react to danger. Jifang shudders from someone's hand on his shoulder, and turning around, sees behind the cold Vanzen, already ready for action. In the next instant, a stream of pepper spray crashes into his face, and while he is trying to understand who dared with his mouth, burning pain already distorts his features. Having grimaced in pain, Jifang falls to his knees, panting and coughing, casts a look at Vanzen, full of rage and humiliation, not believing that he dared to do so with him. One of his friends, fiercely pointing a finger, challenges Vanzen, and behind a confessed girl, still not completely believing in the reality of what is happening. While one of the guys has not recovered from the shock, the girl squeezes his fist with excitement and resolutely turns to Vanzen, as if asking to stop or explain herself. Realizing hopelessness, the guy with a frightened face retreats, looking bewilderedly at the spray can in Vanzen's hand, while the girl behind him holds his hand tightly, with gratitude and relief in his eyes. Holding her a spray can, he explains that this is a remedy that he specially developed called the acute water of Van, 100 times stronger than ordinary gas, and a pair of presses is enough so that no one else dares to disturb her. With warmth and care in the voice of Vanzen, it is already too late and she should go, gently hinting that now that the danger has passed, he wants her to be safe. Having flashed with the desire to take revenge, she resolutely directs the spray to the whining guy and gives him a second dose while Wang Zhen is surprised to watch this from the side. Casting on the ground and barely breathing, the guy chokes in pain and tears, trying to utter her name through a burning sensation. A girl with a sly smile looks over his shoulder, sends a playful gesture of farewell and thank Vanzen to today, as if hinting this is not the end. Looking calmly into the night sky, Vanzen thinks how familiar to him this desire to finish off the already defeated enemy, and suddenly recognizes himself in his youth in a fragile girl. In the room with a luxurious bed, the mother in tears of indignation grabs the son's hand, complaining to her father that first they took away political power, and now even some student dares to mock their favorite Jifang. A gray-haired man with a gloomy face aloud argues that Jifang's status should be known to everyone at school. But he does not leave the thought that the same mysterious person who has deprived his post-deputy mayor is behind all the humiliations. Leaving the room with a decisive expression, he says that he will call an ambulance and first of all he will take his son to the hospital, leaving behind an alarming silence and a trace of hasty steps. When sobbing with pain and fear, the guy begs his father not to leave, and his mother, hugging him tightly, assures that if the husband does not help, then she will bring the matter to the end. Clutching his fists and flashing with rage, the mother swore that he will do everything so that that student disappears from the capital, filling the room with sinister determination. Sitting at the bed of the exhausted son, the woman in a hurry dials the judge's number to tell about what happened, not knowing that the auto-transmission of her name will cause a comical misunderstanding. Soft sunny rays fill the sky over the city, promising a new day in which, it seems, something fateful is about to happen. In the elegant atmosphere of the gallery, A woman in a red suit proudly represents her personal designer who is ready to choose the perfect image for an evening exit. The red-haired woman looks awarded and does not have time to say a word, as two men enter the room, and one of them, smiling confidently, suddenly makes her a compliment, putting her in an awkward position. Surrounded by enthusiastic glances and soaring hearts, a man in a purple jacket with a modest smile asks to stop flattery, although his behavior clearly gives the habit of being in the spotlight. With a slight smile on his lips, he glances towards the door, confident in his attractiveness, while the girls, fascinated by his way, do not take his loving eyes from him. Smiling confidently and slightly embarrassed, the guy in a purple suit states that he is a culinary god, and the girl in red with a smile accepts a challenge and requires complete dedication. Mirrously raising the keys and shining with confidence, the girl in red goes to conquer the Yalan Club, radiating the excitement and anticipation of the next triumph. The guy with a slight smile and a luster in his eyes silently admires her graceful gait, thinking that she, a real natural beauty, before which not everyone can resist, surrounded by bright dresses and female attention, a young SU with a glass in his hand calmly accepts compliments, while girls with a proposal to drink together from all sides. With a confident look and voice without a shadow of doubt, the senior heir to the conglomerate Su demonstrates unshakable fidelity to his plans, only strengthening his charm in the eyes of others. Keeping a polite restraint, Su Han Juan courteously apologizes to the interested beauties, explaining that he had a meeting with Madame Min-ki, leaving no hope of continuing the conversation. Chu Xiaonan with a glass of wine and a smile throws an unexpected compliment, explaining that from ancient times beautiful men chose beautiful women, and therefore his interest in the mini-kai, just a natural instinct. The young master Su, with a polite restraint, replies that this is only flattery, and at the same moment someone in the crowd notices the appearance of Madame Min-ki, instantly changing the atmosphere around. Seeing Jang Mini, Su Tianjin quickly goes forward, shouting her name on the move, as if he wants to stop a moment and be the first to welcome her. With the eyes full of shock, Tianjin almost loses speechless against the backdrop of the inner explosion, tearing his consciousness from the inside. At that moment, when Vanzen confidently enters the hall under the arm with Jang Mini, the surprised guests move, tensely following each of their steps, wondering who this impudent stranger and whether he disgraces the heir to Su. Under the confused glances of Min-ki, Vanzen whispers anxiously, and he, smiling, replies that his only desire to go next to her, why she blushes, realizing that now they will be accepted in a couple. Sighing with anxiety, Min-ki thinks how her appearance with Vanzen could look like a challenge to the influential Su Tianjin, and is tormented by the doubt whether she went too far in the desire to change her reputation. But when the oscillations begin to prevail, her hand squeezes his sleeve tightly, like a silent sign that now she's ready to go to the end, just not to lose control of what is happening. Looking intensely at the calm Vanzen, she tries to solve that she was hidden behind his smile and confident gear, suspecting that his act, not just a desire to show off with a spectacular companion. A man in a business suit is surprised to hold out Min-ki, casting a glance at her and Vanzen, standing nearby, and with interest asks who accompanies her on this evening. Min-ki with a slight smile and calm confidence looks right in front of him, representing Vanzen as his friend and young master from the Van family. The man, with interest in his head, reflects out loud, trying to remember whether this Van family belongs to the famous family from Hangzhou. Peering suspiciously at the newcomer, with a smile on the face of Vanzen, he comes up with a convincing legend about his origin from Philadelphia, striking not only the interlocutor, but also the mince key itself, barely restraining surprise. Confidently continuing the lie, he talks about meeting Min-ki during her studies in the United States, and the girl in her thoughts admires his acting and decides to play along with him. An interested interlocutor with careful suspicion clarifies whether Van really came to the capital for pleasure or hides the true goal. Calmly taking the glass from the tray of the waiter, Vanzen says his family from Philadelphia bought diamond mines in South Africa 20 years ago, and he arrived in the capital only for a superficial analysis of the market. With a warm smile, Vanzen admits that the main goal of his arrival was a meeting with Min-ki, which he had not seen for a long time and missed sincerely. While the girl looked at him in surprise, the Minsk key reflects that although the Su family takes a leading position in the diamond industry of China, they hide it from the public. And it is amazing, where Vanzen knows so much. Calmly holding a glass of wine, Vanzen assures the heir to Su that the company Vanhoff does not enter the Chinese market, and the shocked Min Ki understands. Everything was carefully planned for the sake of his goal. With a smile, as if nothing special had happened, the heir Su sincerely invites Vanzen to the family estate of Leeson, preserving politeness and trying not to lose his face in front of the guests. The guy plunges into his thoughts for a moment, holding a glass at his lips as if something wanes in silence. A man in a gray suit with a serious gaze admits that he hid health problems trying to look calm. But now he feels how everything collapses due to the appearance of a mysterious stranger. Vanzen, with a polite smile, thanks for the invitation, but explains that he has not been in the capital for a long time and wants to inspect other places, leaving a man in thought and a girl in a red dress. A little puzzled, the man in a gray suit remains in place with a thin smile, thoughtfully repeating about the Van family from Philadelphia, clearly starting to suspect that this story is hiding something more than a simple acquaintance with the capital. In the shaded salon of the car, Vanzen, with an ironic smile, reproaches Miss Jung that her surprised face almost threw a carefully thought-out plan, and she silently looks away, clutching her fingers on her knees in a silent reproach. Having straightened up, Miss Jang indignantly states that Vanzen used it without warning to meet with Su Tianjun, putting it in an extremely uncomfortable position and now requires explanation. Vanzen calmly looks back with a driver's seat and replies that all evening was just a mutually beneficial calculation, because she herself didn't want him to provide her a service. Having sighed in the twilight of the salon, Miss Jang is perplexed. Why Wan Zhan is to be at enmity with Su Tianjun? Because he also has the influence of army ties, but his cold, because he does not like, it makes her silent in surprise. Vanzen's face is distorted by the restrained fury when, having clenched his fists, he admits that he hates the Su family since the pain of the past pierced his heart for the first time, and now only awaits the moment to erase them from the ground. On the night coast, where the car freezes off the water, the headlights are torn by darkness, and in the cabin there is a silent determination born of pain and long-standing anger. Miss Jang, stunned and craving for truth, pulls an explanation out of him, but he already opens the car door, resolutely cutting off the conversation and leaving it alone with questions hanging in the air. Shocked by what he heard, Min Kai catch up with distrust and indignation in his voice, asking why he only now told such important, and is he not at all afraid of betrayal? After walking past the mirror surface of the night pool, Vanzen stops, turns around and coldly says that he chose her for ambitions, abilities, and the fact that she, her daughter, Sunhai Shin, and these words, like a thunder among silence, plunge the minds of Ki into shock. Stunned to the limit, she grabs Vanzhen's hand and with anxiety requires an answer where he knows her mother, and was she really connected with Su family? A premonition of trouble is on in her eyes. The guy, looking at her calmly and almost with sympathy, asks whether her father told her that her mother died of bleeding during childbirth, hinting that the official version could be a lie. With anxiety and confusion in her voice, the girl exclaims, demanding an explanation of how he knew about her mother and why he suddenly spoke about the connection with Su. Trying to comprehend the hidden meaning of his words, he seriously explains that Lu Huixin was the eldest daughter of the Su family, but, contrary to their expectations, fell in love with a poor guy and gave birth to 2 children, destroying all the ambitious plans of a powerful clan. Opening the door to the partial room, a woman with pain watches sleeping children, while the story continues to expose the blackmail of the elder Su, who made her mother abandon her love to return to the family. The girl in a white coat, standing at the balustrade, recalls how the mother was to become the heiress of wealth, but faced the intrigues and hatred that led to the tragedy. Stunned by the truth with revealed truth, the heroine with trembling in her voice asks a question full of horror, whether her mother did not die from bleeding, but became a victim of her own relatives. The girl, holding back a whirlwind of emotions, looks directly into his eyes and abruptly asks why she should generally believe his words. The guy with a slight smile and calm confidence offers the easiest way. Just go home and ask his father everything. He goes to the water, looks into the darkness, and says that after that she herself will decide whether to return to the Su family and take everything that is rightfully her. The machine turns around and dissolves in the night, leaving light smoke behind him, while Vanzen calmly looks after it. Smiling under the starry sky, Van is gaining a number and taking the next step in his strategy, like a player who knows the end of the party. At the other end of the line, an enthusiastic voice is heard. Someone alarms him alarmed. It swore that the Van family from Philadelphia will do everything to repay for such support. With cold determination in his voice, he says on the phone that he knows about 2 mines in South Africa, and wants to use the capital of the Van family to enter the Chinese diamond market. And in response, he hears a confident promise of the result in 2 months. Standing on the edge of the embankment, the guy continues the conversation and, looking down, recommends a woman named Jang Mini as a reliable person for the Chinese stage of the plan. Sunlight floods the sidewalk, along which 2 young people go with a business look, as if they are heading for an important meeting. Men have a calm conversation, walking along the street, and one of them asks if the interlocutor received help from Jang Mini, and Li Jinxiaoxi answered. The hero in a blue shirt thoughtfully remarks that although Zhang Xiaoxi, her father, will try to stop Jang Mini, it will be difficult to restrain her thirst for revenge, and perhaps it is time to give her those strings that she had been waiting for many years. The blonde in an elegant dress is confidently walking towards them confidently, and one of the men respectfully notes that Zhang Xiaoxi turned out to be a truly far-sighted person. Having clenched her teeth with anger, the woman stealthily casts a sizzling look at a man who, without suspecting anything, goes forward with a cold-blooded determination. A fair-haired woman with a tense face passes past a man in a business suit, and he reports that they are surrounded by 9 pursuers who are just a few meters. Looking carefully, the main character notices another observer behind, realizing that the tension is thickening, and the moment of a direct collision is already close. Smiling confidently, the blonde in a gray suit offers the captain to recall the good old times and unite forces again, because a difficult thing is waiting for them ahead. And the fire of a joint game is already glowing in the eyes of both. Having gazed somewhere into the distance, the dark-haired guy smiles slightly and reports about the sniper on the 7th floor of the building in 200 meters, as if he sees a combat map right in the mind. With satisfaction walking nearby, both men in a joking tone discuss the weaknesses of the enemy, a bad review of the sniper, and gambling decide to arrange a competition, who will catch more enemies. The guy with a sly grin and squint looks forward, as if he's already looking forward to the adventure and mentally imagines how he outputs his partner. His hand tightly squeezes a thick pack of 100th bills, preparing for the first move in the game, which is not just a dispute for him, but a real performance. With a sharp movement, he waves his hand, and the money soars into the air, flying around the fan, while the rustle is heard from all sides. And he exclaims with a smile, begins. The crowd on the street loses its head when the bills begin to pour from the sky and, succumbing to the hype, people shouting forward, pushing each other in chaotic greed. In a dark, narrow room, the sniper carefully leads the sight, but the situation suddenly gets out of control, breaking the script of the Yogo plan. A man suddenly appears through the whip and disorder in the air in a business suit, who, flying his back forward, lets out sharp needles from his hands, crumbling with a fan. One of the agents, gnawing sharply in pain, is horrified to find an arrow, deeply piercing into the shoulder, and a grimace of shock froze on his face, and a sharp surge of energy diverges around him. In the parties of the building, a woman in a red dress with a tense face and telephone at the ear urgently reports on the failure of the mission, ordering to retreat immediately. Suddenly, a guy with a smug smile appears behind her, and like a shadow sticks a syringe into her neck, forcing her to gasp with surprise. Not having time to turn around, against the background of the city landscape, 2 men are discussing the end of the operation. One leaves to catch a sniper, and the other instructs the cleansing and the order to leave several ghouls alive. Looking calmly forward, a man in a suit stops against the wall, through which someone just disappeared, leaving behind only a bright surge in light. The mercenary with gray hair in the hair, squeezing the walkie-talkie and weapons, screams about the need to retreat in a panic, but gets a terrible answer. Almost all of his people are already disabled. In amazement and horror, he raises his eyes and sees how the one who was 200 meters is now standing nearby. And in his head, one question is carried: how he had time. Realizing the futility of his attack, the guy in white with a tense look drives away thoughts about the strange abilities of the enemy, forcing himself to focus only on the current battle. Feeling a threat, he is rapidly rushing forward, trying to first strike and take advantage, while the opponent calmly stands in place as if reading his actions in advance. The powerful swing ends with a straight blow, but the guy in a blue shirt without effort catches the attack on his hands, demonstrating iron exposure and strength. Smiling ominously in the shadow of a tense scene, he admits that an opponent, a strong nut, but is already preparing something special in his sleeve. A flickering blade pops up from the fold of his sleeve, and a thought flashes in his head, to which gross power, if a real mortal reception is still ahead. In a furious throw with a metallic prosthesis on his hand, The guy with a cry, "Die!" rushes forward, intending to strike with all the accumulated fury. Vanzen opens his eyes in surprise, not having time to say a word when a sudden blow almost touches his chest. The enemy shudders from an unexpected smell in the air. Anxiety flickers in his gaze, and his mind is clouding. Something clearly went wrong. Two observers, visible only in ankles, tensely discuss what is happening, hinting at a new wave of attempts and the appearance of another killer. The blonde with an icy gaze harshly interrogates the prisoner, demanding to name the customer, but he is stubbornly silent, intentionally avoiding her gaze. The guy stands motionless, showing neither fear nor pain, while the girl, having lost patience, screams to him, captured by rage. Leaving the room, she glances over her shoulder at Vanzen, as if allowing him to do anything with the prisoner. If only he would survive. Looking from top to bottom, Vanzen with contempt asks how the Special Forces elite could go so low, which he defiantly answers, calling Lee Min-hao. Confidently smiling, a tied man begins to boast of his belonging to a mysterious golden triangle. Not suspecting that self-confidence would soon play a cruel joke with him. Shocked to the depths of his soul, he suddenly explodes with indignation when he finds out that his true personality of the fighter of the Wolf Fang is revealed, and looks at Vanzen with horror and distrust. In a gloomy basement where cold light breaks through, the black-haired guy calmly explains that the forces of Special Forces Wolfang enjoy high authority in China, but most should not know about their existence, except for him. Holding a metal prosthesis in his hands and looking with a piercing look, the young man in a blue shirt declares that he himself developed this technique and taught her only the elect, and ignorance of this, almost criminal negligence. Flying with horror and with dilated eyes, the prisoner exclaims a conjecture that makes it to the bones. In front of him is one of the legendary and terrible organization of the Dragon of Czech. The hero with a sweat in his hands confidently declares that this is not only he, but Lee Min-hao himself, and coldly adds, the one who decided to oppose both of them clearly overestimated his strength. The Tied One tends to recognize the defeat, admitting that the difference between the Wolf Fang and Dragon with Scales cannot be conveyed with words. And although they can kill him, he now at least knows who is stronger. Holding the cylinder for him, the main character calmly says that he will let him go if he accepts his conditions, to which the prisoner meets with dumb surprise, with a grin bordering with a challenge. It claims that the interrogation is useless, because they, as fighters of a special detachment, are programmed for silence. And if the torture becomes unbearable, it hypnotizes itself to the death of the brain. Vanzen warns in a serious tone that, as a member of the Dragon of the Czech, he knows 100 ways to prevent self-hypnosis, forcing the enemy to be confused to ask what he really wants. Clutching a thin needle in his hand, Vanzen with icy determination makes his demand so that every 3 months he helps him fulfill one task, hinting at something important and long-term. Smiling with a mysterious, malevolent grin, the hero admits that he had not yet decided how exactly he would force the enemy to serve, and he whispers in confusion about a crazy desire to refuse. The camera focuses on Vanzen's piercing gaze, which dries the darkness with a silent warning and a foreboding of the inevitable. The injection in the side instantly interrupts his doubts, and the cold voice ruthlessly reminds that he never had a choice. The captive with despair in his voice shouts that he will still be killed, not hiding fear and anger before the unknown. Surrounding ominously, the main character tells about a rare poison called gufeng, who dries the bones in 100 days and breaks them, clutching a thin needle in his hand, a symbol of a merciless threat. The prisoner, gloomily realizing the essence of what is happening, asks whether he will now have to receive an antidote every 3 months, and whether this means that the failure is equal to death. With cold determination in Vanzen's voice, he finally dispels the enemy's illusions, recalling that he, just a pawn who will have to play according to other people's rules, and he unleashes ropes on his wrists. Going to business, Vanzen formulates the first task: collect and train 300 fighters capable of becoming a real force against the Golden Triangle. Smiling with a light irony, he notes that the money does not bother him. If after 3 months the result is worthy, he takes everything else, which he hears a short, almost doomed hands. His gaze becomes colder when he, recognizing the nobility and honor of the interlocutor, promises this time not to touch Chen Kanmei, but warns, the next one, there will be no mercy. A shocked guy, wide opening his eyes, asks with anxiously how the hero knows his second uncle. Smiling ominously, Vanzen explains that he has his own channels and methods, and offers the prisoner in the future to monitor the grouping of Meilong if you need to eliminate Chen Kan Mei. The angry prisoner breaks into a scream, accusing Vanzen of cruelty, but he looks at him calmly and coldly, making it clear that he is not afraid of threats. Having clenched his fist and hiding his feelings, the hero looks forward, learning in the eyes of the interlocutor rage, ambition, and thirst for action, exactly what he needs for the next stage of the plan. When the prisoner eventually surrenders and agrees to fulfill all the orders, Vanzen calmly and confidently says that he will wait for good news, leaving him in a dark corridor full of shadows of doubt. Suddenly breaking the silence, Strict Blonde with anger leans to the guy lying on the couch, accusing him of reckless liberation of the prisoner, while he calmly watches her flash. Smiling, he recalls that she herself allowed him to do everything she wants with the prisoner, causing her shock and doubt about her own words. Sitting on the couch with cold concentration, the girl asks to forget about the incident with the captive and demands to tell you what he was responsible for. What he is calm, everything is connected with Chen Kan Mem from the major group. A stunned girl with extended eyes and voice full of indignation exclaims, "Did Chen Kan Mei really hire someone to kidnap her?" A pink, haired with a mischievous gaze, leaning towards a blonde, is sarcastically surprised at the strange motives of the abduction of Shishi, making fun of taste and a possible fetish, while she squeezes his fist in disgust, holding back a rage. An angry blonde, throwing a fist to the sky with a thunder drives pink, haired for 2 hours, and she is already dissolving in a bright flash, like ball lightning. Crossing his hands with cold, blooded determination, a serious Shishi explains that their family this year is included in the sphere of influence of Meilin, and Chen Kan Mei decided to use her abduction as a means of blackmailing her father. Outraged by the cruel methods of Chen Kan Mei, the blonde squeezes his fist and swore that she did not in vain demand his execution right in the supermarket. And the hero's inner voice notes her insight under the mask of frivolity. The hero calmly, but with interest, asks the girl about her further actions, carefully peering into her in anticipation of the answer. She, propping her cheek with her hand and looking into the distance with a concentrated look, explains that it is too early to do something, because tomorrow will be a banquet with the richest and most influential people of China, including children of celebrities. A girl with pink tails flashes with joy, throws her hand and enthusiastically offers to go to the banquet together, and the blonde from the sofa restrainedly watches her with light confusion. A stubborn baby, clinging to the hand of an older girl, passionately begs to take her to a banquet, because there will be a lot of beautiful boys, and she simply must get there. Having clung to Vanzen, she caresses and crumbles in compliments, calling him the best brother, desperately begging to allow her to go and repeating with growing hope, Vanzen, a little embarrassed, calmly explains that he is only a bodyguard and does not have the authority to solve such issues. Recognizing his framework, she, tiredly covering her face with his hand, reflects on whether she will also be capricious further, and then reluctantly allows, strictly warning not to disgrace it. The explosion of joy covers a girl with pink tails when she rejoices with her hands raised, shining with happiness due to the consent of Shai, and then with enthusiasm asks where they go tomorrow at night. Sitting with a concentrated and confident look, Shu explains that banquets of this level take place only at the Tiangun International Club, because no other place can cope with such a scale. Vanzen, throwing his hands behind his head, thoughtfully repeats the name of the elite club Tiangun, reflecting on its meaning and capabilities hidden behind this location. Above the sparkling fountain flickering in the light of night lamps, the luxurious building of the International Tiangun Club with windows, glowing warm light, like a harbinger of the coming evening of changes rises. 4 young people in costumes are surprised to watch Shu, discussing her unexpected presence and looking at the stranger with interest, who instantly became the object of their close attention. In an elegant dress of pink wine with a glass in his hand and a friendly smile, Shu politely thanks Uncle Chan, promising to convey his words to his father and embodying the dignity of a true heiress. Chan Kong Mei, the head of the Meilin group, is amazed to notice how Shu has changed, and asks with interest who the stranger is who is behind her. Vanzen, with a confident look and glass in his hand, seems to those who have just returned from the United States, calmly welcoming the interlocutors in the solemn atmosphere of the hall. With a polite smile and a glass in the hand of Vanzen gesture, he represents himself to a man in a suit, while Shu is nearby, elegantly and with a slight tension holding his hand, confidently pronouncing the words, Shu warns Chen Kan-mei about the imminent breakthrough of the company Yuzhong Internet in the field of white energy and advises to prepare for a blow that may be too painful for him. With a condescending smile on the face of Chen Kan-mei, his company Meilun has long been leading in this industry, and hints that excessive youth's excessive confidence is often turned into its own defeat. Shu, surprised and confused, loses self-confidence for a moment, not knowing how to react to the self-confident statement of Chan. With a glass in his hand and a crafty smile, Vanzen notes that for young people defeat, the path to growth, and the elderly can only fill their heads with obscenities, and his words beat exactly on the target. Chung, angry and confused, flashes indignation, not hiding his rage on his face because he feels how his reputation was humiliated with all. But Vanzen, with a carefree smile, replies that he had in mind only one thing. It is better to live in peace, because even a small scratch, if not healed, can turn out to be a much more trouble over time. Shocked by a sudden illumination, he looks at his palm with horror, almost exclaiming that this is the poison from that very person, and desperately tries to remember when everything could happen. When the memories suddenly pop up in his mind, a man in a panic realizes that pain and itching in his hand began precisely after that ill-fated day in an office with a broken glass. Meanwhile, Vanzen ominously recalls that the recording from cameras can easily leak into the network and glorify Boss Chan. While Shu stunnedly thinks from what moment he began to act in her defense, surprised and indignant, Chen Kan-mei exclaims with fervor the question of the real intentions of his young opponent, while Vanzen leisurely lures the wine, as if everything that happens does not concern him at all. With a smile, Vanzen states that everything has its own price in this world, and if the proposal is quite generous, he is ready to share both a compromising record and a saving antidote. Holding a glass of wine and radiating cold confidence, he puts forward 10% of the shares of the Meilun Corporation in exchange for solving the problem, forcing Chen Kan-mei to make it possible to heal from the severity of such a condition. Raising the glass and playing them in his fingers, Vanzen, with a sly smile, explains that 10% of the shares bring billionth dividends, emphasizing how generous his proposal looks. With a slight smile and ironic gaze, Vanzen takes a Shu by the hand and calmly pronounces a phrase that confuses not only a stunned girl, but also a wary Chen Kan-mei, who was following his every movement. When Vanzen moves away, Chen Kan-mei, clearly irritated and puzzled, pulls his hand forward and in a tense tone tries to find out the true intentions of the guy, who in response retains a serenely calm and slightly daring look. Vanzen, smiling ominously and turning slightly over his shoulder, in a calm but in an icy voice puts forward his demand. 10% of the shares for recording and the same amount for the life of the interlocutor. Unable to withstand the daring game, Chen Kan-mei shouts with rage, accusing Vanzen of blackmail and threatening to convey to him, not noticing how a broken glass of wine had already fallen to the floor like a sign of lost control. In brazenly with his hands out, Vanzen, with visible calm, offers Chen Kan-mei to contact the police himself, promising to tell the investigators the whole truth, including the very compromising record. The depressed and forced to give in, he repeats about these 20% with a heavy look, while the crowd around is already moving, and he reluctantly agrees to the conditions, resigning to defeat. A young man with a tricky smile voices an unexpected addition to the transaction, saying that 20% of the shares of the company Yuzhong International are transferred to Shangun Shishi, stunning everyone with their impudent determination. Unable to withstand a sharp turn, the man in the suit grabs the young man over the gate and in despair shouts that the transfer of such a share will make the new owner the second largest shareholder of Meilun, trying to stop the irreversible course of events. Keeping calm and demonstrating confidence, the young man recalls that in the event of his death, a special computer program will automatically lay out a compromising entry into the network in 10 hours. Shocked and forced to surrender, Chan, with a serious expression on his face and his head down, assures that he will keep his promise, because now the game is not according to his rules. Standing in front of Chan together with Shai, the young man solemnly states that he and her father will visit the Meilun Group next night to sign documents on the transfer of shares, emphasizing that an honest business, the best business. Excited to all experienced but again vulnerable to sincerity, Shangun Shi thanks Vanzen for everything that he had done for her family. Feeling something more personal breaks through the wall of formalities. Smiling with a slight confusion, Vanzen brushes away from gratitude, But her question about the reason for his constant support makes him freeze inwardly, as if she had touched something deeply personal and carefully hidden. Having shyly lowering her eyes and carefully holding the edge of the dress, she finally decides to ask a question that has been living in her heart for a long time. Whether he really likes her, with hope and trepidation, looking for an answer in his gaze, Vanzen, with sincere surprise and almost childish spontaneity, asks for whether he really likes it and why it would be like that, as if the very thought of it seems incredible to him. Shushu, with a playful smile, replies that she is beautiful and understands people well, slightly tilting her head and gesturing hands, gesturing the words ease, like an actress on the stage. But as soon as Vanzen mockingly casts doubt on her ability to understand people, comparing it with fantasy about a pig on a tree, the girl's face instantly frowns, and a shadow of resentment flashes in her eyes, calm and laid. Back, with a barely noticeable smile, Vanzen voices his demands for his future wife, simplicity and tenderness, calmly adding that she does not suit him, without even turning on the flame of rage behind her. Resentment and rage flashed into the heart of a girl, clenching his fists and dropping her head into a shadow, and in her eyes a red fire lights up, reflecting the flame behind it was about to explode. At that moment, when she is ready to explode, another bright, with pink hair appears, full of delight and energy, sincerely exclaiming Vanzenya, amazed by his strength, beauty, and how he humiliated the famous businessman at all. The little girl proudly boasts that she mixed water with chili in a wang drink, cheerfully calling herself his student. And he looks at her, amazed at her impudent ingenuity. Two men are observed from the upper terrace on the stage. One of them warns the young Master Su about Vanzen, considering him a dangerous figure, and the crowd below continues to buzz, discussing the girl running around her teacher. The young man in a strict suit with a glass of wine argues out loud that the Van family is extremely mysterious, rarely appears in public, and foreigners control all their financial affairs, and his eyes are full of suspicion and interest. While one of the guests is watching a smile, the other seriously notes that the Master Su has not revealed the personality of Van Genie, who, perhaps from the influential family of Philadelphia, but why he immediately got involved in the conflict remains a mystery. One of the men, casting a glance towards the busy crowd, offers to go down to find out what happened there. The guy in glasses tells the guest that the Master Su probably already hired someone to test Van Genie, but still advises to remain observers so far. The young man in a strict suit with a slight smile accepts an offer that just sounded, but in his gaze, despite the external calm, a stressful expectation of the development of events is read. Noticing the unexpected appearance of someone familiar, he immediately alarms, squinting in surprise to the side and mentally asking himself the question of the reason for her arrival. Meanwhile, at the lower level, other guests discuss the guy with interest in a red shirt surrounded by three charming girls, causing envy and sincere desire to be in his place at least for a moment. The appearance of a confident woman in a scarlet dress is surprising in the crowd, where one of the men with sarcasm notes that Miss Jang chose for the first time not a master of Su, but a pretty guy, hinting at a change of tastes. The pink-haired girl resolutely grabs Van Jenny's hand and angrily recalls the importance of her status. And in response, he only confusedly wonders if he is now like a gigolo, drawn into an unexpected scene. In response to a provocation, a girl in a white dress explains with dignity that there is only friendship between her and Vanzen, emphasizing that she always treated the young Master Su with respect and without any hidden intentions. He smiles dryly, barely restraining sarcasm, and notes that some ladies resemble cows that eat young grass, hinting that this attractive young man is hardly older than 20. And Miss Jang has an impeccable taste. Wang Zhen, with an expression of complete amazement, thinks that his skin really became so smooth that he looks 20, and concludes that this lady would clearly not interfere with an ophthalmologist. A lady in a white dress, preserving restraint and dignity, politely asks Miss Song to follow her words in public, reminding her of decency and respect for others. Van Zheng and a woman in white are confidently facing Miss Song, while she, lowering her eyes, listens to the tough truth about her intrusiveness and indifference to the Master Su, and the last phrase beats on the spot, or she is stupid, or only pretends. Miss Song's gaze expands from shock when she hears an unexpected explanation that this whole humiliating scene, only a subtly calculated move, to make her even more famous, and this irony amazes her as a lightning blow. Miss Song, choking with anger and shame, steps aside, but sharp words, like a blade, cut her confidence mask. She directly tells her that she spoils the atmosphere, and sarcastic remarks about appearance, awkwardness, and even smell are heard around. In response to this, a woman in a red dress covered by rage sprinkles insults, calling the child a bastard without a mother and trying to humiliate her for the courage to tell the truth. In oppressive silence after the stage, everyone present with surprise and disgust look at the woman who had just crossed the line, leaving her alone in the center of the hall with the weight of her own cruelty. Following the indignant scream of a pink-haired girl who could not keep silent when she mentioned her long, dead mother, Vanzen stands silently, amazed at how unfair and cruel were these words. With a barely noticeable smile, Vanzen presses a finger to his lips, calling for the silence, as if hinting that the time of words has passed. Now it remains only to observe. Standing with a tightly compressed jaw, Miss John, with a slightly trembling hand, squeezes a glass and silently prepares for a verbal battle, which has already become the first round of her battle with Sunhai Shin. Sunhai Shin anxiously looks at Vanzen and, not believing his own eyes, quietly asks his name, as if only now realizing the whole depth of his presence. Calm and self-confident, he continues to finish her with words. They say, "There are people whom parents raised for years and behave like savages, ignorant and rude children, leaving the audience in confusion." The whole hall freezes in tense silence when Vanzen, without hiding sarcasm, asks Miss Song with a smile, "What is the problem, in her herself or in her mother, who raised her with such cave manners," forcing the girl to be numb. Miss Song, in despair, looks around, hearing how guests mock her image maliciously, calling her a cave lady and a gorilla with her chest, and finds nothing but a silent shock in the eyes of others. Returning to the waiter's table, Miss Song with contempt is enough for a new glass, preparing to repeat his attack while the whole hall held his breath in anticipation of the next explosion. In a flash of rage and humiliation, she pulls out a glass of wine and with a cry throws him into Vanzen's face, arranging a scandalous scene in front of everyone present. Vanzen deftly evades a flying glass, and as a result, the scarlet spot of wine spreads through a luxurious dress of a fair-haired girl who does not even have time to start with surprise. Frightened and bewildered, Sunhai Shin hardly finds words to justify herself in front of a stunned rival, which she had just accidentally doused with wine, while Shi, with concentration, smacks his friend with napkins. Determination flashes in her eyes, as if it were not just an incident, but an announcement of a real duel, the second round against Sunhai Shin. With a turn, full of rage and inner resentment, not abandoning a shadow of repentance, she silently leaves the center of the stage, leaving her tense glances behind her and hanging in the air, like the last ringing of shame. Someone's hand drops to broken glass, as if in search of cold comfort among fragments of wounded pride. Vanzen, collecting all the determination and icy concentration, bends to raise the fragments from the floor, as if preparing to deliver the last, decisive blow in this battle of characters. The ribbon on the shoulder of the dress, Sunhai Shin breaks off with a loud whipping sound. As if the punishment of fate for her insolence and pride, the next second, Hai Shin explodes with a scream, squeezing himself in fright and trying to hold a sliding dress, when reality is painfully encountering shame. While the girl in a red dress is in a hurry to leave the hall with her head down, the guests from the balcony coldly notice that after such humiliation, she is unlikely to become part of the SU family. And everything that happens reminds them of an absurd dream. A gloomy guy with a shade of pity and surprise in his eyes realizes that Vanzen not only destroyed Sunhai Shin's reputation, but also cut off her all the ways to retreat, leaving without a single chance of salvation. With a glass of wine in Vanzen's hand, Miss Jang calmly stands in front of Miss John, while the inner voice of one of the guests recognizes in him a cruel and ruthless person, cold even in the midst of dramatic events. Shusha's girlfriend, leaning towards her, indignantly condemns Vanzen's act, who specifically cut the tape on the dress, Song Shin, and Shusha Shi with evil determination declares that she will not humiliate herself, but will force the opponent to remove the dress and return it to the knees in the mud. The Minsk Key, with a slight sadness, admits that it was because of it that the entire incident happened, and is already ready to offer compensation. But it is stopped by a decisive width, claiming that only the badly mannered Sunhai Shin is to blame. With a sincere indignation in the voice of Shushu, he turns to Min Ki, calling her sister and saying that if someone offends Min Ki, then insults her, so there is nothing to blame himself. The words of Shu make Min Ki freeze with a surprised look, because she clearly did not expect such support. The girl in a white dress, thanking help for help, suspiciously wonders why he had intervened and dodged. Because this is what caused the conflict with Shangun Shi, Vanzen asks with a sly smile. Did he have to stand still so that the wine splashes directly in his face, pretending to be innocent in front of a stunned interlocutor? Returning to the company, Vanzen calmly listens to the assumptions that he calculated everything in advance in order to protect the girl in white through the scandal, confirming his intentions and waiting for gratitude. With the soft conviction, Vanzen explains that his help was indirect, and it was thanks to the connection with Shangun Shi that everything turned out in favor of the Ming Qi, reminding her that she had never left alone. The young master Su, coming up with a glass in his hand, asked the condition of Min Qi, and she answered with a slight smile and warm eyes that she was all right, thanks to Vanzen. Hearing this, the young man with relief notes that Sunhai Shin has always been sharp, but assures that he himself will take care of her, as if taking on moral responsibility for everything that happened. The guy with a reproach asks why his interlocutor still did not deal with Sunhai Shin, and he, stunnedly wiped his eyes, cannot hold back surprise. Vanzen accuses the opponent of belated interference, reproaching his hypocrisy and the desire to proceed when everything has long completed. Hearing these words, the guy shudders sharply, and an insight instantly appears on his face, as if in an instant, his soul was turned inside out. When a girl in a yellow dress suddenly shouts the question of the connection of Vanzen and her brother, tense silence scatters in surprise, and all eyes rush to an unexpected participant in the conversation. While brother and Vanzen are freezing in silence with bewilderment and confusion in their eyes, their reaction clearly shows that the name of the new one has become a surprise, that it was revealed the past that had already begun to forget. Smiling warmly and slightly shyly, the girl admits that she, Su Han Juan, is the same stranger from the train, and her appearance seems to be about to turn the usual course of events. Vanzen, silently and a little bewildered, stands in silence, looking forward in concentration, not showing a word or emotion, as if trying to comprehend the sudden return of the past. Against the backdrop of memoirs, brightly lit by soft daylight, young Su Han Juan with a radiant smile sits on a train and sincerely tells about himself, a second-year student of the capital's medical university. At the time of the sudden recognition of Vanzen exclaims with surprise, finally recalling the girl as the very Huang Guan from the train, amazed at an incredible coincidence. Su Han Juan, holding his brother tightly, is happy to represent Vanzen as a friend from the train, recalling that one day she had already shared this memory, and her brother, hearing the name, recognizes him with surprise. With the indifferent face, Vanzen silently listens to Zuya, who does not understand how the heir to a powerful family could come on a train and in old clothes. Not hiding admiration, Su Han Juan, with a warm smile, takes Vanzen's hands, and looking into his eyes, enthusiastically offers dinner, considering this meeting a rare opportunity to express gratitude. Van Xiaoyun, smiling, shares the information about the location of the mansion of Li Xinya, and recognizing the goodwill of Huan Huan, emphasizes that it was Van Xiao for all this. With a polite smile, Vanzen refuses to invite, referring to employment, and offers to transfer the meeting, after which he testifies, leaving behind the atmosphere of light bewilderment. Under the surprised looks of Vanzen leaves the hall with a confident gait, leaving behind an alarming silence and confusion in the hearts of those who still tried to get closer to him. Hearing the shocked gossip of the servants, Vanzen with a stone face passes by without reacting to their surprise, because they are not only amazed that he was invited to Li Xin, but also that he, like a stubborn boy, did not agree right away. With dark determination in his eyes and an unshakable gaze, he begs to himself, which will still return to the mansion of Li Xin, but only when he will be ready to erase him from the face of the earth. Got in the car through the night darkness, he thinks why, even 100 years later, Li Xinya flashes in him with rage, and he swages to take revenge on every fallen comrade, whose memory he still keeps in his heart. Having flashed with anger and indignation, Vanzen struck the table with his fist with force, explaining to his comrade that the Su family from the mansion Li wants to capture the members of the Dragon Scales, and calls for not allowing betrayal. Burned by memories and guilt, Vanzen with despair pulls his hand to his friend behind the power field, and he, full of determination, orders him to run away, preferring to stay and cover the departure. When the debris collapsed and the earth shuddered under his feet, Vanzen, being among the bodies of the fallen comrades, slowly rose, clutching his hand on his chest, and whispered with pain how they betrayed their own, for the sake of greed, In the dark salon of a car, flooded with a soft light of lanterns, alarmed girl in a pink dress looks at the silent Vanzen, noticing his unusual detachment and trying to understand what so deeply loaded him into thoughts. And nearby, full of children's delight, a girl with pink tails cheerfully jumps into the seat, staring in the desire to get into a bar that she has never seen and does not hide her ardor. Slightly embarrassed, she casts a look at him with anxiety in her eyes, because she feels his confusion and doubts whether it is worth continuing the evening in a noisy and cheerful place. Calmly holding the steering wheel and leaning back on the seat, Vanzen, with a slight smile on his face, decides to change the route and take the girls to the bar. Despite the alarming thoughts that do not give him peace, the night envelops the city with a soft velvet cover, while neon light is reflected from the walls of the bar, behind which countless stories, random meetings, strange coincidences, and attempts to be forgotten in the whirlwind of everyday life are interwoven. The bright lights of the dance floor painting the faces and movements of numerous guests who enjoy freedom in a noisy and unbridled Zero City. Gossip, laugh, and merge with a random rhythm of the night, complete carelessness. Having settled on a soft sofa to the flickering lights and music, friends discuss the name of the club, and one recalls that they are managed by a man with whom she had a loud conflict. Xiaoyan suddenly freezes in the middle of a club corridor, when an unexpected and vivid awareness flashes in her memory, changing the entire course of her thoughts. In the brightly lit hall of the bar, there are two waiters, smiling politely and holding bouquets of red roses in their hands, approach the girls to convey a gift from a mysterious young philanthropist. Sitting in a club with a glass in her hand, a girl in a pink dress with a sly smile admits that a double gesture with flowers speaks of a good taste and confidence of a mysterious donor. Vanzen reaches out and, without a shadow of doubt of Vanzen, to the waiters and, without saying a word, takes both bouquets of roses, leaving stunned young men in complete perplexity. Calmly turning away, Vanzen, without changing facial expressions, throws bouquets with an indifferent gesture, making it clear that gratitude in this game is only a cold form of contempt. Rose petals fly around the hall under the admiring exclamations of guests, who, taking a gesture for part of a spectacular show, observe with surprise and joy how surprise turns into an enchanting moment. Standing in front of the waiters, Vanzen with cold confidence reminds that if Qian Dongfeng wants to impress, let him do it personally, because the place next to the two lovely ladies is already busy. Among the club crowd, in the color radiance and the darkness of dancing bodies, the young man with anxiety and distrust recognizes Vanzen, whom he considered the long, disappeared from the stage. Sudden pain with lightning pierces the face of Qian Dongfeng when someone or something breaks his peace, forcing him to react instantly and without delay. The scene pops up in his memory as the young man pierced his hand with a knife, and inside the desire to take revenge with particular cruelty for the old insult that's still tormenting his heart. Sitting at the bar rack with a cold look and confidence in his voice, Qian Dongfeng orders to call the Lin Si command so that everyone finally sees the true power that the City of Entertainment has. A flock of young guys with iron bits in their hands decisively bursts into the club, led by a man with a sharp look and a chest tattoo, menacingly demanding to indicate where Vanzen is located. Seeing the impending conflict, visitors look around with fright and scatter rapidly, trying to disappear from the epicenter of the coming fight before they fall under a hot hand. Covering with panic and the instinct of self-preservation, the crowd rushes in different directions, pushing past the guard and leaving behind the noise, danger, and smell of red-hot rage. In one of the booths of a bar, a girl with pink hair offers to call for help, but Vanzen remains calm and assures that he will cope with everything. Going out with a drink in his hand, Vanzen with a slight smile turns to the attackers, expressing the hope that they came to drink and not to arrange a fight. Leading the crowd, the same opponent menacingly states that he does not want to cripple anyone, although a decisive splendor in his eyes speaks the opposite. With a threatening gesture of a finger, one of the gang leaders screams so that everyone attacks and beat him to death, pointing directly to Vanzen, as if passing a sentence. The second guy with a serious face decisively gives the command to go forward. I launch a chain of events, ready to flash a real street fight. Lighted and armed bandits with wild screams rush forward with the bats in their hands, shouting from lust to fanatical slogans, like a frantic wave in front of the storm, covering everything in its path. In an instant before the battle, Vanzen turns to his companions and calmly asks to wait a bit, promising to return soon. With a laid-back look, Vanzen throws the vessel directly towards the attackers like a warm-up before a real performance. One of the attackers, with his face distorted from pain, receives a blow directly in the head, and fragments of glass fly in the air with a bang. From a powerful blow, one of the bandits screams to the ground, breaking on the asphalt, while the rest are turned around with fright, and one yells into the whole throat about Kenny's death. Among the angry crowd of attackers forward, the main strongman in a t-shirt with an eagle slowly comes out, while his assistants squeeze the bits and prepare for a new attack. Watching the enemy, Vanzen evaluates his strength and decides to check whether this thug is really stronger than the others. Standing in the middle of the sight, Vanzen with a grandmother again throws a bottle into opponents, falling exactly on the target like lightning and leaving a panic and a scattered weapon. Another attacker, a guy with a red head, a powerful blow of his leg breaks a bottle that scattered around into sparkling fragments. Cleverly dodging the impacts of the crowd, Vanzen ruthlessly cuts his fist into the jaw of one of the bandits, sending it into instant knockout. Vanzen, calmly standing among the bodies of defeated opponents, casually challenges the last attacker, as if inviting him to a dance in the lightning rhythm of the battle. With a furious smile and fire in his eyes, the guy rushes forward, full of determination to surpass himself in the next clash. The aggressor is rapidly breaking away, throwing his leg in a powerful blow, which was supposed to dump anyone, but only stumbles upon a cold block and a disappointed remark about unfulfilled expectations. Against the backdrop of electrical bursts and blinding blue radiance, the young man squeezes his fists with a resolute gaze, not understanding how his legendary blow capable of dumping heavyweight did not make the slightest impression. Having gritted his teeth, an enemy with a square chin cannot comprehend how his onslaught was so easily stopped. And evil amazement is born in his eyes. Starting in the opponent's back with obvious confusion, the one who fought with confidence a minute ago, suddenly realizes that each of his steps were calculated in advance, and fear slowly corrodes the remnants of determination. The protagonist, with cold analytics in the gaze, disassembles the enemy's technique into pieces, pointing to its weaknesses and noticing that an excess of unnecessary movements only in vain attempt to compensate for the lack of speed. The young man in a red shirt easily grabs the enemy's hand with a confident and calm movement, turning a powerful blow into an empty attempt, as if demonstrating complete superiority. A stunned and angry red-haired adversary cannot understand how his strongest technique was stopped without the slightest effort, and in his eyes, bewildered rage glows. The hero in a red shirt with a slight smile offers the enemy to become his student, grabbing his hand with such confidence and easy as if he was not an enemy, but an inexperienced beginner who needs instruction. But the enemy does not surrender and rushes forward with all strength and determination, squeezing a fist filled with stubbornness and a burning desire to prove his superiority. Coldly assessing the enemy technique, he shares his observation, squeezing his fist with such accuracy as if he is able to stop any attack even before it begins. Suddenly, in the last attempt to change the course of the battle, the wounded young man rushes forward with the intention of striking, but the person in the red tie has calmly grabs him by the wrist, playfully with his powerlessness. Not having time to retreat, the guy in dark clothes gets a powerful blow with his foot right in the chest, soars into the air with a grimace of pain on his face, and his opponent with a red tie calmly leaves, throwing farewell words in the end. The hero in a red shirt looks at the enemy with cold calm, standing in front of him in a confident pose, while he, without giving up, screams in response, as if defending his pride with his last cry. Releasing a furious impulse of forces from under the dark ornament of the dragon on his chest, the enemy in a decisive jump collects all the energy into the technique of the double blow of the blue sea, sparkling around like a sea whirlpool. But the hero in a red shirt elegantly deviates, as if the wind itself leads his body to the side, and with one calm movement it leaves a violent onslaught. With a furious cry and outstanding determination in his eyes, he rushes forward, like an uncontrollable wave that does not recognize the defeat, and ready to attack again with complete force. The hero in a red shirt with cold determination in his eyes is rapidly breaking into the attack, delivering a powerful straight blow to the enemy's core, as if putting a point in their duel and saying without words, "This dance is over." After a crushing blow that cut off the battle, like a ritual dance, the enemy soars into the air with his hands spread, and the hero in red rises above him, like a shadow of an inevitable defeat, calmly observing the fall. With a groan and crack, the defeated wall rises heavily at the split pool, squeezing his fist in despair, because he does not understand how he moves so swiftly that his eyes do not have time to catch a single movement. And while one is stunned and exhausted, the other, The one in red stands calmly with a crafty smile and, turning to a friend who has just approached, carelessly asks if this is the best day to arrange a good fight. The dark-haired guy stops in front of the door, behind which the rumbling sounds of the fight are heard, and in anxious bewilderment says the name of Vanzen, unable to understand what is happening there. A group of strong guys in white t-shirts with wooden batons in their hands comes out from behind the door, each of which emits a silent threat, as if anticipating an imminent fight. One of them looks suspiciously at the newly arrived and, turning to his comrades, shares his surprise, and those, carefully looking at each other, begin to understand. Something goes wrong. Seeing how the crowd parted, and a harsh guy in a suit appears at the head of a large group. One of the heroes, with horror, recognizes an underground brotherhood, in shock aware that in front of him, his leader himself. The guy with a cold look and power posture without delay gives the order to destroy everything around, and his supporters in white with metal batons are preparing to fulfill the will of the leader. Hearing the team, members of the gang with enthusiasm and respect shout in response, recognizing the authority of his older brother and preparing to rush into a fierce battle. The sounds of blows and screams fill the terrace where armed guys with furious faces destroy bottles and furniture, preparing the site for an inevitable fight. Vanzen appears on the club's stairs, accompanied by two girls in dresses, and the same guy suddenly runs out behind him who recently rejected his proposal, shouting the call to stop. Clutching his fist and frowning his eyebrows, the guy with a decisive face stands up in front of Vanzen and directly asks if he can really make him 3 times stronger. With a smile, complete calm and confidence, Vanzen replies that, as promised, he is ready to strengthen him. But at first he asks the only question whether it is worth going further for Chen Dongfeng or choose a new path with him. The guy in a black shirt with the image of Phoenix explains that, with Chen Dongfan he is only connected by business interest, nothing personal, and he just wants to gain power in order to live according to his rules. Looking seriously into his eyes, Vanzen clarifies whether this means that his new ally wants to kill or sow chaos, hinting at the line that cannot be crossed. The guy with a decisive expression on his face admits that even the power has a limit. It all depends on the purpose for which it is used. And in his voice a sober calculation sounds. Vanzen gently puts his hand on the shoulder of the interlocutor and calmly says that he will pass him into the hands of a special mentor who can raise his kung fu to a new level, hinting at the future transformation. While Vanzen holds the dumbbell with one hand, he answers with a slight surprise to the call in which he is informed of the alarming news about the Liu, and his expression is changing instantly. A woman with golden hair, anxiously holding the phone, sits in the car and talks about the incident at the Liu school, where her mother appeared with the police, and classmates claim that the girl was twisted in front of everyone. Still holding a dumbbell, Vanzen confidently reassures the interlocutor, assuring that he will be safe if he trusts him, and asks to help her at that moment. With a serious look and telephone at his ear, Vanzen instructs Minghao to find out the location of Jufan from the capital's university using the license plate indicated by him. Vanzen resolutely puts dumbbells on the table, completing training and moving on to actions that have just been finely formed in his head. Having received the necessary information on the phone, he, with a grateful smile, recognizes the skill of the underground genius, and aloud pronounces the names of those who dared to touch his loved ones. Climbing the stairs and turning back, Vanzen with an extremely serious face asks Shangun for a couple of her tights and a whip, causing a comic contrast with a tense atmosphere. The angry woman, trembling with resentment and depressed rage, tells how he was fed with some kind of abomination, after which she was torn, washed the stomach, and kept her in the hospital. Now she swore to destroy the girl at all costs. The explosion of emotions breaks the name Jufan from her lips, which sounds like a threat in the middle of the thunderclouds of her anger. In complete shock, she, with horror, discovers her son, suspended upside down under the ceiling, not understanding how he was in such a humiliating trap. A woman with outstretched hands rushes to her son, shouting that he will definitely save him now. Suddenly, a fear appears in her eyes, as if something terrible had happened, and she falls silent in a tense expectation. With a roar, she falls to the ground, leaning her hands on the floor, as if something invisible pushed her from behind. Her eyes are filled with misunderstanding when she realizes that she cannot move and help her son. Looking up, the woman sees in front of her silhouette of a man who says that the glue is made by him manually, and even the car is not able to budge, so her attempts to escape are in vain. Next to the young man hanging upside down, a tall man appears in a suit and a black mask, and a woman, still unable to move, asks with horror who he is. In a mask and with a mocking smile on her face, a stranger coldly holds out a bandage to the woman, sarcastically hinting at her age and perverted tastes, while showing complete dominance over the situation. A woman with horror and a panic in her eyes watches the young man shut her mouth, suddenly realizing that she was forced to shut up. And the shock of what was happening is rapidly replaced by fear of the unknown. The mysterious man, supporting the tense silence and holding the whip behind his back, reports that he came for a certain purpose, while the guy was desperately calling the mother, and she stands, stuck in fear. Approaching a powerful blow with a whip, the man in a mask with all his strength whips on the back of a guy suspended upside down, forcing him to scream from unbearable pain. Continuing to hold the whip in his hands, he with icy determination accuses the woman of arrogance and indifference, because of which the innocent suffers, while she shamefully enjoys her power. Blood splashes from the mouth of a young man, just cruelly beaten. And at that moment the head of the executioner sounds, who notes that, fortunately or unfortunately, today they had a chance to meet with him. The dark figure with a whip solemnly announces the verdict, saying that now they will experience the pain that they themselves caused. Because he is not a sadist, he only wants them to recognize the price of other people's suffering. The Avenger again waves a whip. An echo pain rings in the air because the words about wine and square are wrapping his victim no less densely than tight ropes. A mother with a sealed mouth and tears in her eyes shouts silently, watching her son tremble from blows, and each attempt to speak is broken against a blank wall of powerlessness. Hiding his face and hiding rage behind a cold mask, a man with a leather whip ruthlessly whipping a tied guy, claiming that without him, justice would be impossible, and only today he generously allows his mother to read her morality. The executioner ruthlessly released by the hand, the exhausted young man with a roar falls face down, leaving behind only the sound of a blow and a shadow of pain. When the figure in the mask is approaching, the woman in fear raises her head from the floor, not yet realizing what price she will have to pay for her pride and humiliation of others. A man in a mask menacingly rises above a woman stunned on the floor and warns that this is only the beginning, ordering it to transfer it to the patron so that he would resign immediately while it was not too late. Turning to the door, he coldly adds that he would not object if that person just died, leaving behind a woman who had not yet recovered from the alleged reprisal. Meanwhile, a message appears in the news about the wave of student protests against the school tyrant Zhu Fan, where students openly demand to put him and return the stolen money to the educational institution. Looking calmly because of the monitor, the woman expresses doubt. They say, if he still went into the house of Zhu, then why he did not immediately free up, and instead incited the students because he would have the strength to cope himself. Standing in front of a woman with glasses, he seriously explains that after that day he could not be confident in the safety, because Zhu Zihua is connected with such dark matters that everyone can be at risk. A man with dark hair, calmly holding a cup, argues aloud about who stands for Zhu Zihua and what role this person plays in a big game, as if anticipating that all events, only part of a much larger plan. The guy pronounces a mysterious phrase about the connection of this matter with her, and she raises his eyes in confusion, not understanding how the threads of this confusing game can reach for her. Vanzen leisurely goes through the open doors, and a woman with blonde hair silently escapes him, holding back in herself a dumb question, which does not expect an answer. Left alone among the silence of the spacious cabinet, she looks after him with an unexpected alarm, as if feeling that this meeting had left more shadows than clarity. Against the backdrop of a bright daytime sky, the facade of the luxurious residence of the Zhu family appears. The place where the further fate of the scandal is now being decided, General Secretary Zhu bursts into the office and with rage throws the laptop on the table, causing a shock from an assistant who hastily runs up with anxious words. A preoccupied assistant, standing in front of the boss, expresses doubts whether it is worth suing the capital's pedagogical university for slander, hinting at the risk of even greater resonance. With a grimace of rage on the face of a gray-haired man, he beats the table with all a big way, and the younger interlocutor stunnedly freezes under the onslaught of anger, which flared up at the mention of responsibility and honor of the House of Zhu. Expressing contempt for subordinates, the elder man, clutching the phone in his hand, mutters insults, completely disappointments, and neglect of those whom he considers insignificance. Smiling during a telephone conversation, a man with a session at the temples speaks with notes of sarcasm and threats, reminding the old acquaintance of the past patronage and hinting that the new help would put him in a pile in the hands of Zhu. Standing in the corner of the office and trembling with fear, he with despair shouts the last prayers into the phone, admitting that he desperately needs another service, the last chance to escape. A gray-haired man with anxiety on his face holds the phone at the ear, persuading the interlocutor for help. But deep down, he already begins to understand that the price for this salvation will be too high. Meanwhile, a girl with pink hair runs into a cozy living room with a panic on her face, with a cry that everything was destroyed, telling friends about a new misfortune overhanging them. An embarrassed girl with blonde hair stands in the room, trying to understand what happened. With an expression of sincere confusion in her eyes, a pink-haired girl, holding a phone in her hands with a message about the absence of results, says that in the morning she could still find incriminating evidence on Ju Tsiwa. But by the evening, all the information disappeared, leaving her in complete shock. A serious woman with glasses, sitting in a chair opposite the guy, calmly concludes that the mysterious figure standing behind Ju Tsiwa finally began to act openly. The hero with a serious gaze argues aloud, sitting next to the girl on the couch, and, looking into the void, reflects on who is able to instantly change the information field of the whole country, hinting at the scale and strength of a hidden enemy. Rising, he gently replies that he was just thinking aloud, and the girl, remaining in place, was surprised to watch him, as if trying to catch a hidden meaning in his words. Leaving her with a slight anxiety in his gaze, the hero thinks thoughtfully about how Ju Tsiwa is going to thank the Su family for their support, suspecting that the price will be too high. The tall building of the police station casts a shadow on a narrow passage, where the guy is calm, leaning on a white car, like a shadow in thought before the start of something new. Slowly going down the steps of the building, which still keeps her pain, she leaves behind the silence and bitterness of the emotions just experienced. A girl with golden hair, pressing her hand to her forehead and spreading tears through the eyes, goes out into the morning light, trying to gather the remains of mental strength after internal breakage. Without restraining tears, it sobs loudly right in front of the building, rubbing wet cheeks with fists, like a child who has just broken the heart. Seeing a familiar guy at the entrance, she bewilderedly covers her eyes with his hand and goes to him, trying to preserve at least a crumb of dignity. Communicating with the girl, the guy, calmly standing at the car, restrainedly explains the absence of Shenfei, and with a slight surprise notes how an adult girl cries, as if small. The girl in a yellow dress, wiping the tears of joy, sincerely thanks Vanzen for help, and with tenderness in every movement, tries to find a way to thank him. With a smile on the face of Vanzen, she asks how she is going to thank him, immediately adding with a slight mockery that he does not need bodily sacrifices. He will still refuse. Standing at the car, the girl with resentment in her voice says that this is seriously. And Vanzen, opening the door, jokes with a smile that he is not the only one who should be thanked and invites to celebrate the return together. Sitting in the car nearby, the girl with a slight anxiety asks about the fate of Zhu Fan. And Vanzen explains with cold confidence that such as he is only worth pressing, and they immediately scare and do not move anymore. The car rushes along the road, leaving a white strip behind him. And Vanzen's voice with frank sarcasm confirms the fight, joking that after such an ugly face of the enemy, he himself will ask for plastic surgery. At the table in a cozy cafe, drinking tea and laughing, the girl calls Vanzen the ominous, and he, without objecting, calmly enjoys the moment, because this is just another day after a successfully completed business. Vanzen with a slight smile looks at the interlocutor and at ease, asks why she thinks so, not suspecting how well her answer will be. Sitting at a table with a crafty expression on her face, the girl tells how cruelly Vanzen trimmed Ju Fan, depriving him of sleep on his back, and then adds about the injection of the apomorphine with a mockery, describing everything with medical accuracy and bitter irony. Without changing a calm pose, Vanzen admits that he will not be able to stand now, which the girl, covering his smile with her hand, accuses him of pure evil of jokingly, barely restraining laughter. At that moment, a telephone with an incoming challenge from Shangguan Shi vibrated on the table. Her alarmed face flashed on the screen, foreshadowing unkind news. Picking up the phone, Vanzen anxiously hears that Shangguan's father became bad, and the girl demands to return home immediately. Apologizing, he gets up and tells his companion that he must urgently leave, asks her to go home and call her right away if something happens. Vanzen's car rushes through the flow of transport, abruptly maneuvering to get as soon as possible to where anxiety and duty awaited. One of the drivers of the yellow sportsman with anger screams to look where he is going, and it turns out that this is Shangguan Sani, who is familiar from the far from the best. With cold indifference on the face of Vanzen, He recognizes in him the second son of Shangguan Jiajin's brother, and thinks that this type, another splinter that will have to endure. Entering the hall of the mansion, Vanzen notices several relatives, and among them a red-haired girl stands out, who immediately goes to him. Stepping closer, she suspiciously asks who he is, and a signature appears below, Shangguan Tianyu, daughter of her second brother, Shangguan Zhen. Without answering, Vanzen silently passes by, forcing the stunned Tianyu to start and cast him a surprised look after. The angry Shangguan Tianyu screams Vanzen after, ordering to immediately get out because their family does not need an outsider help. Vanzen turns around with a cold smile and calmly reports that he, the personal bodyguard of Shangguan Shi. A contemptuous laugh is heard. Several relatives in costumes look down on him, comparing himself with the swans, and he, with a toad, crawled out of his swamp. Tianyu, like a red-hot iron, continues a fierce attack, saying that ordinary guards have no place in the house. Let him wait on the street, since he has not grown to family dignity. From above the stairs with a shining face, Shai appears, like light in the midst of darkness, calling Vanzen to rise more likely, as if hopes and faith in it are concentrated in it. But her impulse is immediately interrupted by the impudent figure of Sani, who orders to shut up and ridiculed, and Shai and Vanzen, like their appearance an inappropriate joke at the time of sorrow. With icy confidence, Tianyu says that there is no place for a stranger in the Shangguan family, because their wealth should not fall into prying hands. Shi indignantly explodes, reproaching relatives that they already share the inheritance while her father is still alive, and Vanzen calls for action. In a room filled with heavy silence, Shi and Vanzen are approaching a sick father who lies motionless in bed as if time itself stopped. Shi with hope addresses him. The best doctors of the country could not make a diagnosis. How could he really help? Vanzen checks the pulse, calmly applying his fingers to the patient's wrist and concentratedly analyzing his condition. After a short examination, he reports that the pulse is normal, but his eyes are tightly closed, as if a person is in a deep, unconscious state, and asks what actually happened to him. The second brother Shangguan enters the room, looking at Vanzen and promising 100 million with contempt if he really calls the disease. Shi anxiously asks the young man to say what is happening to her father, and Vanzen, looking into her eyes seriously, suggests that her father may have been poisoned. Shocked by the news of the possible poisoning of her father, the girl wide open her eyes, unable to understand how this could happen at all. Vanzen admits that he has no exact evidence, but having analyzed unusual symptoms and based on his own experience with poisons, he believes with 80% confidence that it was poisoning. The second brother of Shangguan is doubtfully looking at what is happening and asks a logical question: where such confidence in poisoning comes from. Calmly holding a wooden box with a thin needle in his hands, Vanzen responds with just one word: intuition, fully relying on experience and inner instinct. His fingers accurately and rapidly insert the acupuncture needle into the patient's hand, taking the first step to treatment with the help of ancient methods. The tension in the room increases when the second brother accuses Shi of irresponsibility, reproaching for confidence in a doctor who is not supposed to be logic, but for foreboding. Shi in despair requires an explanation from his uncle, indignant at his indifference to his father's difficult state, and suspecting that he was just waiting for death to take possession of the inheritance. Their quarrel is interrupted by the loud voice of another relative who appears in the room and in surprise asks what the noise is going on in the house. The eldest son of Shangguan, Shangguan Jiaza, coldly announces the convocation of the board of directors of the company Jurong International for temporary transfer of authority due to the owner's illness, and asks Shi whether she will appear as a representative of her father. In desperation, Shi rushes to his uncle with an angry reproach, accusing him of that he already dreams of the division of the inheritance without waiting for the death of her father, and declares that his grandfather would not spare anyone to learn about it. Turning on the threshold, the eldest son of Shangguan coldly replies that such a tone is unacceptable in a conversation with the elders, and, leaving the room, orders no one to tell his grandfather about the disease. He is too old to withstand such a blow. After a loud scene, relatives, talking in displeasure, leave the room one by one, as if the decision has long been made. Shi remains alone in the living room, motionless and silent, with a shadow of determination in the eyes, while the rest come out, leaving it alone with anxiety and pain. A close-up. Her face. Tears are silently rolling along the cheeks, and in her eyes a quiet determination is born with pain, fear, and confidence in the only one who remained nearby. Vanzen gently puts his hand on her shoulder, looking with confidence and a silent promise of help, and she, with eyes full of tears, absorbs his words like the last hope. A woman in a business suit with a soft smile is trying to convince Shu to abandon the struggle for power, hinting that her uncle is still winning, and advises it better to think about marriage while she is still young. The second brother of Shang Guan, contemptuously looking aside, confidently declares that Shu should just longs to become the head of the family, and he is bitter to see so much greed at such a young age. Shu firmly stands on his own, looks directly in front of him and declares that he cannot retreat, because he is obliged to preserve everything that her father left before his return. In the meeting room, the discussion is in full swing. Some talk about the uncertainty of the return of the owner of the house. Others demand not to waste time and immediately move on to voting. The young man stands in front of the door, inhaling deeply and silently, gathering strength before entering the room where the fate of the whole family is decided. With a decisive look and confident step, he opens both sashes of the doors, as if declaring his adoption to this important meeting that can change the course of events. Entering the meeting room, Vanzen confidently approaches the table, attracting the views of Shu and members of the council, who still discuss the inheritance, while behind him there is a stressful expectation of changes. Seeing his unexpected appearance, Shu shootily smiles through tears, because next to her there is someone who is able to return hope and support in the struggle for the honor of his father. One of the men, covered by rage, breaks down in anger at the sight of Vanzen and roughly demands to cause protection, fearing to lose control of the situation that he almost turned into his victory. Confidently standing in front of the members of the council, the young man states that he is not the heir to the influential family of Shang Guan, but the bodyguard Shai, who has vowed not to bring his mistress and warns that if she cries again, the perpetrators will be punished. An angry man in a purple suit jumps up, demanding from the guard to immediately take a self-confident insolent from the hall, which, in his opinion, has already crossed all the boundaries of the permitted one. In response to the threat of expulsion, someone's hand with determination sticks the knife into the table, forcing everyone to freeze from surprise and tension, hanging in the air, like in front of a storm. The black-haired young man with icy calm looks at those present and declares his determination, and the affected uncle shudders in silence, losing confidence in his own rightness. She confidently gets up, puts his hand on the table and announces that he takes responsibility for all the affairs of the company during his father's illness, urging the rest of the council members to support its decision. A surprised and defeated expression on his uncle's face clearly shows that he has nothing more to say, and he is forced to confess in silence. After the meeting was completed, the board of directors silently leaves the meeting room, and Shu looks at them with concentration, knowing that the real battle for the father's work is just beginning. Smiling and calming down after a tense scene, Shu gently remarks to the young man that he may have been too harsh with her relatives because, whatever one may say, they are still her family. The young man explains that even if she tried to persuade them with the world, they would still not have sided with her, because in the world of business it is sometimes tougher than on the battlefield, and it is better to fight openly than sinking in the shadows of corporate intrigues. With a grateful smile in the eyes of Shangguan Shi, he admits that Vanzen, the best of all, because he always helps her, even when she herself treats him with bias and excessive emotionality. Vanzen, with irony, notes that he would never abandon a woman with an irregular cycle in such a difficult situation, again turning a serious moment into a scene with a comic subtext. Eyes flare up with fire, steam falls from the ears, and a flame of anger blazes around. Shangguan Shi, with a cry and a frantic look, promises to turn Vanzen into a corpse for his inappropriate joke. Sub plunged into business entries with a serious expression on the face. Shangguan Shi reflects that in order to lead the company, she needs to urgently prove her effectiveness, because directors who dream of taking her place are already circling around. Turning to Vanzen, Shu admits that her grandfather has long been retired, and her father has a mysterious disease, and now, left without support, she sincerely asks him for help. Listening carefully, Vanzen recalls how the elder Shangguan gave the company for 30 years, transferring the reins of government to his third son, and he did not let down. Jurong International grew up, and the pressure on Shi only intensified. By massaging whiskey in thought, Vanzen connects the poisoning of Father Shi with recent events and decides to gather everything together, at the same time explaining that for the sake of her safety, she will temporarily live in the company before the arrival of the guard Zhang Yuna. Shusha shares suspicions of the secret agreement between her father and Vanzen, making sure that in case of trouble he will receive time for the investigation, and Vanzen, tiredly covering his eyes with his hand, silently accepts her words of gratitude. In the silence of Vanzen's tension, he slowly leaves the hall and Shusha escapes him with a look, filled with determination to take a challenge facing her as the future leader of the company. Shangguan Shishu with anxiously naughty Vanzen, stopping him right in the corridor, and he turns around with a slight surprise and willingness to listen to her words. She sincerely, with a light blush, promises that if he someday needs support for the Shangguan family, she will do everything possible, even involves the influence of Jurong International, because he believes only he can save her father. Smiling and folding his fingers as a sign of victory, Vanzen admits merrily that her unexpected words were a little embarrassed by him, but with humor and care adds that he will definitely try to alleviate her pain during menstruation. The blonde, with a friendly smile and brilliance in blue eyes, is calmly standing, crossing her arms, deciding not to be offended by what he heard, and preserving amazing self-control. Accompanied by 3 bodyguards in black costumes and dark glasses, a woman in a scarlet coat, Katie, with whose appearance in the air, the cold determination and a premonition of a serious game, is about to begin. Watching Katie and Qiandun Sona, the guy in a tracksuit whispers delightfully that he has a face like Keanu Reeves, and wonders if a new matrix is being removed here while 2 strangers confidently pass by. Holding glasses in his hand, Katie with a smile stops the overly pathos Zian, gently reproaching him for the loud words that scared the boy, now bewildered with colored carrots in his hand. With a quick step and with the proud posture, Qiandong, sleep comes forward, hands in his pockets, his eyes are fixed up, and the daring exclamation sounds like a declaration. The predator returned to China. The 4 in black elegantly goes to the entrance to the building, attracting his eyes, while from the opposite side, a man with purple hair at a black car silently watches behind them. A young man with a cigarette in his teeth freezes in amazement, expanding his eyes in petrification in place, as if the words about a kinship were knocked out from under his feet. The next second, a guy with a hug is running out of the car with a joyful exclamation, while a harsh man with a gray tail remains motionless at the black car, watching the approach with predatory restraint. A woman in a scarlet coat, crossing her arms over her chest, skeptically looks at his brother with the appearance of a person who is difficult to believe in such a family relationship. Between these 2 abysses in everything, from style to bottom, the younger brother with a warm smile turns to the elder, welcoming his return, and in his eyes the sincere joy of the long-awaited meeting shines. The older brother with a cold expression immediately rejects fraternal emotions, saying that he does not believe in the sincerity of greeting, knowing about the failure in the affairs trusted by his father. The youngest, awkwardly scratching his head, pleads his guilt and explains that it was his father who asked him to learn from the elder in order to comprehend the art of doing business. The cold-blooded Xiandong sleep, crossing his hands and not changing the icy expression, calmly informs his brother that everything has already been decided. He arranged for him to study at the University of Australian, tickets were bought, and tomorrow he crashes abroad. The younger brother, in confusion, extends his hands forward, indignantly asking why the departure is already tomorrow and is the Xian really going to ignore the will of their father. Remaining the unperturbed and straightforward, Qiandun Sleep with cold determination replies that the decision is final, and no one, even the father, is able to change it. The younger brother, squeezing a fist of his chest in despair, shouts to the elder in the face, asking why he single-handedly decides their fate, leaving him the slightest choice. Qiandong Song, preserving the icy calm of dark glasses, refuses to explain his actions and warnily warns that in case of escape, the way home will be closed until the very end of the university. Katie, crossing his hands and looking at him with a reproach, is surprised at his cruelty, sincerely not understanding how to treat his brother so much. The man, without reacting to her emotional tone, calmly reminds of the boundaries, warning Katie against interference in family affairs and clearly sharing the director's requests and personal life. In response to this, Katie with a cold smile is interested in when Vanzen will meet with allies in China, hinting at an important part of the upcoming mission. A strict man, without even turning around, without emotions replies that the allies for him only figures on the chessboard, which can be used to achieve the goal. With a cold smile on her lips, a woman in a scarlet coat throws a caustic remark about excessive self-confidence, hinting that his arrogance is unlikely to ever be attractive to others. Removing into the depths of the perspective, A man with gray hair calmly says that in this city there are many things that can make them happy, and his step emphasizes determination and detachment from feelings. While the three harsh figures come out of the corner of the building, the Qian with a calm expression on the face announces the first point of their route. A meeting with an old acquaintance which is unlikely to portend anything pleasant. In front of the facade of the nightclub, in the silence of the evening, filled with soft purple-orange light, a dark elite machine froze, hinting at the arrival of important guests and the approach of events, which will change the course of this night. With a smile on his face and a confident gait, a man in a black suit and sunglasses proudly gets out of the car, like a hero who returned to the epicenter of the game, announcing his return. Its appearance is produced by a real splash. In the bright light of the nightclub, everyone present in amazement examines it, casting delighted and surprised glances, as if at a star or a mysterious avenger from a film screen. Confidently paving the way through the crowd, the man in dark glasses commands to part, and behind him, like a shadow, are the bodyguards and a woman in a scarlet coat. Two guards resolutely advance through the hall, and their concentrated glances with a clear gift make even the club employees to freeze in stressful expectation. One of the guards with a stone face and darkened glasses suddenly stops, noticing something strange in the hall, and his reaction instantly increases the degree of stress. Without losing a second, the second guard is lightly enough for the waiter and raises him above his head, forcing the audience to freeze in a stunned shock, as if a spectacular show began. The bodyguard easily throws the waiter into the air, filling the space of the club hall with a frantic, almost carnival energy. The impact power throws the waiter with his back into a wooden cabinet, breaking shelves and bottles into rubbish, and around glass fragments and streams of spilled alcohol fly around. The bloodless waiter lies without movement among the wreckage and puddles of wine, his body curled up in a broken window, as if he himself became part of the scenery of chaos. The air is filled with alarming cries, and the crowd breaks off the places, scattering in different directions in a panic. While one of the guards calmly stands in the center of the hall, the manager of the nightclub Huan Bo appears on the stage with a cold expression when the crowd parts, leaving him one face to the threat. In the midst of chaos, Huan Bo, squeezing his fist, rushes forward, directing the blow towards the guard, full of determination to protect his place. A woman in a red coat with a slight smile and ironic luster in her eyes watches the actions of the guard. Mentally noting his fearlessness, the manager beats the guard with all his might in the chest, but he does not move, like a bronze statue, absorbing a blow without the slightest reaction. The blonde in dark glasses stands calmly in the middle of the crowd, without saying a word and remaining cold-blooded and restrained after a blow. A guard without a shadow of emotions sharply strikes the manager's chest, throwing him with a crushing force. While the crowd is parting in a panic, a guard with icy indifference watches how a man in a suit flies on the floor, like a rag doll, leaving a trace of a shameful defeat. Broken and humiliated, he writhes on the floor, coughing hoarsely with pain and surprise, and the cold walls silently look at his inglorious fall. Without hesitation for a second, he mercilessly puts his leg on the face of a defeated enemy, forcing him to grit his teeth from pain and humiliation. With a proud and unshakable look, he takes a confident step forward and declares that from now on Li Minghao is no longer the only one who controls the criminal world of the capital under control. Leaving the defeated to lie in the shade, the other man calmly approaches, ready to join the game, where he was no longer just honor, but something much more. Squeezing in a powerless pose, a violet-haired man looks up with despair at a figure rising above him with inexorable power and silent condemnation. One of the guards exclaims dumbfounded, unable to understand how everything gets out of control and who is this unknown powerful shadow that violates the usual order. Broken and humiliated, he lies in tears on the floor, squeezing his heart from a bitter confession of guilt before his brother, whom he betrayed at an important moment. Resolutely leaning towards a beaten friend, a young man with a stern look orders to immediately take him to the hospital, swearing to avenge the offenders the same. In the cozy ward, where the soft light concerns the patient's pale face, the young man with a bandaged leg silently listens to as a friend as anxiously asks to tell the whole truth about the events of that night. Lying motionless and looking at the ceiling with pain and shame, the guy tells about the attack of 3 men and 1 beautiful woman, admitting that he could not resist and conveyed their words. The young man in a gray suit, serious and determined by determination, begs to avenge the damage caused and claims that the word Li Minhao is always significant and cannot be doubtful. A cheerful girl with pink hair enthusiastically shows her friend her new dress, inviting her to go together to a party full of glare, dancing, and carefree joy. A calm and strict blonde with a notebook in her hands gives an order to build a cage for an annoying guest, and in case of disobedience, also feed it properly. A girl with pink hair, holding the phone, indignantly asks whether her father really wants to marry her blindly, accusing him of haste and recalling that he seemed to completely forget how old she was. Sitting on the couch with a severe expression on his face, the father holds the phone and calmly declares that if she does not return home immediately, he himself will ask his mother to take measures and make her do it. Enraged and deeply offended, she screams that her father, a real tyrant, a hero on the street, but a despot in the family, and with firmness announces that she does not intend to return home. Father, furiously squeezing the phone in his hand, yells into his daughter for a daring tone and strictly orders to return home by noon, threatening with a serious punishment if she disobedient. In a panic and with despair in her voice, a girl with pink hair shakes the exhausted wit by the shoulders, begging to tell how to get out of the situation, because her father is furious. But she does not know what to do. The blonde with a soft smile tries to reassure her friend, subtly hinting that perhaps she is waiting for the one she dreamed of, and it is worth looking at him at least once. She calmly and with light irony reminds her friend, as in her adolescence her father was already trying to marry her, hinting that the current story was far from the first. A girl with pink tails in a simplified form explains that her father spoils her youth from her youth, and she will not understand why this time he became even more persistent. Smiling slyly and looking into the distance, she is enthusiastically sharing the plan. Avoid visual contact on a date so that the guy lost interest, and she could escape as early as possible. Sitting at a table with a book in his hands, the hero recalls the disappeared old man with annoyance, whose support is now needed now. But the unknown only enhances confusion and anxiety. Remembering the order to protect Shangguan Shi, he is surprised to understand that this is connected with the dragon scales. Everything begins to fold into a single picture. Standing in front of the old man in strict black clothes, the hero perceives his cold words as a final farewell, behind which is more than just a request not to look for a meeting. Left alone with a dossier in his hands and looking at the void, in anxious expectation he tries to catch at least a thread that can lead to the old man. Realizing that the answers to the most important questions are still stored only for the one who disappeared, a cheerful girl with pink hair and shining eyes suddenly appears in the doorway with an elegant companion and a cup in her hands, bringing lightness, warmth, and almost home comfort to the room. Continuing to sincerely smile with a cup in her hands, she is silent, and the guy in bewilderment asks her to finally speak, noticing how strange she behaves today. Standing behind Zhenya, she gently puts her hands on his shoulders and with his care offers to do a massage, noticing how much he is tired. The guy with a slight half smile agrees because he just has a free half hour, and the girl begins to gently massage his shoulders. Shishir, watching this from the sofa, barely restrains the laughter, covering his mouth with his hand so as not to laugh into his head. Suddenly breaking away from the process, the pink-haired girl embarrassedly admits that in fact she really needs his help in one delicate matter. Hearing that she asks him to pretend to be her boyfriend, the young man is indignantly jumping up and declares that she will not agree for anything, because he has neither the time nor the desire to play such games. Having folded her hands in a prayer and pressing them to his face, the girl explains that her father wants to arrange a date blindly, and then a betrothal, and she urgently needs a guy to just come and sit, delivering her from the fate. The guy with a thoughtful look recalls that his wife, Han Tuos, a famous tigress, and if he sticks into this lair, his life can hang in the balance. Closing her eyes, the girl sharply waving her arms, trying to calm the storm of emotions that are torn out. In a fit of rage, she grabs Van by the collar of the shirt and ominously threatens that she will say to everyone, she is pregnant from him, and then Lao Han will definitely wipe him from the face of the earth. Realizing that it will not work to get away from the situation, the guy with a grin asks if he should put on a body armor in case the girl's father decides to shoot him. Under the bright rays of the sun, a magnificent view of the vast estate of the Han family is revealed. Su Baizian and Su Ming, having settled on the couch, with a slight smile tell old Connie that they came to look at the starry night, adding that their children are peers and will surely find a common language. The Han of that Su says with the warmth that as soon as he saw the young man, he immediately imbued him with trust, not only as a soldier, but also as a worthy groom for his daughter. The guy is admitted by the eldest that he has long been in love with a girl, but still does not understand what the Star Night actually means. Mother Jang Yanitsin proudly says that her daughter has owned the highest level of martial arts since childhood, and claims that their marriage is intended for the heavens themselves. Smiling and bringing a cup to her mouth, she adds that their father will also be satisfied when the club finally opens. The woman, hiding a hypocritical smile, says everything in such a way as to please China's most influential political family. Dreaming of a cloudless future, the heroine indignantly turns to the elder, reproaching why the girl still did not pass, emphasizing her arrogance and about to call to hurry. The gray-haired man got up, looked in the other direction of the room and warned that the old man returned from a walk with the dog, adding that the animal could be aggressive to strangers. Under the bright sunlight, an old man enters the room, and next to him there is a dog on a leash, as if guarding the peace of the house. An elderly man with a good-natured smile gently reassures his dog, who froze in a wary pose, showing that peace and trust reign in this house. The young guy in military uniform freezes on the threshold and gives honor to the elderly owner, thereby opening a new chapter of acquaintance between generations. Looking at the young man with a warm smile, the old man recognizes the power of time that does not spare anyone, and with hope in his voice passes him a symbolic baton. The young man in the form respects the shepherd with respect, admiring her impeccable discipline and suspecting that in front of him the fruit of many years of training and deep understanding with the owner. Talking about the past, the old man shares that he met a black German shepherd when she was 8, and since then she became not just a guard, but a fighting girlfriend who had repeatedly saved him. From special forces to a peaceful house, the old man tends to the dog gently, strokes her in the face, and proudly speaks of scars that testify not to pain, but about the right service, courage, and paths traveled nearby. Looking with curiosity at the dog, the young man asks the old man how his name is, feeling that a special story is hiding behind the calm appearance of the animal. In response to a question, the old man affectionately calls the name Dragon, and the dog, radiating dignity and calm, sits with his head proudly raised, embodying fidelity, strength, and memory of the combat past. The black car quickly drives up to the house. The wheels gently rustle along the asphalt, foreshadowing a new round of events under the solemn light of the morning sun. A woman in an elegant dress, sitting comfortably on the couch, with a slight smile, notes that the sound outside the window announces the return of a special person whose appearance everyone was waiting. Having fun ran out of the room and opening the door, the girl in a yellow dress joyfully meets the guest, as if anticipating the beginning of something bright and long-awaited. With the unexpected grimace of shock and the dilated eyes of Vanzen, it was seemed struck by lightning. The news knocked him out of his inner balance in an instant. Standing in the doorway next to a pink-haired girl, gently holding his arm, he tries to remain calm, although thoughts are still raging in his head feverishly. Feeling the seriousness of the moment, the girl quietly but decisively informs him of high-ranking guests, recalling that their general honor depends on his behavior. A woman in a blue dress approaches a couple with anxiety, and with easy suspicion in her eyes asks what is happening here. A little embarrassed but with a decisive tone, a pink-haired girl represents Vanzen as her boyfriend. Holding the girl's hand, Vanzen politely welcomes relatives and apologizes for having come without gifts. Everything happened too suddenly. A dog with a piercing look suddenly breaks from the place, as if he had caught something supernatural, and rushes forward rapidly, not noticing the surprised old man who only manages to throw his eyebrows from surprise. The next second, the old man with anxiety and amazement watches how the faithful dog flows past him at lightning speed, leaving behind him only a trace of movement and tail that dissecting the air. And now, a moment after a moment, a huge shepherd with shining eyes joyfully rushes into the arms of Vanzen, licks his face and barks loudly like an old friend, who finally waited for his master after a long separation. Star Knight, froze with an open mouth and wide eyes wide, stunnedly looks at the amazing connection between the dog and the guy, not believing that the animal immediately and sincerely trusted him. A cheerful and unexpectedly touching moment comes when a devoted dog with a gleam licks Vanzen's cheek in his eyes, as if recognizing an old friend in him, and he smiles in response with joy. Against the backdrop of the memories filled with warm light, the scene from the past pops up. The young Vanzen in military uniform with inspiration runs to the dog, holding out his hands, and the dog, learning him, is already rushing towards him. The dragon with a joyful bark rushes to Vanzen, who confidently holds out his palm, and, easily slipping through the ring, demonstrates his loyalty and honed training. Focused and slightly alarmed, Vanzen stands in the yard, carefully reading the sheet of paper, as if there is something important or unexpected in it. Having knelt down and gently pressing the dog's face to himself, Vanzen, with a piercing relief, admits that he considered the dragon to be dead and does not believe that he sees him alive again. A gray-haired man with tired eyes, watching this touching meeting, with a slight smile says that it seems that the dog has finally found his real master. A girl with pink hair and a delicate expression on her face stands to the side, pressing her hands to her heart, watching the scene with such a warmth as if something deeply personal affected her. Standing in front of the dog, Vanzen suddenly looks up, because in front of him there is a military man in uniform, surrendering in silence, but with respect. Two men calmly leave the room, leaving Vanzen, who watches them in tense silence, and a muzzle of a wary dog is barely visible nearby. An elderly man with a serious look approaches Vanzen and asks a direct question in which a hint of a military past or unusual skills is clearly heard. Vanzen responds with a slight smile with dignity, talking about his professionalism in dog training only strengthening the image he created. The hero apologizes to those present, casting a farewell look at the girl and the dog, before setting down, leaving the tense silence. The dog, clinging to the leg of the young man, looks after him sadly in his eyes, and a quiet whispering, as if realizing that the expectation will be long and alarming. The young man tends to the dragon gently, promising that he will definitely return, and mentally begs the dog to wait for the day when they will be together again. In the silence of expectation and hidden anxiety, they stand nearby, each in their thoughts. But her tears and compressed hands speak more than words about the pain of loss, fear of separation, and the hope that has not yet faded. A decisive and surprisingly calm voice, the girl declares her intention to enter the army, looking forward with a strange mixture of mixedness and call, while the man behind her froze in confusion. His gaze, directed right at her, is full of distrust and irritation. And with bitter directness he casts a question in which not just doubt is heard, but the desire to control. Even the service will not save it from a future marriage. Having decisively frowned and clenching her fists with a fiery luster in her eyes, she shouts her firm yes, demonstrating confidence and willingness to accept a challenge of fate. Gently putting her hand on her head, the eldest man encouragingly says that since the decision has been made, it is time to go, and asks not to succumb to pressure because no one wants her to carry a load of the family alone. A mustachioed man in a serious voice announces the preparation of a girl in the Ninju military district and promises to maintain her origin, recalling that the belonging to the Han family is a reason for pride. Sitting sadly on the couch and hugging the pillow tightly, the girl thinks about her friend, who suddenly decides to leave for harsh training, and worries whether she can withstand all this. Standing by the window, the protagonist looks thoughtfully at the building with the inscription Evil Corporation, silently preparing to take the next step in the big game. In silence and concentration, he recognizes how quickly time takes, allowing memories and goals to form a look into the future. Looking out the window, the young man suddenly asks the girl the question of Shangguan Yunyao, and she, clutching a pillow to herself, looks up with surprise, immediately realizing that it is about the eldest son of the Qi Shangguan clan. An unexpected excitement flashes in her eyes when she confirms that he really knows this person, and her serious gaze gives out that the name Yunyao means much more than just a memory. A girl with blue eyes thoughtfully talks about the origin of Yunyao, emphasizing his restrained character, so similar to the senior Shangguan, and in her gaze, respect for the heritage of an ancient family is read. In warm, sunny rays, a young man named Shangguan Yunyao papers in a greenhouse concentrated in a greenhouse, where his small but profitable farm built on the land he bought is spread out among the flowering bushes. Standing by the window, the hero with a smile and sincere admiration looks at him, admitting that such a devoted work deserves the purest praise. Having settled on the sofa with a pillow in her hands, the girl seriously warns that Shangguan Yunyao, restrained but alien, he once showed disrespect for his own father too much. Turning to the window flooded with the sun with a slight smile on his lips, the young man tells that he heard about the upcoming noisy party at the villa of the second son Sunny, and at ease, offers to join the fun. Jumping off the sofa, the girl with determination waves a pillow and shouts her consent with enthusiasm, turning the moment into the start of a new, possibly an adventurous chapter. The spacious facade of the house with a pointed roof and light walls serves as the hallmark of the Shangguan family, personifying their status and influence in high society. In a luxurious living room, furnished with an expensive furniture, a young man in a green shirt carelessly fell apart on the couch in the arms of two women, while a sonorous signal violates the silence of his gold idleness. With an irritated shout and an expression of complete discontent, he turns his head to the door, making it clear that he does not want to see any guests, demonstrating contempt and unwillingness to interrupt his pleasure. In surprise, leaning toward the door and looking into the eye, the man freezes into indecision. What he saw makes the heart beat more often, because on the threshold is a figure, the appearance of which he did not expect at all. In the field of view, outlined by a dark rim, the eye appears. Shangguan Yunyao, calm, with a soft smile on his lips and a bag in his hand. He stands in front of the door with the look of a man who came with good. A little bewildered but sincerely surprised, the man wide opened the door, meeting his brother with a warm smile, as if not understanding why he came right now, but already rejoicing in his visit. With a smile, combining simplicity and pride, Shangguan Yunyao stands on the threshold with a white bag in his hand and talks about the 2 rabbits he raised, which he brought to dinner, hoping to supplement the table with dishes from the chief of a 5-star hotel. Embarrassed and touched at the same time, his brother with gestures from Hall Paul explains that it was not worth making so much effort if he wanted something tasty. He would simply send it without bothering him personally. Turning over his shoulder with a crafty gleam in his eyes, Yunyao jokingly admits that breeding and preparing animals became his new hobby, and by chance asks what his brother was doing before his arrival. Rubbing the back of his head with an awkward smile, the younger brother admits that he has no special preferences, as if he is trying to avoid a direct answer or the manifestation of the initiative. Sitting alone on a luxurious sofa, he carefully starts a conversation about the illness of the 3rd uncle and hints his brother at the opportunity to take the place of the patriarch, not hiding the alarm about the fair, haired girl who can become the heiress. Shangguan Yunyao, calmly sitting opposite, assures that it is too early to worry about it. The uncle is still treating, and sincerely admits how much the talent of San Shu, who managed to lead the family to prosperity, envies. Smoking a cigarette with a thoughtful look, the man confidently expresses support to his brother, convincing him that he was worthy of the patriarch's post and is able to raise his family even higher than Sanya Shu did. Having collapsed on the sofas in the living room, the brothers, surrounded by 2 girls, conduct a leisurely conversation, and the youngest, pretending to be indifferent to the topic of leadership, jokingly asks the elder to give the command to his chef. He dies of hunger. Smiling from the sofa, Yunyao offers his brother to call the nanny to join dinner. They say, "It will be more fun," and he, pale with surprise, jumps up with a scream, not believing his ears. In front of the high gates of the snow, white villa, illuminated by the bright daytime sun, the girl and the young man are surprised to examine the house, and she asks, "Is it really the very place where Shangguan lives alone?" The blonde, with a serious expression on her face, crossing her arms on her chest, suggests that her brother is probably busy now, and in her gaze an alarming alertness is read. Expressing the admiration for how luxuriousness may look, the young man with a slight smile turns into a companion, carefully watching him, and is interested in whether she decided what to do next. Once in a comically awkward situation, the guy with a stretched smile admits that he has not come up with anything yet, but he will definitely figure out anything, despite his inner confusion and shaky enthusiasm. The memory of a blocked car causes irritation in the girl when she, standing with a guy at the yellow convertible, recalls how he parked right at their door, blocking the exit and forcing her sister to Shenfei also a place. The young man with ironic determination sparkles with his eyes, clutching the kitchen knife in his hand, and with a crafty smile admits that he restrained for a long time, but now he is ready to arrange small revenge to the one who got it tightly. Stunned by his words, the girl stops abruptly, with anxiety on her face and anxiety in her eyes, as if suddenly realized something important or recalls something forgotten. A girl with golden hair unexpectedly notices a familiar car among parked cars. Realizing that Shangguan Yunyao is also here, and with a barely restrained enthusiasm, she whispers that the situation is becoming more interesting. A guy with a knife in his hand and a cunning smile on his face says that it would be a crime not to take such a chance because the one who was here now once brazenly laughed in the living room with cousins while the girl's father was lying in a deep coma. With cold determination in his fingers, he throws a knife forward, and he with lightning speed dissects the air, leaving behind a trembling wave of tension. The blade definitely falls into the wheel of a yellow sports car, punching the tire with a crunch and breaking the evening silence with a sharp whistle of outgoing air. Satisfied with the result, the young man approaches the damaged car and without ceremonies, it scratches the word "a fool" on the hood. While the girl watches his actions in confusion, The blonde does not hold back laughter and bursts out with ringing laughter against the background of the pink sky. Her fun reaction contrasts sharply with what he has just seen. A stunned guy in a green t-shirt appears around the corner and indignantly rushes to the stage, where the black-haired stands with a knife at the mutilated car, not expressing a drop of remorse. An insulted and furious reddish young man screams on Shangguan Shishi, demanding that she finally take responsibility. The furious Shushu with fire in the eyes rushes forward, demanding to repeat the insult, like a roller thunder in front of an impending storm. Consentily and calmly, the guy continues to scratch the body of the yellow sports czar with a knife, as if forever fitting his revenge into it. The guy in a green t-shirt fiercely yells at Shangguan Shisha, accusing her of that her miserable Shavka spoils his car and threatens to make her regret if she does not buy him a new one. Shangguan Shishi, maintaining complete confidence, coldly replies that he will not pay a dime and tells Vanzen to break the car. Wang Zhen, with a devilish enthusiasm, appears with a huge hammer in his hands and shouts defiantly that he will do it with joy, while the dumbfounded guy in green remains in a stupor. With complete determination and without a shadow of doubt, Vanzen waving a heavy hammer and crashes into a yellow car with a deafening roar, leaving a deep dent on its impeccable building. At the very moment when the hammer again soars into the air, two guys run out of the open door, and one of them shouts the name Shangguan Shi with fright, not understanding what is happening here. While everyone around is stunned, the second guy, as if nothing had happened, with a smile and a light greeting turns to Shai, as if it were an ordinary meeting of old friends. Shangguan Shishi, surprised and alarmed, calls his brother and asks Vanzen for a moment to stop, feeling that the situation is about to get out of control. An angry guy, pointing to Shai, loudly complains to his brother about her behavior, accusing her of damage to the car and complaining that after an uncle illness, no one is following her at all. But the brother, in response, only good-naturedly offers to discuss everything over a cup of tea, saying that he brought a little food from the farm and inviting everyone to stay for lunch. Vanzen calmly stands next to Shangguan Shi, holding a hammer in his hands, while the newly arrived guy politely imagines like Shangguan Yunyao and says that he finally met the very bodyguard that he had heard about so much. Booking Vanzen's hand with an open smile, Yunyao delightfully speaks of the reputation of Master Shangguan and the dream of seeing the farm, and Vanzen generously invites him after dinner, mentioning rare chrysanthemums, which will soon bloom. Smiling with a confident look, Vanzen watches what is happening, and Yunyao in his thoughts notes his calm before wealth and power, a sign of either indifference or a dangerous exposure, which is better not to joke. In a brightly lit lobby on the marble floor, four people freeze in silent tension. Vanzen and Shangguan Shishu. Shushi stand on one side, two men on the other, and everyone is immersed in their thoughts before the upcoming conversation. Looking calmly around, Vanzen notes with a light grin that the strongest aroma of female hormones is hiding in the air, which means that there are definitely more than two women inside, and speaks almost by chance. Shangguan Shi looks right in front of him with an expression of inner stupor, as if trying to comprehend a strange remark just uttered. At a large table laid down by various dishes, four characters gathered for lunch, and Vanzen greedily pounces on food, striking Shushi with his wolf appetite. The caring Shi holds a cup for him, reproaching for haste, because she is scared that he would choke, while enthusiastically bite into another piece. One of the brothers sitting on the contrary looks at Vanzen with a dismissive smile and with a mockery is interested in whether all her dogs usually eat at the table, hinting at the complete lack of manners. Still holding a piece of meat in his hand, Vanzen Klosamrovno looks forward and with a daring grin replies that even if he is a dog, but of those who turn any impudent into a cripple or a corpse for an attempt to break the order in his city. Sitting opposite Shangguan Shishi, the young man with a smile tries to relieve tension, turning to his brother with a request not to grumble in such a rare visit, and then offers the girl to taste the rabbit, which he raised and prepared with his own hands. A slightly surprised and with a barely noticeable smile, he raises his eyes, hearing an unexpected remark about his left hand, and notices that the way he holds food aroused a genuine interest in the interlocutor. With a warm smile, glancing at Vanzen, a girl with golden hair with admiration tells about her brother, who retired to write with his right hand, became the best student of the capital and always took first places. Struck by this story, Vanzen is embarrassedly tired of the space, covered by mixed feelings, and to himself with annoyance admits that more than anything else cannot stand people with a high IQ. Sadly lowering her head and looking out the window, the girl recalls that, alas, her older brother later went to study abroad and did not pass the entrance exams in college, leaving behind his brilliant school past. A guy with a cunning expression on his face talks about the charms of pastoral landscapes abroad, recalling huge farms and developed livestock, as if personally saw all this while the girl listens to him with serene calm. With a defiant gaze and a light grin, he sarcastically asks if this dog was behind the ocean in Rohanapur, trying to convict the interlocutor in a lie, and at the same time laughing at the reference to the fictional anime city. Boldly smiling with a chicken leg in his hand, the hero confidently replies that, of course, he was, while throwing a prickly look towards the opponent and hinting that he himself never got out of the border. With an ironically raised eyebrow, a guy in a green shirt doubts what he heard, leaning on his elbow and thoughtfully pinching his chin in the pose of a skeptic observer. Smiling warmly and speaking from the heart, a young man with disheveled hair shares his thoughts about traveling, confidently saying that he did not even see Huaxi's native land, especially the fertile soil of Huaxi. Smiling slightly, the main character agrees with this statement. But then, as if by chance, he is interested in whether his interlocutor can handle weapons. The hero, with a serious expression on his face, admits that he was once fond of shooting, but there was no time left due to business worries, and interest in weapons gradually faded. Noticing gross corns on his palms, the main character with a half-smile remarks that the interlocutor seems to do all the hard work himself, not relying on anyone. And irritated to the limit, the guy in a green t-shirt with a furious look throws a reproach towards the interlocutor, warmly defending his brother's right to act of his own free will and protecting him from intervention. A man with disheveled hair and a calm smile sits at the table in a cozy home atmosphere, sincerely telling about his big farm and offering guests to join the work together with already hired workers. At a generously laid table in a bright room, the main character praises delicate rabbit meat with interest, after which he accepts the invitation to visit the farm. And the owner, on the contrary, agrees to help with the loading of animals later. The bright sun floods the greens, a narrow path leads deep into the fields, and the three heroes of the white car are silently peering into the landscape full of promises and new impressions. The owner of the farm proudly shows the field where over 10,000 kilograms of vegetables from modified seeds are collected annually. And the guests are listening carefully, looking at the greens in the morning light. With a slight smile and a dream in the eyes, the main character, standing in the middle of violent greenery, calmly peers into the distance and imagines the future in which he will also be far away and finds his inspiration and peace in this. In the rays of the evening sun, three friends calmly go along a wide asphalt road along a high wall, silently enjoying a walk in a pleasant silence before a new discovery. Having stopped at a cell with high metal rods, the heroes with curiosity and light wary watch the loudly barking dogs rushing in the aviary, concerned about the appearance of strangers. A girl with blonde hair looks frightenedly towards the dogs, squeezing her fingers with anxiously and retreating nervously, because her heart begins to fight faster from fear of these aggressive farm guards. Three heroes stop at the gray concrete wall in a warm evening light, and one of them, speaking of combat dogs, explains that he keeps them not for the sake of battles, but for the sake of a special connection, feelings of power and trust. When wild predators behave like affectionate puppies, the thoughtful and slightly surprised, the protagonist reflects on the contrast between the fierce appearance of the dogs and their instant humility in front of the owner, which causes him an alarming but at the same time delighted amazement. In the memoirs, as if in a nightmare, the hero again experiences a dangerous mission in the forest more often, where he miraculously escaped a deadly bullet from a leveraged sniper, aptly acting in the shade of trees during a fight with a dragon of scales. Against the backdrop of evening light, the hero suspiciously observes the owner of the farm, convinced that he, the spy of the Su family, and it was he who prevented them from getting out of the trap, therefore mentally warns himself to be on the alert. Otherwise, he would not hold back the thirst for revenge. Stunned by the important news, Shushu sharply responds on the phone and orders to immediately gather everyone in an emergency meeting in an hour, while her companion looks at her with confusion, not understanding what happened. Surprised and slightly alarmed, the owner of the farm asks a direct question, trying to find out what exactly caused such an unexpected alarm in Shai, who had just received alarming news. Shushu anxiously talks about a serious accident in the production related to filters, due to which more than 20 people suffered and were hospitalized, filling the air with a sense of urgency and stress. The alarmed man insists that Shu will return as soon as possible and deal with the problem. Suspecting that this is a planned attack that could harm the future of the whole family of Shangguan. At the urgent meeting, Shu states that for 12 years with filters there were no problems, and the current breakdown looks suspicious and may be sabotage. Sitting at the table in the negotiator, Wei Wantao calmly reports on the malfunction in mason filters, which caused waste accumulation and mass poisoning. The case with two 3-year-old children is especially disturbed. The Shu, packed with anxiety, looks directly in front of him and asks the main question that excites all those present, which showed the tests and what are the forecasts. The first assistant reports that heavy metals were discovered in the water. This almost does not threaten adults, but children are threatened with chronic diseases, and their parents could not be reassured. Shi seriously addresses those present that the enemy is ahead of them, and it is time to act decisively in order to get out of the wrestling winners. Wei Wantao raises a direct question to Shi, wondering if she has guesses about who could arrange sabotage, emphasizing that these people need to be brought to the light and prevent them from hiding in the shade. Confidently, but restrained, Shu admits that she has suspicions, but she does not intend to blame anyone without evidence, and therefore refuses to answer. Based on the table and clutching the report with his hand, Shu, with a resolute look, reports that the information department has prepared a detailed analysis of the damage for the company and described the possible consequences, including the worst scenarios. With a serious look, Shu states that it is necessary to restrain the spread of rumors, clearly make it clear about the conducting investigation, and maintain customer trust in products. Sitting on the contrary, the first assistant looks up and offers two options: hire programmers for forum monitoring or contact the owners of information platforms. With the determination in the voice of Shu, he claims that without evidence of innocence, excuses are useless, and emphasizes, "You need to urgently find at least some clue to start acting." Having gathered all the internal power, she instructs Wei to accompany her at a press conference, while the rest of the departments should continue the usual work in order to maintain the stability of the company. Having bowed to the team, Shu says that falls and ups, a natural part of growth, and only hard work will help to overcome this crisis, inspiring faith in the power of unity. At a press conference before the public, he represents himself as the daughter of Shangguan Jijejun, and referring to his absence, takes responsibility to speak on behalf of Jurong International, showing determination at a difficult moment. When the journalist rises from his seat and throws a sharp question, distrust glows in his eyes, and his voice sounds like a shot. He requires explanation and wants to hear who takes responsibility for the tragedy. Shisha sits behind a microphone with a straight back and a decisive gaze, while the light of soffits illuminates her face, and she claims that their filter manufacturer was the best over the years and had not previously caused the slightest complaints. One of those present at the conference is asking a question with a concerned tone, whether the company is ready to take responsibility for what happened, and whether it can even explain how it has reached. With a serious and confident look, the girl states that Jurong International does not evade responsibility, clarifying, "The failure occurred in the discharge system, but mason filters are protected from heavy metals entering the water." A young journalist in a bright shirt with excitement in his voice exclaims, "Really? If the company simply set up all the evidence against it, and who will now believe in innocence if the victims saw themselves?" The hall covers a wave of tense homon. Reporters look at each other, whisper, and vividly discuss what is happening, exchanging suspicions and guesses while the atmosphere is thickening with every new second. Having resolutely leaning towards the microphone, Shangguan Shishi, with a serious look, states that he will personally visit the factory factors to prove the truth and cleanse the company from false accusations. One of the reporters with an emotional surge throws a direct reproach, indignantly hinting that the cold blood of Shangguan Shisha looks suspiciously and unnaturally calm for a person who could lose loved ones in such a tragedy. At the wall with a tense gaze and crossed hands, Zhou stands silently, watching Shisha's performance. In his eyes there is a distrust mixed with a wary interest. With the advantage of Shangguan Shishi, it apologizes on behalf of Jurong International to the victims, emphasizing that the company takes all responsibility and payment for treatment. One of the reporters jumps up and indignantly challenges everything that has been said, sarcastically asking if it is possible to buy health for money, and with rage emphasizes that no compensation can be compared with the safety of children. Van silently watches Shishi's performance, concentrating on her behavior and sincerity, and a mixture of tense thought and restrained anxiety burns in his gaze. Sitting under the pressure of cameras and close views, Shushu tightly squeezes the microphone and, preserving the confident expression of the person, states that he is obliged to explain everything again in order to regain control of the situation. Raising her hand with 3 fingers as a symbol of structured determination, she talks about the third point, promising that if the company really became a victim of a setup, the guilty will not remain unpunished. Having entered the rhythm of confident speech, Shushchi clearly sets out the first 2 points. The company takes full responsibility and, as soon as the truth becomes known, will give an official explanation of what happened. Stretched and serious, Wyden, turning to the microphone, completes her performance, indicating that the time later and now she needs to personally meet with the victims, so the conference is over. In the rays of soft evening light, a silver car rushes along the road through the silence of the city, taking away the heroine to meet the next, no less intense chapter of its struggle. Sitting in the cabin, immersed in thought, Shushu with suspicion and surprise looks forward, and with tension in his voice says the question of the mysterious guy who appeared at a press conference. A man in a strict costume says that Chen Bowen from Northern Weekend often publishes articles without evidence, but is popular among young people, which gives his words a dangerous weight. Tired and irritated, Shushu sits in the back seat with his hands on his chest and pouting cheeks, without a shadow of doubt, saying that this impudent journalist was already pretty tired of her. The man continues to calmly report that this very Chen Bowen, albeit a master of art, is burdened with tens of thousands of dollars of tuition debts, which he could not pay even after graduation, which indicates his irresponsibility. Van, calmly holding the steering wheel and looking at the road, suggests that the same Bowen, who used to hide his income, now secretly earns a lot of money. Perhaps this is the true cause of his attacks. In the cabin under the light of sunset, the man recalls how Chen Bowen already accused their company a year ago, and then the sales of competitors had grown by 10%, as if someone specially incited the scandal for the sake of benefit. Leaning his cheek on the palm of his hand, a girl with blue eyes gloomily thinks that all this is part of the conspiracy against their company. And I'm sure that Bowen has already written a devastating article for tomorrow's release Northern Weekend. The young man with a smug smile assures that he will deal with everything, because he has his own methods of combating such types. Shusha recalls how last time he, unable to restrain his emotions, put the knife on the table right in front of the whole audience. Covering his mouth with laughter, the girl trusts him with the case and with ironic sarcasm asks accidentally not to kill anyone. A man in a passenger seat with doubt in his eyes asks, "Is he really just a guard? And how he is going to cope with this matter?" The guy calmly replies that this should not be worried about this, adding that they almost reach the hospital and it's time to think about how to do with the victims. The girl, sighing tiredly, admits how hard it is to be the main one, and says that her only desire is a speedy recovery of her father. The car rushes through the morning city to the checkpoint, casting a long shadow on the asphalt, while the passengers tensely discuss the following steps in the conditions of growing public pressure inside. Journalists with cameras and microphones gather on the light terrace in front of the main entrance, preparing for an interview with a woman in a pink dress, which is in the spotlight and radiates calm confidence. A crowd of indignant people chanting the slogans under the banner with a demand for Jurong International accumulated in front of the building to pay for the treatment of children, and the rumble of protest fills the air with an alarming atmosphere. Heroes are approaching the building, at the entrance of which are the charges of loss of conscience by Jurong International, and an angry crowd persistently requires the treatment of injured children. Van with light irony notes that the protesters already have their own slogan, and in his voice it sounds not so much a mockery as a distrust of the sincerity of their intentions. The blonde turns to a man in a t-shirt and trousers with interest and a share of distrust, asking for whether he is really one of the victims. Clutching his fist with rage and speaking with heat, the man passionately declares the reason for the protest, explaining that it was because of injustice that they went to the rally. A guy with a serious face approaches a protesting one and directly asks if he has the attitude to the creation of a banner denigrating the company. Without hiding either hesitation or pride, a man admits his involvement, confirming that it was they who made a provocative poster. A young man with a soft smile takes the hand of a surprised elderly man and invites him to go with him, setting up an out of hand-eyes to a frank conversation. One hand imperceptibly transfers the other bill with a rating of 100. A gesture that can mean both an honest deal and the origin of a secret conspiracy. Finally, with a slight smile and confident voice, the guy reassures the elder, explaining that he has enough money to pay for valuable information, introducing himself as a reporter looking for the truth. Having suspected something was wrong, he notices the strange accent of the interlocutor and finds out that he has arrived from Hedun, and now he lives in the Beijing district of Shilitun. The dark-haired guy carefully questioned the man whether he lives in his own house or rents housing in the capital, and he easily replies that his son is renting a house. Having met his gaze, the young man asks at first glance a strange question when he uses water, which includes first a filter or a crane. Uncle, with a serious expression on his face, confirms that at first the filter always includes, not suspecting that this answer will turn against him. Suddenly, the main character abruptly pulls out money from him, and he looks around in confusion and anxiety, not understanding what happened. The indignant man clenched his fist and screams at the guy, demanding an explanation of his sharp act. Smiling and demonstrating a police certificate, the protagonist reveals his real person, an investigator in the case, and warns the man that the acceptance of money may entail a charges of fraud. Stunned and bewildered, he sharply unfolds and leaves, realizing that he had hit the skillfully placed trap. Looking after him, the guy explains to his companion that by stains on his teeth it is easy to determine the increased level of alkali in water, which means that he certainly did not use any filters. Looking ahead of anxious determination in her eyes, the girl realizes that someone intentionally seeks to destroy her campaign, and this thought instantly changes her mood for further actions. A calm, quiet moment outside the window, where through the bright greens of the trees the sky is reflected in the glass of the building, like a harbinger of storm after a minute of calm. In the light room of the clinic there are three. A doctor, a girl, and a young man meet face to face, and she directly asks a question, demanding to explain what really happens. The doctor, while maintaining calmness and seriousness, explains that with quick detoxification, you can avoid serious consequences. But now they do not have a method of rapidly output of toxins, which is why the risk of chronic diseases in children appears. With compressed lips and flashed gaze, the girl angrily looks away, angry with the indifference of a doctor who does not seek to help even children. After a short pause, the young man unexpectedly takes a confident step forward and asks him to give him a chance to try, causing surprise on the girl's face. Closely following his words, the hero addresses the doctor with a direct question about Chinese medicine, trying to offer an alternative, while a woman standing next to a woman with hope follows every word, clinging to any opportunity to help. The doctor, with easy confusion and surprise on his face, asks what he heard, clearly not expecting such a turn of the conversation. The hero seriously talks about a rare recipe for detox soup from the teacher's book, and says that now that everything is at stake, he will certainly find the necessary ingredients. The girl's eyes flash with determination, and with enthusiasm, she asks to immediately name the necessary components because she is ready to quit all her strength to search for them. The alarmed doctor, with a degree of doubt, asks for, "Have they never prepared this detox sup? Because in case of failure, the consequences can be even worse." Confidently standing in front of the doctor, she offers to at least try, promising that in case of failure, all responsibility will fall on her shoulders. Against the backdrop of the blue sky, under the bright sun, a building with panoramic windows and a red cross on the facade, a silent symbol of hope in front of the upcoming events in the hospital rises. Vanzen, with a slight smile, notes that the Shangguan family, as expected, was strikingly quickly delivered such rare medicinal ingredients, and stops with an assistant and a girl in front of an impressive mountain of bags. The young assistant, wiping sweat from his forehead, reports that this time a lot of funds were spent, and he personally collected all these therapeutic materials. Slightly worried, but with pride looking at the work done, Vanzen raises his thumb and with a smile says that he deserves the title of first assistant because he coped with the order with lightning speed. Standing in front of bags with rare ingredients, the girl persistently orders Vanzen to start immediately because there is no more time, and he, nodding, asks him to allocate a separate room for work. In a large cauldron, a thick, rich decoction with pieces of multigrass is sealing, and the rising steam fills the room with a powerful healing aroma. The concentrated Vanzen leans over the boiler, carefully stirring the brew from which a dense steam is falling, saturating the air with a tart smell of herbs. Standing at a boiling decoction with her arms crossed on her chest, a girl with a slight smile praises Vanzen for his knowledge and skill in the preparation of medicinal appreciation, recognizing his work truly worthy of admiration. Smiling modestly and restrained, Vanzen asks not to shower him with compliments, explaining that he acts with confidence because he studied on ancient medical treatises under the leadership of his mentor. With a slight smile, she is surprised at his endurance and jokes that he would have survived even on an uninhabited island. And the guy admits that during training the mentor left him alone without even the simplest knife. In a more serious tone, he says that in the learning process he had to collect healing herbs, and a strict teacher forced not only to train, but also to cram ancient medical recipes. The girl, smiling with light admiration, jokingly remarks that the mentor Vanzen was excessively harsh, and invites him to write a book about his life. Such would certainly become a bestseller. With a bored look and sarcastic half-smile, Vanzen replies that he would call the book A Happy Life of the Bodyguard so that everyone knows how his everyday life passes surrounded by three beauties. A girl with a serious and slightly offended expression, staring at the interlocutor, states that he is not obliged to agree if he does not want to, but with enthusiasm adds that he is not just a bodyguard, he will become a real superguard. Vanzen, with a confident and calm look, removes the cover from the boiler, over which steam swirls, and calmly reports that the decoction is finally ready. Complete hope and determination, the girl joyfully calls on Vanzen to carry the medicine as soon as possible, adding that if he really manages to save their loved ones, she is ready for something very important. With a playful smile and raised eyebrow, Vanzen ragingly clarifies what exactly she had in mind, hinting that her body was too valuable to take him without long thoughts. With a smile on her lips and a decisive lips in her eyes, the girl cheerfully beats Vanzen with a fist in the shoulder, jokingly ordering to rush the delivery of the medicine, because now the fate of the whole company depends on him. In the hospital's ward, the doctor examines the patient who has come to consciousness after a long coma, and, barely restraining emotions, recognizes this as a real miracle. While Vanzen silently observes from the shadows, without losing a minute, the girl orders her assistant to immediately gather a press conference and inform the world about an amazing improvement in the condition of the patients. The assistant, with a slightly tense expression on the face, reports that the reporters have already arrived, as if anticipating that now everything would go to a new level. With determination in her voice, the girl states that his mission is completed on this, because now she personally goes to suppliers. Confident, while there is at least a trace, she will find them. Vanzen, with a serious look, casts doubt on her confidence in the suppliers, thinking that the root of the problem can lie in dealers, or even in the very production of drugs. A girl with a serious expression on her face confidently explains that mason filters are so expensive thanks to their unique properties, and Vanzen, listening carefully to her, guesses that the matter is in the built-in chip. Having concentrated its position, she firmly states that a defective product could not get on sale, because a large company always cares about the safety of its products. Vanzen, bending his head and scratching the temple, looks puzzled, as if trying to catch something elusive, and in his imagination spirals of misunderstanding are twisted. She confidently claims that the reason for all problems lies precisely in suppliers, emphasizing determination with their expressive gestures. Vanzen, with a smile, notes her quick wits and jokingly offers to get a detective to the police because this occupation is clearly to her liking. They decide to divide. Vanzen, together with the girl, will be investigated by Zhaoli, and Wei Wantao will remain in the city to find out who is behind provocations and protests. The assistant, supporting the plan without the slightest objections, confidently corrects the glasses and confirms his readiness to act. The girl, hiding fatigue in a deep breath, slowly turns to the side, as if for a moment losing faith in improving the situation, and leaves the stage in silence, pressing stronger than any words. Smiling with a light cunning, she offers to change roles, stating that he is now the representative of the company, and she, his secretary, causing this sincere surprise of the interlocutor, a little surprised, but already accustomed to her unexpected turns. Vanzen, with a cunning smile, asks for what insidious plans she conceived when she heard such a bold statement. A girl with a decisive look and light anxiety shrugs her hands, explaining that she wants to stay in the shade and conduct an investigation undercover, because her direct visit to the company will attract unnecessary attention and prevent her from getting to the truth. Surprised by an unexpected appointment, he slightly confusedly asks what kind of role he will play, trying to understand what he was drawn into. With a shining face and satisfied smile, she holds out a business card with the inscription Senior Vice President of Jurong International, as if reinforcing her serious intentions by an official document. Realizing her determination and realizing that everything was planned for a long time, The guy, in a slightly grotesque surprise, realizes that the salary of the guard is equal to the salary of the vice president of the international corporation. Having clapped her hands with a playful smile, the girl explains that she wants to emphasize its significance and instructs at the internal meeting to declare that he does not obey any of the leaders of the Jurong International. The guy with a cunning grin clarifies whether she does not mean that he should obey only her, to which she suddenly flashes embarrassedly and exclaims, "Oh." While the girl behind the wheel busily recalls the scheduled meeting with the company Zhaoli, the guy sitting next to him, with a deliberate condescension, agrees to let her be his secretary. But only this time, from a height, it is clear how the white modern building has a group of 4 employees in business suits ready to receive guests while the gray car has just stopped nearby. Inside the building, a man named Lee is enthusiastically welcomed by Vanzen, introducing himself as an accompanying and expressing a sincere joy from the meeting. One of the representatives of the company invites guests to go to the office to discuss important issues, and Vanzen, with a calm confidence, according to his nods and gestures, to follow him, while the blonde is a little lagging behind. With a heavy gesture, in which there was both indignation and determination, Vanzen hit the table and directly turned to the President Lee, demanding to state his guesses about the incident. The representative of the company was embarrassed under the gaze of Vanzen, and, lowering his eyes, admitted that so far it was not possible to find out anything new. He only repeated that the previous investigation of Zhaoli did not bring results. After a short pause, Vanzen did not spend time on empty words and immediately asked a specific question, recalling that only 2 departments, a test and quality control department, have access to filters. Obviously nervous, Lee confirmed that the quality control department carefully checks the raw materials before being sent to the plant, and in the production process only their employees have access, which further narrows the circle of suspects. With a serious expression on his face, the main character raises his finger up and confidently declares that he needs a list of all employees of the 2 departments over the past 2 years, making it clear that the investigation will be strict and comprehensive. While President Lee gets up, agreeing to prepare everything, the hero orders to contact the police and check all the employees for a lie detector, promising to personally draw up 50 questions. An employee in a suit, obediently nodding, leaves the office, assuring that everything will be fulfilled exactly at the direction of Mr. Wang, and with a light bow closes the door behind him. Vanzen allows the rest of those present to return to work, noting that, if possible, he will check everyone, and at the same time carefully monitors the reaction of people opposite. Jang Mini, politely folding his hands, stands in front of Vanzen and says that they will look forward to his visit, demonstrating respect and willingness to cooperate. Van, with a business look, asks for a move, and he is confirmed that the company will soon move to the Satnav Pacific building, notifying the head office. A little surprised by what they heard, Van clarifies whether they really notified everyone about this, clearly not receiving such news before. The company representative respects the company that after the completion of the Zhaoli Times Square project, this building will become a symbol of the brand, and therefore it was decided to transfer the headquarters there. Thinkly touching the chin, Vanzen, with light surprise, repeats the name of the building and, comparing its scale with the Jurong International, expresses the support of such an ambitious project. Hearing a hint of support, Jang Mini, with hope, clarifies his readiness to participate, and Vanzen calmly asks to send materials to the headquarters, promising them to study and recalling the importance of completing the drawings and complete training. Nodding with a slight smile, Jang Mini confidently offers to sell half the project Zhaoli Times Square to Mr. Van, provided that he will ensure further funding for the implementation. Van, calmly sitting at the negotiating table, allows the interlocutor to return to his affairs, completing the official part of the conversation with calm confidence. A girl with golden hair standing next to him, with admiration and respect, notes that Vanzen's actions were truly impressive. Having settled in an armchair with a satisfied smile, Vanzen admits that he managed to bring the interlocutors to clean water, because he had already guessed about the mess in their affairs and influential ties of Zhaoli, and his real goal, not allow them to capture a new building. Smiling with a cunning luster in her eyes, the blonde asks if he is afraid to influence the relationship between the companies, and admits that so far he does not want to reveal Zhaoli's true face. Vanzen, with a grin, suggests that Zhaoli wants to compete here, but reminds Jurong with the technique and real estate will become a universal giant. Having thoughtfully frowned, she admits that the conceived project does not quite correspond to the profile of their company in recent years. And even if there are funds, there is a risk not to stay in the real estate market. Seeing the table calmly, Vanzen confidently says that the elite will not refuse apartments, and with the necessary ties, everything is solved, especially since Jurong International will offer affordable housing with strong marketing. Interested in his intention, the blonde recognizes his foresight and asks to tell more about the strategy, specifying whether he intends to raise the prestige of the Shangwan family through the development of Jurong International. Pointing with fingers to the stages of the plan, Van explains that at high prices it is profitable to sell cheaper, adding that the girl does not understand poverty, and emphasizes the second point: break the economic balance and block the boundaries between the provinces. With the surprise, a blue-eyed girl hears that both participants in the conflict are the heirs of the SU faction, which gives Bharat for power a new scale. Standing with determination, she expresses support and willingness to intervene if everything gets out of control. Seeing calmly in the office with a slight smile and a sparkle in his eyes, the young man reassures the interlocutor, making it clear that his actions will not harm the company. But even small help on his part may turn out to be decisive to achieve the goal. A slightly bewildered man in a suit enters the office with a serious employee, keeping folders with personal affairs of employees of the control and security departments in 2 years, in search of the hidden problems of the company. With a calm look of Vanzen, it requires statistics on dismissed and current employees, decisively intending to find out the truth. Having nervously correcting the hairstyle, the employee reports that the 3 resigned, including the boss, and 2 lies detectors were delivered to check the testimony. Smiling pretty, Vanzen demonstrates a prepared sheet with 50 questions for verification, clarifying that at the proper speed, the entire procedure can be completed in just 2 hours. A serious man in a suit, having received papers, confidently confirms the willingness to immediately begin the task, emphasizing his responsibility and efficiency in the performance of the entrusted person. Concentration of turning the notebook, Vanzen instructs the secretary to urgently contact Wei Wen Tao and find out the whereabouts of 3 dismissed, especially the former quality control manager. Having grinned cheerfully and sharply waved his hand, the secretary with enthusiasm confirms the willingness to immediately proceed to the order, full of energy and confidence in success. With a slight smile and firm intonation, Vanzen announces an imminent trip to Jiangnan, where the land will be chosen under a new project, because it is from this port city that the first step of their large-scale real estate strategy begins. 2 cars rush along the high-speed highway under the bright sun, leaving behind long traces of tires, as if feeling the approach of an important path, which will mark the beginning of a new chapter in their ambitious business. A bright red car is rapidly approaching in the rearview mirror, cutting asphalt as a lightning, as if with purposeful determination pursues its target. Stressed and wary, Vanzen turns his head anxiously, feeling something wrong in the manner of the oncoming car, which suddenly appeared on the horizon. The red sports car suddenly bursts into the left strip and rapidly overtakes the black machine, leaving behind the rivet of the motor and an alarming tension in the air. Carefully peering forward through the windshield, Vanzen with anxiety on his face tries to understand who exactly pursues him on a dangerously fast car that had just appeared in sight. The black car at high speed tries to change the strip to break out of the red sports car, racing behind like a predator, overtaking its prey. Against the backdrop of thick green bushes, 2 cars rush along the side of the track in dangerous proximity to each other, and red, catching up with the black one, moves with anxious persistence, foreshadowing the threat. Smiling with satisfaction, Vanzen sits in the car of the car and, without giving out internal stress, clearly realizes that his plan had worked, and the conceived maneuver drove the enemy directly into the trap. With a loud screech of brakes, the red car sharply turns in front of the black car, blocking the path and forcing it to stop instantly, like a trap, slammed in a decisive moment. A stylish red-haired woman leaves the red sports car, immediately showing that she is a serious and dangerous rival. Standing opposite her, Vanzen is calmly interested in whether she is going to participate in the race, adding that she is ready to play at the rate if she determines the conditions. The girl with a light grin agrees, mentioning that there were bets on past races, so she is very familiar to her such format. Vanzen with a confident smile notes that his bet will be much more serious than in previous games. The red-haired woman with glasses boldly accepts the challenge, claiming that she will fulfill any condition in case of loss, because in this city there are no tasks that she cannot cope with. The blonde with an alarming gaze grabs Vanzen by the hand and gently holds, trying to warn him from a decision dictated by emotions, melting the fear of a rash act. Raising the index finger and without losing confidence, it voices its bet in case of victory. She wants to get a luxurious SUV Night 15. The blonde in surprise turns to Vanzen, not understanding why he suddenly spoke about such a rare and expensive car. With a slight smile, Vanzen notes that, although she is a girl, it is not at all necessary to chase such cool and exclusive cars, like this, but at the same time confidently adds that she will easily get one of hundreds of released copies. The red-haired rival in dark glasses nods approvingly and offers to proceed to discuss his bets, making it clear that their upcoming competition promises to be truly serious. Standing at the black car in the middle of the road, Vanzen calmly calls his bet, a plot in Zhangjiangan, causing a surprise in a red-haired rival and the desire to clarify its size and location. Smiling confidently and even a little impudently, Vanzen explains that it is about the land on the very shore of Lake Jian, and although he is ready to pay its value, only 80% proposes to pay for the game format. Touching the chin and looking thoughtfully to the side, the red-haired woman agrees, clarifying that only 500 acres can guarantee, and partial payment is not a problem, because it is more logical that Vanzen himself chose the place of the race. With a smile, Vanzen offers to return to the G1501 highway the next morning, and the red-haired racer, without objecting, clarifies whether he will remain on his Maybach or choose another car. Smiling self-confidently, Vanzen replies that even on this machine will not yield to her, and behind him there is a concentration of a blonde, carefully observing his determination. The red-haired girl, unfolding to the horizon line, says goodbye and confidently declares that they will see in the morning. Leaving along the road in a soft evening light, the blonde with an alarming gaze goes next to Vanzen. After why he got involved in the race and whether he did a decision before meeting with the rival. With a smile and light reproach, Vanzen, putting her hand on her shoulder, is surprised to ask why she asked so many questions, jokingly calling her endless, why a real interrogation. With changing facial expressions and emotionality, the girl admits that he has amazing intuition in the understanding of human hearts, and is impatiently pushing him to finally reveal the whole truth. Looking forward confidently, Vanzen explains that it was not difficult to solve the opponent's nature because she is straightforward and acts from family interests, and her status, influential family and surname Jang, allowed him to easily calculate her intentions. Vanzen with a crafty smile shares a guess that the mysterious girl, most likely Zhang Mojoyao, and asks to check it through Wei Wan Tao, while the surprised blonde silently listens to his reasoning. She reproaches him for an ominous manner, and he, playing the role of a cunning, with a smile accepts this as a compliment, adding that, as a senior vice president of Jurong International, he simply must be a master of intrigue. Standing in front of a girl with a serious expression on his face, Vanzen persistently suggests allowing him to participate in the race, promising in return to pass the test on the polygraph in the company Zoli, and completes the proposal simple but confident. Good. Sincerely smiling and looking directly into my eyes, she admits that she really wants to go to the races with him, but at the same time asks to be careful because some things have not yet been settled. Raising his thumb and with a mischievous gleam in his eyes, the guy in a joking tone assures that Zhang Moimiao certainly will not eat him. Touching the chin with a finger in thought, the girl with anxiety on her face admits that she is afraid, no matter how he eats Meomyo, but at the same time agrees that friendship with the daughter of a party secretary can give their company powerful political ties. Walking next to the girl, he gently but confidently puts his hand on her head, saying that he should not resemble the obvious because he will not seek an influence among donkeys when he himself is the heir to Shangwan. The car rushes rapidly on the highway under the blue sky, leaving behind a thin white strip, while an indignant scream still sounds in the air, clapping like the last word in a quarrel. In a spacious office, a guy with a report in his hands tells Shai how two specialists lured competitors, and one, becoming a top manager in Zoli, disappeared along with important information about products. Sitting calmly at the table and thoughtfully assessing the situation, Shusha comes to the logical conclusion that it was this manager that became the key figure in the corporate data leak. A man with a serious expression on his face explains that we are talking about Liu Sieve, a 40-year-old specialist who gave the company for almost 20 years, enjoyed the confidence of the elder, and had a warm relationship with Li Li. The same man's gaze, the same man says that Liu Sieve suddenly left his post, making the company's shares inaccessible, which made his disappearance not only mysterious, but also strategically dangerous for shareholders. Sitting at the table, she, leaning forward and propping her forehead with her hand, notes with anxious concentration that this person seems to have nothing more to lose. Standing against the backdrop of a spacious cabinet with a wooden floor, a man in a black suit reports that he learned about his daughter Lucive, who is now studying abroad and probably have not yet graduated from school. She listens carefully and, looking aside, gives an instruction to send someone to the country of Yu, hoping that this investigation will not be a waste of time. A powerful car with a roar flies out onto the G1501 highway, where asphalt turns into an arena, and speed becomes weapons in an impending confrontation. In a stylish suit, with loose hair and dark glasses, the racer confidently gets out of the blue car, like a star, ready to illuminate the scene of a dangerous game. On the direct section of the highway, both cars finally turn out to be side by side, and while one is already on alert, the second only drives up, creating stressful silence before the decisive arrival. Having confidently parked on the side of the road, Vanzen, with a barely noticeable smile, welcomes a red-haired woman with glasses who had just approached, as if all this time had been waiting for precisely this moment. With a light, ironic grin, she is interested in where the same pretty girl disappeared, recently standing next to him, transparently hinting at jealousy or lively curiosity. Continuing to play with a smile, Vanzen, at ease, answers that she is alone, and then adds that he did not want to overload the car with another passenger, thereby subtly emphasizing its special position. With a confident smile on the face, the red-haired racer announces the rules of the arrival, saying that the barrier will rise 5 minutes later and the one who will be the first to move from the highway will win. Sitting behind the wheel, the guy resolutely confirms that everything is clear, and with complete concentration is preparing to the start, radiating excitement and internal stress. Two cars, black and blue, stand nearby in front of a closed barrier, holding their breath in anticipation of a crazy race. Like a lightning that cuts the air, a car with a roar sweeps past the barrier, which only managed to rise, as if opening the path for a swift duel. As soon as the barrier rises, the blue car breaks down, like an arrow, leaving a long white track along and ahead of the black car at the start. Smiling with admiration, Vanzen at the wheel exclaims with delight, amazed at how the rival dispersed the car to 100 in a matter of seconds. Overting the enemy with a lightning maneuver, the blue sports car bursts forward, scattering the air between other cars, which seems frozen next to his swift jerk. The concentrated views of drivers, tense hands on the steering wheel, the race turns into a personal duel, where not only victory is decided, but also whose will be stronger. With the roar of engines, two cars break forward, leaving white vortex traces on the asphalt. Speed and excitement instantly fill the highway with stress. On many screens in the observation room, the rapid movement of two cars along the highway is displayed, instantly attracting the attention of employees of the road control service. The staff in a panic watching the race on monitors, admiring the incredible skill of drivers, but at the same time expressing concern about the possible consequences and ordering to urgently contact the main office to stop it. At this moment, the head of the unit enters the room, which is officially welcomed, foreshadowing a new turn in a situation that has already gone out of control. The chief with a cold person orders to allow the passage of sportsmen without restrictions. Otherwise, the subordinates themselves will answer for the consequences. An excited guy with purple hair emotionally turns to the boss, begging to stop the race until the trouble happened, fearing responsibility for a possible disaster. Annoyed and furious, he exclaims that it is pointless to interrupt the race, because the daughter of an influential secretary is sitting at the wheel of one of the cars, and the intervention will turn into serious troubles for everyone. Blue and black cars rush rapidly along the highway, leaving white speeds of speed, while the bright yellow car suddenly emerges from the side, adding a race of new tension and excitement. Squinting, she mentally recognizes the opponent's determination, but with a crafty smile decides to give him the illusion of advantages, only in order to destroy it with an accurate maneuver at the right time. Smiling boldly and hiding her eyes behind the dark glasses, the girl at the wheel is looking forward to a complex area with intense movement and is already preparing to go around the opponent, leaving him the slightest chance. The blue car, like an arrow, rushes along the highway, leaving a whitish smoke, while a black car behind is starting to noticeably lag behind in the struggle for leadership. The hero, with light surprise and sincere admiration, admits that the power of her car and the grace of control are really impressive and aroused. With a sharp movement, the blue machine breaks out the space, overtaking a gray car in the next strip and leaving behind not only the opponent, but also random road users. Smiling boldly in the twilight of the cabin, The girl in a black suit with a glee in her eyes challenges and is preparing to demonstrate her genuine power to the opponent. Furious and stunned, the racer squeezes his fists, unable to believe that her rival is still holding nearby, and literally explodes from a feeling of injustice. Clutching her lips and clutching the steering wheel tightly, she admits that without extreme measures not to win, and mentally calls for her car to make the impossible for her dream. By pressing the button on the panel, the girl activates the secret function of the car, preparing to break out of the lightning speed. Legging a powerful stream of fire from the engine, its roar rushes forward, leaving behind the puffs of smoke and stunned eyes. The shocked young man with admiration and anxiety watches the rival maneuver, amazed at her fearlessness and a burning desire to conquer Night 15. Holding the steering wheel with both hands, the hero with tension monitors a woman who has not stopped risky acceleration for several seconds, and, unable to withstand, orders to immediately turn off the system. Meanwhile, the racer with a decisive smile counts a second and, believing by virtue of her car, hopes to finally break away from the pursuer, whom he contemptuously calls a leech. The machine is gaining more and more speed every second, and the wheels leave thick dark stripes on the asphalt. Red hair flutter in all directions, and the girl exclaims with a frightened look that she reached the limit, not believing that this is really her border. With horror, realizing the threat, she clings with all her might for the brake, hoping to stop right now before she becomes too late. But even this is not enough. Uncontrollable braking throws the car up, and the car with a roar turns in the air, soaring over the highway like a torn comet. Slowly scattering, puffs of smoke disappear over the side of the road, while the black car, as if a ghost, stops near the scene of the accident in oppressive silence. Looking out the window with cold seriousness, Vanzen, with a bitter disappointment, realizes how reckless the daughter of an influential politician did. Without losing a second, he resolutely gets out of the car and quickly goes to the forest belt, where the girl's silhouette has already disappeared in the green shadow. With cold determination in his eyes, the young man confidently walks through the green forest, pondering his plan: win in the race, get the land in Zhangjiangan, and bring down the real estate market in Zhangs, complicating the life of the very girl. Continuing the way among the trees, he reflects on a girl with bitter irony, who does not realize the seriousness of what is happening, but so desperately longs for the car that his irritation gradually replaces indifference to her fate. Looking around, the guy sighs in relief without hearing explosions and considers this a real success in his risky game. Having clenched his fist, a man with a formidable look fiercely hits the wall, unable to restrain anger due to the reckless behavior of riders. Having flashed with emotions, the commander jumps up and exclaims with contempt that these rich people behave irresponsibly, as if forgetting about the existence of any boundaries. In the confused silence, two young employees look anxiously at the boss, not knowing how to act after his angry explosion. With a severe expression on the face, the boss decisively orders to immediately notify all the units of the beginning of the rescue operation, emphasizing that people need to be saved at all costs, and personally promises to contact the road service. The windows of the building trembled from a loud scream that spread from the inside through the walls, like a signal to immediate and decisive action. Standing in the middle of dense thickets, the young man in a white shirt with all his might shouts the name of the girl he is looking for. Peering into the forest thicket with hope and anxiety, feeling a familiar smell, he freezes in place and holds his breath, realizing that this can lead him directly to the scene of the accident. Having extended the bushes, he goes into a small forest clearing, where among the tall grass and a couple rising above the trees, a terrified car darkens. In the rays of the morning light breaking through the thick foliage, a crumpled blue car lies, crashed into a thicket and silently yelling for help, while the young man is in alarm nearby. Flapping among the forest with a concentrated look, the guy feels something unkind, and his eyes suddenly expand when a terrifying scene appears in front of him. In a broken car, frozen among thick greenery, a girl with red hair sits motionless, bowing her head unconscious, and cracks on glass and smoke over the body only increase the drama of the moment. With eyes wide open with horror and a tense body, the guy, shouting her name anxiously, rushes forward, as if desperately trying to prevent the worst that could happen. Having opened her eyes and seeing drops of blood on her own face, the girl with dull surprise rises in a chair, not believing that she was able to survive after the accident. While the young man gently supports her by the shoulders with a lightweight smile, she relies on him exhaustedly, and a quiet wave of calm among the green silence of the forest hangs between them. Having come to her senses a bit, the girl with a confident look explains that she did not die, only that her car was modernized. The pilot cabin was made of aviation materials that softened the blow with external damage. The red-haired girl, still weakly realizing what happened, a little embarrassed thanks the guy for hastening her to save, and he turned his eyes away, hiding a slight excitement. He gently hugs her by the shoulders and answers briefly, but sincerely, looking down from top to bottom. While they both sit near the crumpled car on soft green grass, overflowing with relief after the experience. Leaning into the salon of a broken car, the guy carefully peers inside, trying to make sure that there was no one else left and the danger is really behind. With a serious expression on her face, the young man reports that the girl cannot get out because her leg was clamped by fragments, and assures that she will help if she tried to relax a bit. Having gritted her teeth in pain, she cries while the guy carefully frees her leg from under the debris, trying to support her with words and not let himself break. Sitting on the grass and wiping tears, the girl assures that everything is in order with her, and asks to continue, hiding the pain under the mask of determination. Starting in front of himself in bewilderment, the guy in a comic confusion tries to realize what was happening, as if reality suddenly shifted and left it without hints. Carefully leaning toward an open car, the young man pulls the girl by the legs, carefully pulling her out of a broken salon, as if saving a precious life from the paws of a disaster. Having brushed a tear, the red-haired girl admits that the real hope and despair brings joy to tears, recalling how she used to consider such scenes on the screen false until she survived them herself. Against the background of a car stuck in the grass, she recalls how, having come to her senses, she had already reconciled with the thought that she would spend the night here, and the fear of a slow death from the loss of blood squeezed her heart. With an expression of relief and pride on his face, the guy solemnly announces the end of the rescue operation, as if he had finally pulled them out of the mouth of danger. Lying in the open air, she is surprised to think that this almost unfamiliar young man, whom she saw only a few times, came to save her and showed such unexpected tenderness. Having examined her legs, the guy warns that the bones are probably broken, and it is better not to move so as not to aggravate the injury. Embarrassed and all in tears, the girl covers her face with her hand and asks not to look at her, because since childhood she never cried with others, and now she is terribly ashamed. Showing a small capsule between the fingers, he explains that it is usually difficult for girls to withstand the pain from the fracture, so he has a special analgesic. Smiling with a good look, the young man says that he will first straighten her broken legs and then send her to the hospital, adding with warm care that this time she would probably have to lie in bed for 2 months. The girl touches her lips with a bewildered lips, digesting what she heard, and in her eyes there is an involuntary trust, softened by an unexpected sense of security. Sitting on the grass in the middle of the forest, she already with a slight smile admits that the pain really retreated a little, watching the guy who continues to carefully support her. He carefully holds her by the wounded leg, and she asks with surprise and lightweight. He really helps her without a second thought, not using the moment. In a serious voice, he admits that the doctor does not know how to connect the bones correctly, but he only wants to fix his leg, adding, he will never use the weakness of the woman, otherwise he will cease to be himself. In tense silence, the young man suddenly bends, and the edge of the shirt is enough with his teeth, about to break it for dressing. And this gesture unexpectedly gives the moment a reverent shade. He carefully wraps her wounded leg with a strip of fabric, mentally admitting that the skills gained in the army suddenly turned out to be useful, even in such a place as a noisy metropolis. The guy with annoyance looks at a piece of his shirt, realizing that he is not enough for a full-fledged bandage, and decides to himself that he will have to sacrifice even more. With a sigh, with a shade of irony, he begins to take off his shirt, apologizing to new clothes, recently bought, but now doomed to become a salvation for the wounded. A stunned girl does not take her eyes off his naked torso, as if for the first time he sees a completely different person in front of her, and hardly finds words to say something. Browning in front of her, a guy with many scars on his body calmly continues the dressing, not noticing how her gaze lingers on it with surprise and anxious tenderness. Turning to her with a slight smile, he calls the scars with his medals, and to himself with an involuntary grin, he wonders if she fell in love with him, although he is not ready to discover the past. Having exploded with a blush, the girl tries to hide her excitement, awkwardly justifying the curiosity, and inside with surprise admits that he does not look like any of those old, sugary sweet men whom she knew before. Standing confidently and with a slight smile, he reports on the completion of the dressing, casually exposing the scars, the silent evidence of the experienced battles and internal indestructibility. Looking at his back, covered with deep scars, she thinks about the secret history of this person, which his wounded body stores, and this mystery arouses real interest in it. The guy with a serious look puts his hand on her shoulder, warning not to get used to his care too much, and she, surprised and slightly embarrassed, widens her eyes from unexpected intimacy. The next moment, he easily raises her in his arms and goes to the car, announcing that it was time to advance while she, still stunned, reminds him that, by the way, he was injured. Holding her in her arms, the main character offers to stop for a minute and discuss something important, looking at her carefully and calmly, as if preparing to say something decisive. Sudden proximity makes the red-haired girl freeze, pressing the palm to his chest. The cheeks are glowing, her lips are clenched, and awkwardness makes her hastily move away. Frightened and indignant at an unexpected touch, she screams back, open her eyes wide and crossing her arms over her chest, pronouncing her sharp rejection of the situation and a flash of emotions. Having come to her senses after the incident, the girl freezes with a slight surprise and curiosity in her eyes, bowing her head slightly and gazing forward, as if expecting an explanation to what he saw. A guy with dark hair, without restraining fun, laughs in full voice right in the arms of a bewildered girl. And the bright background flashed around only emphasizes the carefree and comic nature of this moment. On a wide highway in the evening light, there are police cars, an ambulance, and a group of people at the black car. Everything around is saying that something extremely serious had just happened here. A small group of men, standing around on the roadway, carefully listens to the report of one of them, which concentratively tells important details of the incident, pointing to records from the cameras and outlining the plan of further actions. A man with a serious look convinces that everything is under control, but a sudden replica confuses him. Having resolutely extending his hand forward, the same man gives the order to send people in the indicated direction, demonstrating his responsibility and command force, while the rest listen to him with respect and willingness to action. On a deserted road, a young man with black hair passes the red-haired girl to two men unconscious, asking for urgent help due to a possible injury. He holds the girl in his arms, and an elderly man with anxiety and relief tells her about his fear for her safety. A man in a blue shirt with bitterness and fatigue looks at the girl, recalling how difficult it was to gather people for the sake of her searches, and mentally condemns her frivolity as a feature of a spoiled child from a rich family. Lying on a gurney with a tied leg and leaning on the savior's chest, the red-haired girl challenges the man in a blue shirt, reproaching his gaze for delaying, and he is silently nearby. Not knowing what to answer, squinting one eye with surprise, the redhead looks up with warily, feeling a slight touch to the forehead, which suddenly interrupts her thoughts and makes him hold her breath. Standing nearby and calmly resting her hand on her head, a young man with a serious but caring expression on her face instructs the girl, asking not to get out of bed the coming months and protect himself until a complete recovery. Lying on a gurney with a light smile and a mischievous gleam in her eyes, she agrees to follow his advice, but at the same time cunningly hints that he is waiting for his visits to the hospital so as not to get bored alone. Smiling with a light good-naturedness, the guy holds out a black card with a golden inscription to the girl, as if conveying something personal and important, and in his eyes the readiness to be near when she feels loneliness. With gratitude and warm joy on her face, a red-haired girl with a luster in her eyes accepts the map, pressing it to her, as if this gesture has a special significance for her. In a spacious medical office, a gray-haired doctor in a white coat is concentratedly studied by an X-ray picture, notifying the exceptional accuracy and success of the operation, which, according to him, is extremely rare. The annoyed secretary Jang Mini requires a clear information about the state of his daughter, is dissatisfied with the rarity of the method used. Preserving intense seriousness, the official stares the doctor in the eye and asks if he is familiar with the applied technology, as if wanting to test his competence and confirm the veracity of the previous words. Calmly and with dignity, holding an X-ray, an elderly doctor explains that a non-standard but accurate connection of bones reduced recovery from 6 months to a month, making the method truly unique. Having looked with sadness, the doctor admits that he tried to study this technique, but, having found only fragmentary notes, he left attempts and now sincerely admires those who owns her, dreaming of getting to know him personally. The secretary of the provincial party committee, with respect and lively interest, states that he would gladly meet this person and would express due gratitude for the help rendered by his daughter. Lying in a hospital ward with a telephone in her hand, the girl impatiently admits that he hadn't passed half a day, and she is already bored and seriously thinks whether to call him right now. Jang Bin-hao enters the ward at the very moment when his daughter had already dialed the number, and, having heard the name of Vanzen, begins to suspect something, and the girl freezes with a frightened exclamation, clutching a black card in her hand. Small and angry, the girl does not understand how the father recognized the name of Vanzen, and, screaming from the bed, demands to return the card to her, trying to preserve at least the ghostly shadow of secrets. Smiling through seriousness, her father sits on the edge of the bed, easily exposing her attempt to hide her feelings, and with a soft reproach asks to tell what family the guy who suddenly won her heart from. Lying in a hospital bed and tightly pressing the card to her chest, the girl openly lies to her father, claiming that she does not understand what it was about, trying to hide her real feelings. With annoyance and tense breathing, she pretends to be indifferent, annoyed by her father's excessive curiosity, because she herself just recognized the name of the guy and has no idea what family he is of. Having folded his hands with a smug look, the father decides to find a person who will find out everything about the mysterious young man, and mutters angrily that only a worthy guy like Su Tianran can have the right to be next to his daughter. Having flashed, the girl screams to her father that his chosen one has long loved another, and the whole city knows that he really has been crazy. Having made a harsh face, his father calmly says that he was not crazy, just Vanzen, even if his daughter likes, cannot be compared with the Su family, because the vice president of Jurong should be at least 40. Waving her arms and violently defending the honor of Vanzen, the girl angrily straightens her father. He actually only 25 or 26. And if he is already vice president, this is not evidence of a genuine young genius. Jang Bin-hao, a little surprised by the conversation, admits that Vanzen really has outstanding abilities and clarifies whether he saved his daughter. Continuing the conversation, he puts a fruit basket on the table and seriously says that the Jang family was in great duty before this young man, after which he asks her daughter how exactly she's going to thank him, and she, all reddened and embarrassed, awkwardly clapping her eyelashes, stammering in the answer and not knowing what to say, sitting with a serious view of the bed, the girl suddenly confidently formulates her desire, asking her father 1,000 acres of land on the picturesque shore of Lake Jiang in Zhangjiagan. As if it were a trifle worthy of real gratitude, a puzzled man in a suit squeezes a glass with a drink in his hand, not hiding surprise from the scale of the request, and with an ironic thought compares the appetites of Vanzen with a greedy lion, which is not even much heroic. Jumping, she objects. This is not gratitude, but an honest bet with Vanzen, and the bet was 1,000 acres, despite rumors. A smiling girl with pleasure gnaws a bun, and mentally with tenderness, admits that dad really loves her most, unlike mom, who is always so strict. Father, handing it to her fruit and softened slightly, agrees to transfer Van to Jung 1,000 acres of land, provided that he will have a clear plan and he will independently cover all the costs of demolition and relocation. Gracefully shrugging his shoulders, the girl admits that he was not at all as much as Vanzen, because she turned the car, and he could finish without it, and she did not even hope that he would stop for her salvation. The father calmly reports that the mother is already flying from Hong Kong, and the girl understands anxiously, punishment cannot be avoided. Frantically squeezing the fruit in her hands, she understands that everything is over, because now she is definitely awaiting a strict conversation. Her mother will not forgive such carelessness. Standing at the door with the phone in his hand, the father reports an urgent call to the meeting of the standing committee and, casting a farewell look, reminds his daughter to think about how to stay in front of his mother. Lying on the bed with a phone in her hand, the girl thoughtfully reads a message in which someone writes that he can't change anything, and, immersed in thought, dreams of his visit, asking himself, is this the same love at first sight? Meanwhile, the guy, having relaxedly spread out on a wooden bed, speaks on the phone, promising to keep everything under control and not frighten off the snake, hinting that he does not believe that Liu Siwei will not meet his daughter. Rising, he continues the conversation and suddenly is interested in a journalist named Chen Bowen, as if a new move is ripening in his head in a carefully thought-out plan. Carefully listening to the report on the phone, the guy finds out that the reporter received 50,000 yuan for a staged stage and could create even more problems if he had not been stopped on time. Continuing the conversation, he hears that the one who hired the journalist remained in the shade and carefully covered the tracks, so that the investigation will take time, and he calmly agrees to remain on his guard. With a tired movement, dropping to the edge of the bed, he admits to himself that the enemy acting from the shadows is able to destroy the entire corporation because of one mistake, and that to be a defender of the Shangguan family, a really heavy burden. Having driven a car with a serious face, Vanzen suddenly asks about Shen Fei, immersed in thoughts and realizing that you need to act without delay, while a blonde with my eyes closed calmly. With a slight smile, the blonde explains that Shan Fei's older sister left the city earlier and should arrive at the same time. And then, bowing her head to one side, asks why Van Zheng suddenly decided to accompany her to Shan Fei's native city. The dark car rushes rapidly along a winding road among the green forest and majestic mountains, as if crossing the border between everyday life and the upcoming events that are about to begin. Clutching the steering wheel in irritation, Van Zhen looks forward angrily, wondering how someone could come up with such nonsense, because he is her bodyguard and not a hero of some comedic production. Sitting at the wheel and thinking about the future, Van Zhen silently admits that the time has come when the old story should again connect her beloved woman with her long, lost past. In a simple dining room, among gray figures in silence, a man in black clothes with a slight smile says that he misses his wife, who just wrote him about her longing, and both understand how valuable these moments of family intimacy are. In the memoirs, the moment pops up, where they, along with the twin, wander around the ruins wary, looking for something special in the silent plexus of the past and war. The guys concentrately look down, and one of them, noticing the necklace, quietly says that his wife would really like it, and as soon as he receives his vacation, he will immediately buy the decoration. The next episode from the memories looks more tragic. A bloodied man lies among the wreckage, clutching a necklace in his hand, and with despair in his voice admits that, perhaps, he will no longer have time to return home and send a gift to his beloved. The hand tightly squeezes the box with jewel, protecting it as the last reminder of love in the middle of chaos. The valuable stone sparkles on the necklace, and the chain radiates wild, almost pulsating energy, as if nourished with strong feelings. The black car quickly rushes along the forest road, leaving the dust clubs and the smell of exhausts, as if taking off in pursuit of the shadow of memories. Soft green fog of trees and a narrow winding road in the mountainous area of the province of Gunch open a new chapter of travel, where the car rushes towards the village of Lizen, absorbing the silence and tension of the coming stage. Due to the turn towards the black car, the yellow van suddenly jumps out, forcing the driver to react sharply when the danger emerges on the road as if from an ambush, violating the peace of the forest route. Van Zhen calmly looks forward from behind the steering wheel and says that in an hour they will already be in the house of Shan Fei, not even suspecting that not just a meeting awaits them, but something much more significant. In a cozy car among the green forest, the girl carefully peers at the driver and is surprised to notice that he is too confidently oriented in the area where it would seem to be easy to get lost. But the sudden exclamation and a drop of sweat on the temple gives the excitement of the young man, as if he had just realized that he had been talking more than he was going. Smiling calmly, the guy replies that he was here on business a few years ago and mentally admits that, thanks to the countless stories of old Shan, this route with his eyes closed can pass. Shh. She blinks in surprise, as if trying to comprehend what he heard, and restrainedly says that everything is clear, although a slight confusion lurks in her gaze. Elegant legs and pink shoes stop on the bright grass. The girl had just stepped to the ground with a suitcase at her feet and whispered with relief, which finally returned. With bewilderedly stopping in the shadow of the tree, she looked sadly and thinks about how for some 2 years her native house turned into something completely different and alien. The memory takes us to the past, where on the site of the new building there was still an old, modest house with a stone base and a simple wooden roof, which kept the comfort and memory of generations. Under the clear sky, an updated house with a red roof and sparkling windows rises. Everything in it speaks of recent reconstruction. It is new, pure, and bold modern. With tenderness and surprise, an elderly woman appears in the door in a dress with a belt who instantly recognizes the figure of a daughter, standing with her back, and rushes towards her with a scream full of warmth and emotions. A woman in a light summer dress with a smile comes out to meet her daughter, raising her hand in a welcome gesture and inviting her to enter the house, hiding her sincere joy from such an unexpected meeting. To the depths of the soul, the girl cries out by her mother and, without restraining emotions, rushes into her arms, merging in a warm, long-awaited meeting, filling their heart with inexpressible happiness. Tears are stubborn into the eyes of her daughter when she is tightly pressed against her mother, hugging her as if she wants to make up for the years of separation in one reverent touch. Hugging her daughter, her mother gently asks her not to cry, recalling that it was an endless longing for her relatives and brought her back. The lashed daughter, squeezing her mother's hands, asks her to go together to the city, promising care and happiness. But her mother smiles softly. They say that they have everything good and there is no reason to change anything. With tenderness in her voice and calm confidence in her eyes, the mother explains that now the house is spacious. Grandfather and grandmother have already moved, and they live in abundance, so there is simply no point in leaving this place. With surprise on her face, the woman asks the mother, where did the money from the construction of such a large house come from, because it obviously cost a lot. Smiling and holding her daughter's hands, his mother proudly says that all this became possible thanks to generous translations. But she complains that because of double revenues, she has to go to the village to take cash. The daughter smiles awkwardly, trying to hide confusion, and mentally surprises how she could send more than 20,000 yuan monthly if her salary does not allow such generosity at all. Having frozen in thought, the heroine with anxiety realizes that she could not accidentally send money twice. And something clearly does not converge here. Such a mistake could not last for years. Mother warmly in her voice calls her daughter to go into the house and not stand under the sun, carefully taking care of her as her most precious treasure. The camera gently sinks to the feet of the mother, who decides to enter the house with a suitcase, symbolizing the acceptance, peace, and willingness to a new meeting in the native walls. Noticing an unexpected detail, a woman freezes with advanced eyes and surprise in her voice, as if she was struck by something that completely changed the course of thoughts. Her gaze slides down the familiar pattern of the dress, and inside with anxious awareness the thought flashes. This product from the prestigious collection of the fashionable international brand, which was unlikely to accidentally find herself in her mother. Awareness grows like a wave. She looks at her mother with an indecisive amazement and quietly pronounces, "This dress," unable to immediately believe that something so expensive is a simple village woman. Mother, with a tender smile, explains to her daughter that she did not want to wear a dress so convenient to wear last year when he was sent by mail. But today, on the day of her daughter, she felt that she had to wear it. Stunned and confused, her daughter suddenly realizes that it was she who once sent this dress, and recalls how difficult it was to get it in the first days of the collection. Mother affectionately calls her daughter to go into the house, where her grandparents are already waiting for her, and he stands with a suitcase when her daughter decisively comes closer. Together with her mother, Shen Fei enters the living room, where she is happy to meet her grandparents, and she with sincere warmth rushes to them with greetings. Grandmother with a soft smile holds Shen Fei's hands and rejoices in her return, at the same time carefully hinting at the multiple attempts by the village headman to meet her with her son Fei Lin. The girl instantly recalls the boy from childhood, the very one that forever walked with the laid nose, and exclaims with a typically naive expression on his face. Smiling affectionately and holding the suitcase, the mother looks warmly at her grandmother, who in response gives her the same touching look, as if a silent, deep understanding swept between them. Smiling, the grandmother gently tells his granddaughter that the same Fei Lin now also works in the capital of the sales manager, earns well, and, according to rumors, even acquired his own housing in the metropolis. Xiao Fei, embarrassed and surprised, with wide-open eyes, listens in confusion, as she is offered to meet the son of a neighboring headman, because, they say, they look just wonderful and it would be time to solve everything between them. Exciting and trying to maintain calm, the girl justifies herself before her grandmother, explaining that her career has just begun to develop rapidly, and she is not yet ready for her relationship or even more for marriage. Grandmother, shaking her head with an expression of strict care, declares that it is no longer possible to pull because the time is inexorable, and the granddaughter is no longer as young as it seems to her. Having enthusiastically convincing, grandmother enthusiastically describes Fei Lina as an attractive, well-groomed man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and insists at least at one meeting, suddenly she will like him. Xiao Fei, nervously waving his hands and trying to stay polite, explains to the elders that she does not want to get married so early, because so far, she wants to remain free from such obligations. Mother gently puts her hands on her daughter's shoulders, inclining her to the idea that it is worth listening to her grandmother and at least give a chance to get to know Fei Linem. And Xiao Fei sighs heavily, trying to gather thoughts and words. A slender and confident man with bags in his hands appears in the doorway, the very Fei Lin, with whom everyone is so persistently trying to reduce the main character. Fei Lin confidently enters the room, holding bags in his hand and warmly welcoming his grandfather, grandmother, and aunt, while one of the women turns to him with a slight surprise, as if he had just understood who was in front of her. Smiling and slightly surprised, Fei Lin, barely entering the room, gladly remarks Shang Fei, and involuntarily pronounces her name, feeling an unexpected pleasure from this meeting. Entering the room, Shan Fei with a light irony calls the guy a jerk, whom she has not seen for many years, causing a good-natured laughter in her mother, sitting on the sofa nearby. Without missing the chance to make a compliment, Fei Lin smiles and says that he had passed a runny nose for a long time, and she, they say, has changed incredibly. Became a real beauty, a golden phoenix that took off from a simple rural outback. The girl politely offers the guy a glass of water, admitting that she is really impressed with his ability to independently buy housing in the capital, unlike her, which still lives in a friend's house. With a smile on his face, the guy offers her to move to him, because rent in the capital is expensive, and his repaired house with 2 bedrooms is already ready for moving and mutual care. The girl embarrassedly looks down, sitting on the couch, and replies that such a proposal does not seem appropriate to her. A grandmother with a stone expression confirms what he heard, saying that in this they say there is nothing bad, although her gaze gives out uncertainty or hidden dissatisfaction. The guy with a confident expression on his face and divorced hands tries to convince the girl that living together is not at all scary, because the house has 2 bedrooms and everyone will have his own space. The girl thoughtfully squeezes his chin and struggles silently with doubts, asking herself to politely refuse someone who sincerely wants to help. Smiling, the guy offers to help her with a move the next time she returned to the capital, and leaves not to interfere with her reunion with her family. When the young man was almost about to leave, his steps are stopped by a sudden call from the back, forcing him to freeze in front of a closed door. Grandfather, with a playful resentment, reproaches his grandson that he was leaving too hastily, trying to talk to the girl instead of staying and drinking with him, and invites to dinner. Standing straight and politely, the guy readily agrees to stay, referring to the request of his grandfather, who cannot ignore. Sincerely and with a slight relief smiling, the young man rejoices with his inner delight that his grandfather really understands him and feels a pleasant moral approval. Having comfortably settled in an armchair, the grandfather asks with interest to tell more about the new housing, and the guy, sitting opposite, shrugs embarrassedly, believing that there is nothing special about this. A girl with a difficult expression on her face silently thinks that for him, it is just a house with 2 bedrooms, while she will soon become the main shareholder of the company over 100 millions. And she wonders if he will burn out of shame when she finds out the truth. Against the backdrop of the facade of the house, an appeal to the family is echoing to gather at the dining table, and someone in a friendly manner reports that he hesitates, playing instead of going to eat. The whole family is finally gathering at a large round table, lined with all kinds of dishes, creating a warm atmosphere of a common meal, filled with comfort, traditions, and anticipation of conversations between generations. Smiling and swinging my hand friendly, Xiao Fei invites everyone to try stewed pork, which she prepared specifically for the older sister, who had just returned from exhausting work in the field. 2 women at the table with sincere smiles are praised by the caring of Xiao Fei, casually noting that she would not prevent her from finding a guy, because for a woman of her age the time is. A frustrated and surprised Xiao Fei with inner bewilderment asks himself why you can't just talk calmly without touching the topic of personal life. Looking anxiously at the screen, Xiao Fei squeezes it with both hands and mentally prays that Xu Shi and Vanzen come and tear it out of this trap. A sharp signal is heard in the room, and the girl is surprised to turn to the window while an elderly woman raises her head nearby in bewilderment. Feeling hope, Xiao Fei quickly gets up from his place, turning to her mother and saying that her friends have already arrived, so she will go to meet them. Against the background of a black car, casting a soft shadow on the asphalt, there are 2 young people, a young man in a bright shirt and trousers, and a blonde in a skirt and a jacket. Both peer forward with attention and light expectation, as if waiting for someone. Van, smiling slightly, looks at the house and notes his quality architecture to himself, thereby expressing interest or, possibly, the internal approval of what he saw. Seeing acquaintances, the heroine gladly rushes to hug the girl and the guy, exclaiming their names loudly, while the blonde is bewildered, and the young man is silent, only spreading her hands, and the question of what is happening is already in the air. With an unexpected appearance in the doorway, a man appears silently, stopping his gaze at a girl standing with his back, and tension is born in his eyes. Seeing the stranger, his eyebrows frown, and in his head with lightning, an alarming thought flashes: who this person is and why he is here. Returning home under the soft light of sunset, 3 friends go along the road. The guy carries a bag, and the girls, hugging, smile, and one of them with a warmth in their voice notes that their appearance turned out to be as possible. Sheng Fei, holding his girlfriend's hand, with warmth and pride represents Shangguan Shushi, his mother, as if he was introducing her into the circle of closest and most dear people. Shusha, with a sincere smile and open posture, welcomes the woman, admitting that she had long wanted to get to know her personally, because she heard a lot about her from Shen Fei. A mother, moved and grateful, replies with an affectionate smile that she had heard about Shi more than once, and that thanks to her support, her daughter could overcome difficulties, for which she sincerely thanks her. Sheng Fei, a light gesture, represents Vanzen as his good friend, not even suspecting that in response the senior relative would suddenly call her a future daughter-in-law. Stunned, Shen Fei and Shi freeze with wide eyes, not believing that they had just heard. And the word daughter-in-law hangs over them like a thunder in the middle of a clear sky. In the comic punitive manner of Shi, grabbing Vanzen by the hand, with indignation and confusion, demands to explain who exactly he had in mind, speaking the daughter-in-law, while Vanzen himself looks completely bewildered. Vanzen, embarrassed by his own hasty reservation, finally realizes that others do not know all the details, and with anxiety tries to figure out how to get out of an awkward situation, which he himself created. Desperately trying to discharge the situation, Vanzen calls his mother, Shen Fei, aunt, with a strained smile, and tries to justify his reservation with flattery, while Shushi, crossing his hands, looks at him with distrust and calls the flatterer, extended with a light but tense movement. The hand and simple greetings are the first attempt to return the situation to a calm channel after a recent turmoil. Smiling with confidence and holding out his hand, Fei Lin says that he once sat with Shen Fei at the same desk, and now works in a mysterious mental garden on the third transport ring. Vanzen, shaking his hand in a formal greeting, says that he recently arrived in the capital and so far without housing, while involuntarily notes that he has never heard of the company that he is so proud of. Inwardly grinning, Vanzen thinks that this guy is to the place of residence too seriously, as if a house on the third ring endowing him with a certain mission, although this expression itself sounds quite strange. Slightly embarrassed smiling, the guy hints that it is difficult for beginners in the capital to see even half of the city and invites Vanzen to visit, emphasizing the importance of mutual support between visitors. Booking Vanzen's hand, the interlocutor is unexpectedly interested in his family of classes, to which he restrains that he is working as a driver and bodyguard. Retreating a step, the young man, with a barely noticeable contempt for the modest work of Van, admits that his security position is completely different. He organizes meetings until the evening, considering himself much more significant. Standing between the two men, the girl carefully watches them, feeling a strange tension in the air, as if the new one is trying to compete with Vanzen for her attention, which causes her surprise and interest. Grabbing Vanzen by the shoulder with a crafty smile, the girl is making fun of his modesty. They say, there is nothing to pretend to be a guard after buying Maybachs for tens of millions, which is why he looks like a red-handed person. A confused guy with rolling eyes tries to comprehend an unexpected discovery. The guard, as Vanzen introduced himself, turns out to be the owner of Maybachs, and he no longer understands who is telling the truth and who plays the role. The hostess, with a smile on her face, offers guests to try fresh fried peanuts according to a special recipe, inviting to sit down, chat, and enjoy a cozy, homely atmosphere. Vanzen, with full cheeks and a satisfied look, enjoys the taste that reminds him of the goodies that the bride once sent old Shanya. During the era his tasting, Vanzen, as if in a joke, thoughtfully remarks aloud, "Is it time for everyone to eat this delicious gift?" even more fueling the interest of those present. The stars in the eyes and the radiant smile give out the delight of Shai, which after the first piece with admiration repeats that the peanuts are really tasty. Grandmother, leaning on his hands and smiling kindly, says that Xu and Vanzen seem to be good guys, and sincerely rejoices that Shen Fei has such wonderful friends. Sitting next to her grandmother and putting her hand on her shoulder, Fei Lin says that in the future they will take care of Shen Fei together, and in his free time he is happy to take her a walk to the capital. Grandmother, with a gentle smile, turns to Shen Fei, recalling how much Fei Lin makes for her, and gently hints that they have been familiar from childhood. Maybe they should be together. The embarrassed girl with glasses carefully admits that she already has a boyfriend, hoping that this will stop her grandmother from excessive expectations. Hearing an unexpected confession, grandmother and Fei Lin freeze on the couch with affected faces, not hiding her amazement. Sitting a little away from the others, Shushu, with a puzzled gaze, looks into the void. thinking that scenes with the rivalry between Fei Lin and Vanzen turned out to be suspiciously few for the performance, which he clearly waited. A slightly embarrassed but with a confident gesture, the girl in a pink blouse pointed a finger at Vanzen, sitting nearby and calmly holding a hand at the heart. While the rest had not yet managed to realize her words,